more Parcel Simulator. The poll was whether I'm continuing the save I started yesterday or going back to my old save just to get to the warehouse as fast as possible. And it was nearly unanimous. There's only one vote going the other way to resume yesterday's save. Let's go ahead and do that, because this is going to be around making money. So the warehouse itself costs $500,000. And to give you context, my old save, I was up to, I think it was 600,000 or 700,000 by day, I think it was like 58. Alright. I do apologize on YouTube that you're not getting music today. That basically boils down to DMCA stuff. That this game is really good, but it has a very limited playlist, so it does kind of get old pretty fast. And so I got my own music going, but that does mean I have to worry about DMCA, even though it is game music as well, so it should be fine. So yeah. Alright, so we got $490 for 2 packages with invalid serial numbers. So let's just go ahead and do our contracts. So this entire thing's configured. I do expect this to overflow a lot today, because the trains aren't available today. A serial number doesn't look like it's a problem. Okay, bad serial number. I need how many of those? Just 2. And what I'm doing here is we're going to keep getting boxes for trains. They're going to end up over there. And I'm just trying to take a peek at them from time to time to make sure this doesn't get backlogged. And then the next day after today is big payday, because that's when all the boxes go through. But will auto send once trains are available? No, so what I do is I hit this conveyor here. I could turn this conveyor on and off. I turn that on, and then all that train stuff will feed through. But it is a manual process to toggle it on and off. Alright, and there is our 2 invalid serial number boxes. You got your sticker, right? And that'll be an extra 400-something bucks. And this should be the other one. There we go. Okay. So you're $460 for 5 air parcels. Alright. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is there a point where you stop taking contracts? I can stop taking contracts anytime I want. Right now, because I'm streaming, if I wanted, I could literally play the game by just start the day and go do something else, like on another screen or whatever, and then get my money at the end of the day. That is technically an option. The parcels give me something to do, or the contracts give me something else to do that gives me just a little extra money. So it's a active way of gameplay. But you only get 3 contracts per day, so it doesn't give that much extra effort. Alright. So we got all this stuff going. So, for making the maximum money right now, it'd be upgrading that machine to get a higher throughput here. Adding the extra conveyor belt over on that end is certainly worth doing. But yeah, so basically the decision tree we've got right now. Oh, I missed your streak? Oh, and Seji Cookie, their 825 stream streak, and Sniper Spice on their 25 stream streak. So thank you so much for the stream streaks. I do really appreciate it. This is just one of those games that you can get, like, super focus mode. I am assuming... there's no problem with, like, re-stickying... putting that there. There's a reason for that. What my intention here to do is to duplicate this setup, but over on this side, and by duplicating this whole setup, I'll be able to take, like, 2 or 3 of these doors over here, and it could even be a thing that I have the conveyors feed up into one spot where we then split out. But yeah. Only 2-1, but still. It's all good, Nitro. Thank you so much for the 10 stream streak. Everyone starts somewhere, and honestly, like, being able to get those ridiculous stream streaks is very much a privilege. Actually, we'll put this over here. Okay, how are you doing? You're already full again. Okay. And you got Facet playing some Alchemy Factory recently. That's another good automation game. So if you like your automation games, Factory Alchemy is really excellent. Yeah, so we're going to end up having a bunch of these backfill. And as we go and we improve the efficiency of this, we will have the problem of these buffers will fill up worse and worse. And you can see the trains are already becoming a problem. So realistically, what I should be doing here is configuring this in such a way that it can scale better. So what I could do for that is I could put like a shelf here, rotate this around, onload, offload, rotate around, onload, offload, and merge back in here. And then I'd get it to be triple the buffer size. Would it be worth it to make buffers on the intake? The pro-con of the buffers on the intake is you can put buffers on the intake here and then just let them pile up. And that basically means the day just goes longer with having more boxes. Because you do want to clear the intake before you're done with the day. And... where? Thank you, Basset, for the 265 stream streak. I do appreciate that. And thank you, Cravenhorde, for the 255 stream streak. I do appreciate that as well. Yeah, my apologies. It's when you're playing a game that you're actually like getting focused on stuff going on. It's easy to miss a lot of those things. But yeah, so like where the day ends now, and we get this last row of boxes, we basically can't advance the next day until the boxes are cleared. So I would honestly probably want the boxes downstream buffered where they're already processed, so we just start the day and we open them up and money happens, versus we're still putting the boxes through at the same rate, but by putting a huge buffer here, it means I don't have to advance the day as much. So if your goal is to have the least number of days to accomplish your goal, then you want as much buffer on the intake. Whereas if your goal is to just kind of make money faster, it'd probably be wanted on the outtake. But, and then you'd also want to just focus on getting stuff like this upgrade. Because this is going to be the big money one here, is this machine is our bottleneck now. And that's kind of the catch is, what's the better idea? Do I just keep upgrading my machines where I upgrade one machine and it just percentage-wise improves my throughput, but it's a big, big spend? Or do I take the money to duplicate this whole setup over here, which then also increases my throughput, but I get no benefit until the whole thing's built? And there's probably a math we could do there. Oh, Trains are backing up again. Yeah, so needless to say, when we start the next day, we're going to increase the buffer on the trains. Is there some kind of copy-paste tool? Not that I'm aware of. One of the unlocks you have now in the game, which I actually should look at my unlocks, is there is building from your pallet, which allows conveyors to be placed directly while holding a pallet. There's adding the floors. I don't know what upgrading these higher does for me. And all these are about increasing the amount of boxes we get on our conveyors. So like that's another reason I don't really need the intake buffer. All of these upgrades kind of don't matter to me yet. Until I can get the boxes processing fast enough that I can handle the workload where all that's kind of going smoothly. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, because all those are upgraded already. I went ahead and upgrade, so that's fully upgraded. Because a good chance I won't need to fully upgrade the whole line of machines. There'll just be like 1 or 2 machines in here that we upgrade. And that's fine. But eventually the conveyor belts themselves will also become a bottleneck, and that's when we'll start separating out. You know, this store has its setup. These two will probably be combined. Maybe those two will be combined over there. Alright, trains are backed up again. I will say that does mean tomorrow's going to be a big money day. Oh, we're broke. That's fine. Alright, and that appears to be the last box. So no more reject boxes, so let's send you out. And we get those last few, then we get paid. There's all that. All right. And that's this in-game day done. Where we upgraded the main bottleneck we have. Yeah, because the current profit rate, it would take me 50 days-ish to unlock the warehouse. That's way too long. But part of the advantage of what we're doing now... Okay, the rest of that's all there. We could probably check these contracts. We'll pay our bills. Contracts. 490. You need 2 valid parcels going to Soport. 1. Let's also check the other ones. Just 9 parcels in general. 4 parcels maritime. Alright. I'm gonna quickly clean off this. There's the 2 going to Soport. It'll take some of the boxes we aren't going to get paid for today. So air traffic or whatever. It's you keep game Keep Talking No One Explodes. Somebody a similar game with 3 monkeys who can't talk speaker here. All right. So then you're like coordinating what's going, but one person can see what's happening, one person can hear what's happening, and one person well, actually, yeah, and the one person, you know, can see and hear both, but they can't communicate with the others. I can see the appeal in that. And this is why we want the buffer, so I don't have to do this each day. Well, not each day, after the weekend. Looks like a recipe for utter chaos. That's the plan. Yeah, if we get this all set up right, then I don't have to do what I'm doing now, where I'm manually putting these all back on. Okay, these are the ones for the contract. Alright. And 300 for 4 maritime packages. And then, like I said, we'll probably put 2 shelves deep on that to get that not scuffed. 1, 2, 3, 4 maritime packages. Okay. And then it was, what, 9 packages? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I took this all from the airline side because that's my next most backed up line. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so I need to stop. Next time we do one of those contracts that doesn't look like it's going to pay hardly anything, I need to stop for just a moment and actually, like, assess it. Alright. For what we're looking at for this nonsense, so I'll need 1, 2 curves, 1, 2 curves, a third curve, a merger, probably a couple of straights, a loader, 2 loaders, sorry, 2 unloaders, and 2 big shelves. Because we can increase the buffer size on the train for the next weekend. Have you unlocked all of the package variants? E.g. weight code. So I've unlocked all, like, the criteria I have to do there. There is, now you reminded me, I was even thinking about it a second ago. There is this new one. So I don't get the poly bags until we get the big warehouse. So that's the only thing I don't have unlocked, is I can't get the really, really big bags until we have the new warehouse unlocked, which is fine. This is an unloader. Polybags don't make it harder. And thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. You've got your licensings. This is the stuff that makes it harder. And then you got parcel types, and these are just like a linear upgrade, so we get an extra $5 per box or whatever. So one thing I am going to upgrade, because we haven't tried it yet, is I just spent a bunch of money that I'm supposed to be able to now build directly from this. Oh, that's interesting. How do I switch? How do I switch what thing I'm doing here? Scroll wheel doesn't seem to do it. Okay, so this will work really well once you kind of know what you're doing. Well, Q and E, I believe, rotated. We can check that. I think these are all corner pieces, so this will be a good example. Let's try. So tab. So Q and E don't do it. Oh, that's not right. I've made a loop. All right. So you go this way. You're the correct. All right. Like, definitely when you're just tossing down a ton of pieces, I could see the pallet thing being really good. Oh, you didn't... Okay. That can be a corner piece. Alright, so they should now go through here and cycle through those 3, and then go on. None of the other ones are near backing up, so that's fine. It is Stellaris music. I know it's a little bit of a waste for me to buy one piece and paying 25 bucks for a single item. But it's fine. Alright. I imagine the other way you could do it is you could go and do an order of just all one piece. There. You can do a pallet of all one piece and just run around. Alright. So these are all going smoothly. And I didn't see if we were backed up on any of these specific machines. I was too busy adding the buffer here. I'm going to buy one giant pallet. I shouldn't need more than that. But that way I have a pallet for working. I could use my little pallet here for working on contracts. And then use my really big pallet for like construction stuff and everything. Okay. We got that one going out to the trains. So you're done. I'll just help you along. All right. Yeah, so we're going to be going a little bit on the try and gotta go fast, make the money mode. So we made 20,000. So just upgrading that one machine for 10,000 bucks boosted our sales by almost 10,000. And that's because it was a throughput thing. You can open that. We can run over here. Because it is a day that the boats are available. Alright. So 580 for 4 parcels going to Soport. For air, and then just 9 parcels. How many air did I just say it was? 4 air. Okay, there's the air ones. We're looking for Soport. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. And there's 4. So, Soport, 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 and Soport. And there's the air parcels. Okay. Then I just got 9 in general. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So let's watch when I do this. 9 boxes should fetch me around 11,000. Or sorry, 1,100. And my theory is that on these ones, we actually don't get as much money if we just left it in the system. So, I would expect be around 1,000 or 12,600 or more. You only get the 380. Okay, so only small numbers of packages that are, yeah, really small numbers of packages that are going to pay well are worth doing. The contracts are actually a net loss. So are you backing up on the serial number machine? Actually, it looks like you're backing up on the conveyor belts. Okay. So the rejection line that backed up is fully upgraded across the board. And then our positive line should be fully upgraded the entire way up until this area. Upgrading these is not very expensive. They just get a couple tiles away from here. Alright. So that should improve the throughput there. Yeah, so it definitely doesn't feel like I need to upgrade the serial number machine right now. It actually looks like the input line might need to be upgraded. Oh, I'm just forgetting. Right. So I will need... We already have the merge block over here. So I can get this wired up to just clean in, like, fit in with everything else. And I know I can go... Actually, I should go up the way with this one with the doors here. I was gonna say, I know I could go up the way, but I'm not going to, but I've changed my mind. And think about the fact that we got all these doors here. I don't know if we'll actually utilize them or not, but we'll... Okay, so that's about... Let's just play it safe and say... For our shop. And go here and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You get that going. And pretty soon I'm actually going to need to improve the throughput on our package deliveries. Because we're going to get our throughput high enough that we'll keep up with just the doors themselves. So we want to make more money, it'll be faster. Let me check to see if it marks a control for that. Yeah, there's just a pallet build mode. The only thing I don't see, and there's got to be a button for it that's just maybe not documented, is the only buttons I see is place, drop, and all that. So F is forward, Q and E don't do anything, R is rotate, tab brings that up. We can flip. Tab just takes us away. So I don't actually see a way to switch between the things on there. Because weirdly enough, to me it looks like the first one's highlighted. I tried 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I tried scroll wheel. So like I said, I think with the way it's working, it's probably best served if you just... we can, I mean, I don't have different things on it right now, but we can try numpad. It could also just be an oversight that there isn't a control to flip through them. Alright, and none of the machines look backed up. So, my assumption of what we're going to want to do now is we are keeping up with the throughput. So this is the point where we go in here and we go, what if, hear me out, we got more packages. Okay, well, we just basically upgraded everything related to our building, with the only exception being the flooring, which is purely cosmetic. So tomorrow, expect this whole thing to just gridlock because of being overwhelmed with packages. Yeah, so we'll need to expand the air stuff soon. Probably as far back as I need to go for the faster conveyors. I just need them to be fast enough that the throughput here, towards the end, they need to be fast, so all that's fine. And then as it goes through the system, yeah, with how long it takes for packages to get approved and all that, a lot of these lines will need to be later upgraded, but the input line will probably need to be upgraded first. Alright. Okay, so the one box that's going through back here. You are not boats, so you can go and turn the boat stuff off. Because the boats will not be available tomorrow. Tomorrow, we'll have the airport, or the planes available. So in the morning, we'll toggle that on. Okay. Alright. Toggle that. Toggle this. Toggle this. And go to sleep. So another day that we're substantially more money than when we started. So the first day we got about 10,000, those last 2 days are about 20 and 16,000. And as we continue to improve the efficiency, those days on their average, how much they earn will go up. We don't wait at all. Get those boxes going. Turn that on. Get your deliveries going. Check your contracts. You want 9 parcels, so that's going to not make me money. 4 parcels, that's going to lose me money. So we don't do the contracts. The contracts will not be making me money this time. Alright, so the conveyor belt speed is a problem. Alright, Bassett, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in and all that. Alright, so we gotta wait to get paid. But as you can see, the conveyor belts can't go fast enough to empty these things out. So we gotta get those upgraded still. And the conveyor belts are probably going to be the bottleneck here. So what we will likely do, as my next measure for increasing our profitability, is once we get this all sorted, of these main conveyor belts going in. Okay, that's actually probably good enough right there. Because now the bottleneck is actually back over here, where it's just all these are feeding in. So this is the point I need to parallel. Can you select more to one to upgrade? No, because it is, at least not that I'm aware of, it is a thing where you go up and you right-click on it as a 1x1. It's one of those things, it's not like Factorio where I'm going to be going through and running around and upgrading entire areas again and again and again. Like, that's upgraded, it's done. So it's not as a big deal that it's not super efficient. But yeah, so what we're going to start doing is I'm going to basically take what I have here and I'm going to mirror it this way. And then we're going to take these belts, we're going to separate them down, feed into that system. And the output should be the same. Because if we look at the output here, there's nowhere near as many boxes that get output versus rejected. The rejected line is fine, but I think we'll have the rejected line go over here. There's another door over there that takes rejected packages. That might be our best bet there. It's also potentially a thing that we could keep this filling up. Like, honestly, these doors, I could buffer these for a very long way before I run out of room. The problem I'm going to run into is eventually the train and the plane kind of conflicting for space. And if we get to that point, I've got all these other bay doors over here. I do recall, even with my setup, I didn't really end up needing those doors to 100% the game the last time I played. So let's see what it would cost for us to get all of the machines. Because until we get all of the machines, I can't use the line. So all of the scanning machines is about 10,000. That's actually not as bad as I thought. So you're going to get about 10,000 worth of these. And then I would need... Well, actually, I have to have a rejection thing on here as well. And it could share the accept one. So it's about 13,000. So with 13,000, I could duplicate all the machines, and I gotta fill in the conveyor belts, which will be a bunch more money, but at least conveyor belts are actually pretty cheap. But yeah, then like I said, what I'll do is I'll probably split right here, that this will go down this way, and feed into that. And then this conveyor belt will stop existing, so I'll have these two doors go into this side, these three doors will go into that side. It can actually be something that this conveyor belt here, I can use the smart splitter, where we'll try to feed straight in, and if it's blocked, it'll pass it off over that way. So that way it's like 2.5-ish doors per side of the setup. But yeah, so if we're down to the point of getting almost 20,000 a day, 20,000 a day would mean only 25 in-game days to save up the warehouse. So you can remake the entire sorting setup at the cost of upgrading 2 machines. So you can remake the entire sorting setup at the cost of upgrading 2 machines. I'm not sure I follow. Oh, yeah. Yes, I understand. Yeah. The cost of upgrading these machines. Oop, and actually this machine is now backing up on it. I.e. less than 20,000. Yeah, no, I gotcha. That's not counting for all the belts, which is probably another 5,000 or 6,000 or whatever. Yeah, but no, we're solidly backing up here. Because with stuff like this and it backs up, upgrading this might genuinely almost double our income. Because of going twice as fast allows it to just keep processing through. But it all really depends on exactly what the timing is. You're assuming the belts are almost 10,000? Alright, so we did spend the money to get this upgrade since that's our new bottleneck. Because we have the bottleneck for this side, which is the machine I just upgraded, so that should be catching up now, the serial number machine. Then we have the bottleneck for the conveyor belts itself. So those are 2 different bottleneck points. One of these I could solve by just upgrading the machines. The other one I solved by building out the whole parallel setup. And that's the thing. I fully kind of accept in my head building out the whole parallel setup is just going to take a little while to do. I did turn that off, right? Yeah, okay. And then tomorrow, we'll just leave that up. We're talking just shy of 14,000 for this. And that is 8 items. So with that being only 8 items, we'll want to go here. Because I believe you can order up to 20 items per shot. So we'll say 15,000, we'll get our 20 items. Because I know we'll need enough straight belts to go through the whole thing. Because we got all these straight belts across the middle here. And I'm sure I could remove some of this. Okay, we got another, surprise, surprise, 1 machine farther just became the new bottleneck. Is everything getting in or would an input buffer help? I had asked earlier, so the input buffer, the benefit you get from an input buffer is if you want to reduce the total number of days to make your money. Because ultimately what happens is if I have this backlogged, what ends up happening is at the end of the day, when the day ends, which is right about now. There you go. Now no more packages are coming in. So what having the input buffer does now is it's effectively I still have more packages to process, but it still means I'm processing them at the same rate. So it's one of those things, in game days, this makes everything faster. In real life time, I'm still, you know, earning Y amount of money per N amount of time with some wiggle because of, like, rejected packages, accepted packages, some packages having more processes, yada yada. So what I'm trying to focus on is improving the processes, so that I take the Y amount of money I get for N amount of time, and I increase that by processing my packages more efficiently. And so, when I played this the first time, and I was going after the stretch achievements offline, I did put a lot of input buffer. And that was entirely because the way I was playing is I had a duplicated really giant setup, and I would start the day, and I would go do something else on a different screen, and just let it churn. Because it wasn't, like, I could have certainly improved the efficiency by a lot, but since the achievements were just make number bigger, I didn't need to do any effort. I could just let it go. It's kind of like when we're at the end of Satisfactory, you get that thing, it's like, well, I could take the time to build this all out, and, you know, incrementally improve my optimization of it, but ultimately, the thing I'm missing is just, you know, make Y of something, and I am making, you know, that thing. Now it's just time. And so the question is, like, would I rather wait or put the effort into making it better? So here I'm trying to just make it better and more efficient. We should be getting another payout soon. Yeah, you're at 14. You're at 13. And you're at 2, so you're not going to be doing anything anytime soon. Ooh. The output belt is starting to become a backup. Because we have the trains and that the actual belt feeding this, it wasn't backed up enough to be a problem, so I probably shouldn't have done those upgrades. I should have saved my money. But eventually it'll be a point where if it starts backing up into this area, that can back up the whole system. And that'll be a problem because I am talking about having the new duplicate setup use the same infrastructure, which might be a mistake. We'll see. I'm not imagining even duplicated, the two fully upgraded setups being able to overwhelm a belt for validated things. Because ultimately, the bottleneck on that would be how long it takes to get through this last machine at the last sequence, and the number of packages that get to that first one where they bypass the entire validation thing. We almost have the rejection line backing up, causing problems. We're getting really close to that being an issue of its own right. Which is why I was like, oh, for the rejection ones, because there's so many more of them, this one will go out that way and over to that door. There we go, that was the new bottleneck, which means, most likely this is now the new bottleneck. But that's okay, we've almost got this whole line fully upgraded. I think it'll actually be like one more in-game day, and then literally this entire production line is fully upgraded. There's nothing more to upgrade it. Literally my only option is parallelization. Which shouldn't surprise anything. But yeah, so you can tell, like, the day ended a good, like, 3, 4, 5 minutes ago, and we're still working through the backlog of boxes. That's what the input shelves would extend, is we wouldn't be about to run out of boxes for this in-game day. It would still have more boxes on that backlog. Okay, you're about to finish again. Good, we got a bunch of, like, pre-approved boxes, so the last couple ones just went right on through. Hey, shocker. Guess what's the new bottleneck? The next machine. To be fair, I am really curious how much our increased revenue is gonna be with these. That said, with the new achievements in the game, getting some of the new achievements, the trick to getting those to happen would most likely be improving the input on that, like having a buffer there. Because most of them are, it's like, process n number of packages a day. Well, I could have, like, the most inefficient say if all of that was just a giant reserve for boxes. It just means it'd take forever to process, but we would get our money's worth. Alright, and that'll be the last one going out for flight. And then turn that off. And all the rejected boxes are here. And I've got our last two here. Yep, so the next in-game day, we should be able to mostly, if not completely, duplicate our layout. It won't be the upgraded version, but we should be able to duplicate it, which should give us a significant boost in our boxes processed per day. And I'm going to do the smart splitter, so that way, like, as the one side is much slower than the other, that we will be able to take advantage of it anyways, by just having all the overflow just kind of keep going into our existing setup that's faster. Alright, no air or ground. Any contracts we care about, pay our bill. So contracts. So we've got 415 for 3 valid parcels going to Strentham. That probably will give me more than I would get for those boxes otherwise. So we need 3 valid boxes going to Streatham, which I believe is the, like, white flag with the little little gold star thing on it. That would have been easy if that would have been right there. Do they need to be valid? They do. You're turned off, right? Yep. So it basically means we want to chill right here while we wait for the money to come in. There's one. And I need 3. 3's not too bad. Okay. And is my cart still populated by chance? No, it does reset. That's fine. So we know we're looking at around like 15,000. Shocker. Next machine's the backup. Just trying my best to keep an eye on any boxes that are going from Strathholm. Not seeing very many. Now we can see if any of the other contracts look like they might make me some money. Okay. It is a thing as you upgrade the warehouse. Okay, so that yellow box is a Strethome box, so let's hope that one gets through. So I just need one more. Did I... Yeah, that's where I grabbed it before the... Alright. I believe it was just the 3. Yep. Second one was not marked. Thank you. I moved where the stamp machine was, and I haven't adjusted my mindset to it. Because it was right on the outtake. I moved it that way when it comes time. Alright, so you want one parcel for $2.45. It just needs to be valid. That's no problem. One valid parcel is nice and easy. Boom, done. That's probably more than I would get for one parcel anyways. Say $3.25 for 5 parcels is probably not as good. Definitely not as good. Definitely not as good. Okay. So we did the 2 that look like I would probably make more money than if I just run things normally. Alright. So you are bottlenecking at this machine. So I'm going to keep upgrading. Because anything I can do to improve the throughput is going to be good. And then I also like knowing that this is upgraded. And like there's nothing more to be done here. It's just set up. That the only way to improve it from there would be to literally rework the whole thing. Which I could certainly see an argument for having like 3 of the first machine, they output into a line, 3 of the second machine, they output into a line, 3 of the third machine, they output in a line. I definitely see that kind of thing, but the amount of teardown and replacement I would need to do, it would be easier just, because a day is only like 10, 15 minutes or 20 minutes or whatever it is if you just go for it. I feel it would be a lot better to just go for getting the next day going and continuing to expand versus trying to hyper-optimize this one segment. I'm watching over here on the ground vehicle output, and it's almost backing up. Yes, this machine is now no longer the bottleneck. Honestly, we probably are okay. With the extra rooms, they're definitely encouraging expanding. Well, keep in mind, the new warehouse has a totally different setup to this one. We took a quick peek at it at the end of yesterday's stream on my other save file, my old save file. And the other warehouse, you don't have the concept of air, train, ground, and boat. Instead, these country labels, you have a schedule that changes, like, all the time. That you've got, like, 3 output doors, and you have different countries which are being delivered at this different points, so you have to constantly, like, adjust. So it's being able to make it very adaptable. What game? This is Parcel Simulator. And we're talking about Parcel Simulator. Basically, there is a new area they've added with the update that's now available to everyone. That is right here. And so once we acquire that area over there doesn't take into consideration like what type of transit. It cares about where you're transferring to. So all these different country labels, what it'll do is it'll be like, okay, Monday it's, you know, this place, and this place. And you go, okay, and you've got to, you know, you can go to each store and be like, all right, well, you're going to that one, you're going to this one, and you're going to this one. And then you've got to somehow, like, route your storage around. So I've already got an idea of how I want to kind of approach that. Let's see here. I can actually type. So, like, the layout I was looking at for, I'm gonna do a display thing here. The layout I was looking at, so if we consider the starting space on the other screen, like, it is a rectangle like this. There's a little bit of stuff blocking, but we're gonna pretend it doesn't exist. And so what my thought is gonna be is that I don't remember how many countries. We can actually check that real fast. Country 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So there's 12 countries. So assuming for a moment that all 12 countries can be there. Where did this go? So assuming they can all be there, the plan would be you'd have your input, and then I'd probably have country like 1, 2, 3, 4. You get the idea. But put like all our country storages like this, as best I can. And you'd have your inbound like filtering. So your regular stuff we have to do here, like making sure it's all good. But then the idea is I'd have my 3 tracks going down here. And that each of these would have a way to get onto any of those tracks. And then these would be your outputs. And that's what I'm thinking my design is going to be over there. Is basically all this is for the storage of the various country stuff. This is just your regular, I'm making sure the packages are valid. If they're not valid, they actually go upstairs. And then like way down here on the upstairs is the rejection line. It could even be they go upstairs when we do all like the normal filtering of is this a valid package or wherever. But the idea is I think I'm going to have kind of a bus down the middle of the factory. Or not the factory, but the area. And that the idea is those would go to the 3 doors. And then on those 3 doors, just whichever way I gotta take it. That's fine. So I'm actually thinking I'd leave this alone, because sure, it's backing up here, but the backup here is not getting over this way, which means it doesn't matter. This process being slightly slower until it backfeeds to the point of blocking off this machine means nothing. So I think we're okay with that. So I think we're going to be going parallel. So once they finish processing today's packages, we should be able to start getting all of our stuff built in parallel. Honestly, and that's probably enough. So let's go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the 13,000. We'll check that out first. Alright. And thank you, Canahawk, for the 255 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Means a whole heck of a lot. This is something I was thinking about after stream, you know, because we looked at the factory and what I was going to take and like, okay, well, how would I want to set that up? And like setting up this filtering part, we can kind of just copy what's here. That's fine. If we need to like make it better, that's fine. So I do want to make it... Alright, let's think about this. Yeah, so that's good, that's bad. And where's the stamp? There we go. I do wish when you moused over it would show them. So then cargo type. Then we have country, then serial number. And serial number. And that leaves weight and sticker. Need a bit more model variety. I actually don't mind the model variety side of thing, but it would be nice that when you mouse over it, so when you're like at a weird angle like this, that you can have a label on. I wouldn't complain about model variety though. It is one of those things to keep in mind. It is a solo dev kind of operation, so working with limited capacity and all that. And then you're 1-2. Honestly, sticker checker? Oh, right. Honestly, in this case, I'm not... Oh, right. I do need to have... Yeah, I think that's right. Okay. So you're locked, you're locked. You're good. Process. Process. And go to sleep. Because basically I'm going to build out that whole section on that side, and then I'm going to connect it. Until the whole thing is built out, it's going to do nothing for me. And it'll just connect, and it'll just have, like I said, those three doors over there. We will have them feed in, and I'll have the one that's feeding in last will have kind of an overflow that diverts the other direction. So we got you. Plane is okay for today. Alright. So we can go... check our contracts. Honestly, the contracts are so little, I'm not going to bother with them anymore. Okay. So let's try to give ourselves an estimate. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 curves at least. I am not going to do that math and just go, hey, curb belts? What if we did 20? Because it's not that expensive, and I'm certainly not going to keep up track of it. Okay. Okay. Let's see, that'll be a straight shot out. So you want to go build mode. You go here. You there. You here. Alright, so you are the label. Alright. So good label. I have to think about this. So we have the unknown going in there. Good label snakes through here. Okay. So good label. That will probably not merge into anything. And then that goes straight over here. Would have a merger there and a merger here. Ooh, actually, with that, I'll have the merger... I'll have to do a finagle, because the way the merger works is it always comes in from the side. I can't have it the output on the side. Yeah. You're hoping to get wisdom? You're gonna need to set those expectations a little. Alright, so I do have 3 more of these. So for right now, I don't know where we're putting those, so I'm just gonna go boop, boop, boop. And let's go ahead and go here, add. Plenty of those. All right. Fling it. The last time, maybe it's better this time, the last time I played, the flinging by all means is a mechanic in this game. And I did personally find the flinging to not be particularly useful in my experience. I found it was a little less than reliable. Alright, so we got all that built. So let's think about this. Mergers, I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 at least. They're a bit more price. Yeah, hell with it. I'll say they're a bit more price. Like, look, man, I know I'm gonna need them all. And I'm making money that about as fast as I'm buying these, I'm making up the money to get more. Okay. Yeah, so this is fine here. Yeah, this will work fine here. What I can do is I can put this here, and then I just put a little loop there. That'll actually be not that hard. Oh, hey. I forgot you could do that. Oh, wait, you don't need to be there. Okay, so it'll be all connected here. So I need to grab one more merger over there. It's used for mass merging, but it's not... it's way more flexible, and sometimes it's the only way. Yeah, no, you definitely get to the point where you're like, okay, I need to do this thing. How do I make this fit? Alright, so I need to find a gap in the boxes. Oh. There we go. That was a little ponderous, but that's okay. I can grab one of you. Cool. Oh, that's the approved line. Yeah, we're good there. Alright, I need another one of you over here. At this far end. And honestly, for right now... it is a perfect example of why I didn't go for, Is that right? Yeah. Got it in one. Alright, let's see if this machine is backing up here. No, we're fine. What is going to be a problem is if we don't get the boats going out soon, that's going to get overwhelmed. So that'll be another project to be done. It is kind of one of the things that happens at this stage in the game, is you do end up just being like, you know, you're making tons and tons of money, but there's always something that needs improving or upgrading or whatever. Alright. Okay, so it's all hooked up there. Alright. So I need to load up a bunch of these boxes. Because we're getting a backlog, it's going to start backing up into the whole system. Okay, and you're still processing that. Alright. So I need 2 more bends and a bunch more straights. Because even if I end up buying extra of the... oh. I missed one. Because even if I end up having it where, like, we don't need these in here, it'd still be fine. Just because I am going to have to build out another factory in the other location. Which inevitably means I'm going to need more. Wait, we must be making good money, because I must have spent probably 30 or 40,000 today. Just going out spending, probably maybe not that much. At least 20,000. As long as those are going, I can run around and keep on building. Alright, so you gave me the flats for these first. Okay, I'm curious about what'll happen there. One of these I accidentally placed twice, I thought. That's fine. Okay. And you go there. And you go here. I can't tell how you can't tell how long I spent throwing items out of the truck for thinking about grabbing the pallet. Probably as much as just about everyone else. Okay. So we're getting close to done with there. So what we're going to need is, I'm going to need 2 bends. Alright, so I need 2 bends, a straight, and there should be a smart diverter. Oh, I forgot they create a multi-joiner as well. And a smart splitter conveyor. Yeah, by the time I run out there and grab those, we'll probably have everything processed for the day. Yeah, the launcher is fine. It's sometimes, though, like, the only way to work around certain things. But generally speaking, it's not super reliable. It's not like the most precise thing in the world. Okay. So. Yeah, so it's one input, multiple outputs. So what we'll need to do is a little bit of shenanigans here. Let's pick you up, put you in here. I have to remember how this works. Okay, that's fine. We can go over and cash out, so hit our button, turn that off. Hit our button. Oh, we didn't waste any time. Hit our button. Alright, so how much money did I make with all those upgrades happening? Almost 30,000. So genuinely, each day we're going up probably around $5,000 profit. Obviously, I don't anticipate that being sustainable. We will hit a point that we stop making that kind of money. Okay, so open this. Turn off the trains. Alright. So in theory, this whole thing is ready to rock and roll. I need to be ready to intervene when something inevitably goes wrong. But what I'm not sure on this one is, I think for this, I need to wiggle that up, merge it here. Okay, so it's doing 50-50. I can live with this for now. Q usually repackages. Yeah, Q will repackage it. Alright, so now I need to upgrade that. But regardless, that's still more machines processing. We are sending stuff down the line slowly. Okay, so they're doing their best. Alright. Cool, so I've got a way bigger buffer now for the train stuff. I'm a little concerned about the boats. That's going to get properly clogged up. I didn't check our contracts, anything amazing. 3 parcels for 470? Sure. So we're going to... you. Okay, so we got 3 parcels I need to get for there. Alright. That's fine, I'll run back and forth. I don't want to depalletize that whole thing. Alright. Yeah, so a lot of our money is probably going to go into upgrading all the machines and conveyor belts and all that and that duplicated setup we got there. And that should get us up to like 35, 40, maybe even 50,000 a day or something like that. And then with that we can start making a really proper push to get the bigger warehouse, the secondary warehouse. So instead of trying to min-max and bleed a little bit more money out of this one per day or whatever, it would just take a lot of tearing down and moving around. Having this duplicated, that's going to be probably about as good enough. I will need to do stuff like, here's one I'm going to have to deal with. The boat buffer is not going to hold up. Oh, those are all joiner conveyors. I was like, what is all this crap? Okay. So, I need you sorted. So, let's see here. Shop. 1, 2. One, 2. Go to our shelves. 1, 2. And I will just assume I need more of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's too many, it's fine. Okay. Because if we don't do this, ultimately what happens, the whole thing will back up. And I'll need to manually deal with the pallets a whole bunch. We definitely don't want to get into that habit if we can help it. Alright. So it's also, people mentioned numpad. So numpad doesn't do anything either. Okay, so you're loading. That means you'll be unloading. You're loading there. Okay. Alright. So what I want to do here is I want to replace this with a bend going that way, and then this with another bend, and they'll be all hooked up. There'll be a moment where everything gets scuffed. Okay. We've massively increased the amount it can handle. So Let's get these were the right boxes, right? Okay, yep. Alright. These are low earning days where literally we can only take the ground stuff out of here. Being a little scared looking at the train area and the plane area. Both of those are looking right on the edge of being completely backed up. Let's see, would it be more feasible to use Spark Splitter to make a more efficient buffer? I mean, ultimately it's still going to be bottlenecked by a lot of this coming in. I'm not actually super worried about these being backed up from a time perspective. That's probably not that big of a concern. But, like, at least not where the conveyor be a whole problem. Because it's going to be the ground stuff that goes way faster that's the majority of your deliveries. It's a mostly just needs storage. Just raw storage. Okay, so we got a problem where the plane stuff is now backing up the entire line. So let's try and get that fixed. Yeah, this, whether you're doing it the way I'm doing it right now, or you're, trying to get going other ways. Ultimately, the big point is that you are putting it somewhere. Okay, so let you get things unstuck in a minute here. Oh, I have you... Oh, that's the wrong one. That's this side. Okay, so you got you set up real quick. Where did the... Did I accidentally only order one? Must have only ordered one. Let's get the rest of it set up in the meantime. Okay, so we'll need a couple more bends. The trains have gone backed up too. Oh, you need to be farther up. Okay. I need another bend on the other side. As tomorrow train day, can it be fixed by going to sleep? I actually... Is tomorrow train day? No. Tomorrow is another day with no trains. Okay. So, let's go ahead real fast. What I'm going to do here is I need to grab another one of the loaders. Oh, that's what happened. I missed the box. It's like, I can't believe I didn't buy 2 of them. Alright, so what we're going to do is I'm going to unstick things here in a moment. But this will at least take care of the plane. So I'm just going to take the big pallet and just rip a bunch of the train stuff off of here for a minute. Okay, so the airplane stuff is sorted. Is that enough to unfreeze it? How far is this backed up? The good news, it's actually not backed up that deep, as far as machines. It just, we gotta hope a bunch of stuff doesn't all go to the train side. But yeah, so it does seem like the next in-game day, I'm going to need to expand the train's buffer. Okay. It's right at exactly what it can handle. Okay, we'll just go ahead and chuck you on down here. Get you out of here. Honestly, pretty soon I should stop worrying about pushing the button for the rejection line at the end of the day. These ones you kind of want to. Just to watch out for problems. Alright, so that gets us unstuck so we can start our next day. And our next day I'm going to need to expand the buffer for the trains. Which is a good problem to have, because that does mean that much more money is coming in. Because we're getting that many more packages through. So no trains or anything today. Alright. So, for the trains, we'll plan for 2 more shelving units. So for 2 more shelving units, we basically keep what we've got going here. So the only difference, instead of this one looping around there, it's going to double back in itself. So we're going to need to go here, pay our bills. What are you? 4 valid packages. We'll do that in a minute. So shop. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2. And 1, 2. And the reason all these things are starting to buckle is that as we've been improving the efficiency of a lot of our processing, you know, something's going to back up. You know, there's going to be some point that's going to be your choke point. And because we're processing so many more boxes, you know, choke points are happening. Okay. Be with you in a minute. I'm noticing that right now. Okay. Wait, what? Fine. Alright, so I need 2 straights. Alright. Okay, so that's massively expanded that. And you're all now playing catch-up. Because none of this is upgraded, so it's not going very fast. There we go. Yep, so that's all getting unstuck for the time being. There we go. That'll help that out. Cool. Are you not upgraded? Yeah, get you upgraded. Alright. No, airline, I need you to not back up. Because it's already filling up again. It's fine. Alright, let's get back over here, because this is not going nearly as fast as I need it to be. But again, it's one of these things where I make this faster, and then my overflow gets overfilled. And then I gotta deal with that, but then I can make this faster. And it's a ping-pong back and forth, but each time we upgrade it, it means more money. And that's just kinda what happens. You didn't set the airline up one properly? No, it's set up right. It's all filled, it's just that is, that's locked right now. Because there's no airline deliveries today, so I have it paused. Yeah, no, that's set up. I just might not have set it up enough. Oh, right, I'm looking for 4 packages for Voco, or what, Vocao. Oh, right, I still have all you sitting on the floor, don't I? Honestly, we'll just leave them on the floor for right now. Alright, so 4 for Vocao. What was Vocao's flag? Ah, the stripes. It's how many? 4? I mean, worst case scenario, just chuck them all on the ground. Get back to them. Any vocals here? Yep, and I just need one more. Okay. Alright. Are all contracts money lost at this point? Not really. I think occasionally we get the contracts are like, okay, give me one package for a couple $100. That's still good. This one here is probably a win. It's 4 packages for almost $600. So it's kind of on that fence. But as you notice, I used it to just try and grab a bunch of boxes away from the trains and the airport side of things as best we could. Alright. Okay, so trains have backed up again. Should be plenty. Oh, or maybe not. There's still a lot backed up there. The good news is tomorrow we just turn on the train infrastructure again. Okay. And there's the planes. I don't have another pallet, so welcome to the ground. And this is where things start to become a problem, because you notice this means I need to expand both my planes and my trains infrastructure, and I could probably get away with adding more plane infrastructure by going over to this area, so making it go shelf, loader, and loader both ways this way. You think there has to be a way to turn those lines on, off, base of the day of the week? There historically wasn't. They did add a thing down here that's new, which is the auto pauser conveyor at tier 16, which means you have to get the new warehouse for it. And you notice it's extremely expensive. It is the single most expensive thing in the game. Because once you do that, it's literally, you walk up, you hit start to the day, and you go take a nap. And then you walk up and you hit start to the day, and then you go take a nap. You walk up, you hit go start to the day, and then you take a nap. So I think it is deliberate that they lock that way past there so it doesn't become totally 100% an idle game, where you're not thinking about anything along the way. Okay. All the machines are at least up to their second tier. All right, so we got all that sorted. Alright. Cool. So, we don't have the lane rejecting boxes fully upgraded, but that should be enough to keep from backing up. Yeah, because as you can see, the other side's finished all of its work, and now we're stuck waiting on this side. So we want to get this upgraded so at the end of the day I'm not kind of stuck here, sitting here, you know, waiting 10, 15, 20 minutes or whatever it takes. That's not that long. You know, an extra 5 or so minutes waiting for it to process. And I could sit there and just, like, end the day and go out there and doing all that. But I'll just back up again the next day immediately. So I'm kind of of the mind being like, yep, we can just wait it out. That's now I'm checking. Trying to check one thing real fast. See if my wife's home yet, to see if I need to run downstairs here in a minute. She is home. Okay. Yeah, so let me go ahead and we'll finish out this day, and then I'm going to run downstairs and welcome my wife home real fast. Should be a really quick one. Yeah, because we're down to our last box being scanned. Cool, so none of the lines backed up again. Tomorrow we get to turn the trains on, and I think the planes? I'm not confident on the planes. The trains definitely turn on tomorrow. No. Aw, man, it's 2 more days till the planes come up again? You're killing me. Alright, so we're definitely going to need to go and expand the plane area out more. Alright, let's get over here. Give this box a helping hand. Any new content yet? We have had a little bit, like we've done like the construction pallet, but as far as like the proper warehouse stuff, we did check it out last night at the end of the save on my old save file. On this one, we had a vote at the beginning of the stream of like, hey, do you want me to just skip using my old save file directly to the new content or keep going where we left off? And it was pretty much unanimous with like one vote going skip. But we're making good progress. I'm making about 30,000 a day now, so it wouldn't be that many days to get to the big warehouse, especially as we continue to escalate the rate we're making money. All right, so bear with me, chat. What I'm gonna go ahead and do, you know what? I'm debating letting the day just run and seeing what mayhem happens while I run downstairs to talk to my wife and all that. That's probably actually okay. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. So we'll go and we'll put up the away screen and all that kind of stuff. But I'm just gonna let it run for the in-game day. I'm certain that airport line will just back up, it'll be a problem. But yeah, I'm gonna do that. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I'm gonna step away. Gonna be just gone for a couple minutes. We'll put up the away screen, have all that kind of stuff going. But I'm just gonna welcome my wife home, grab her food real fast, and I'll be right back up. It'll keep things moving. And thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, and I'll see you in a few minutes. I forgot to start the day. Okay, the day started. Alright, now I'm away. Okay. Oh, the Space Engineers one. The worst thing is the reason people took that clip is I looked right past my car. Or right past my ship. Okay, so everything utterly gridlocked. Which we pretty much had anticipated. So... yeah, it's the trains. The best part is since it's conveyor belts all around here, we don't care, like, as long as it gets to that side, it's fine. Alright. Okay. So before we get too fussed by other things... that'll at least unstick it for a minute. Okay. Yeah, the going days without having those once you get things going starts to be its own little hell. Okay, and our seaport stuff is almost backed up. Alright. And that should almost have that sorted out. Okay. So as you can see, we've been massively improving our throughput, but because of that, now we're having to deal with the ability to actually deliver things for when the days are backed up. So what I'll probably need to do is where I've got this pallet right over here, get that out of the way. We'll probably need to extend this out. Put an extra set of like 5 shelves here, put that there. And I'll give me just enough room to do one more loop with the train. I don't think we can fit... well, I could fit an extra set of shelves this way over here if we really got down to it. I'd hope we wouldn't need to do that. And then the boats are obviously going to be the next thing to have a problem like that. I say as I very slowly watch the boats get overwhelmed. Stop having boat deliveries. Can you convert the initial belt into shelves, or will that slow down too much? If you're talking about these belts over here, because we've had that asked about like 10 times today, basically what happens is you can do this here. This does not improve your throughput on your products. It just means at the end of the day, I mean just after sorting. I mean I could fit a couple shelves here. Yeah, no, that wouldn't be a thing. Like I could potentially fit that. I'd probably want to work from this end out to like saturate with shelves. But yeah, no, it's the thing. Like I've got all the room in the world for the boats. The airplanes, you're not wrong that I could go expand that way, and then when that fills up, I could probably fit maybe 4 shelves if we really push it here. It's also a possibility, if this got desperate, I could turn this way and start going back and forth this way for the train shelves, but that'd be kind of a major adjustment. I don't know why that's staying highlighted. Okay, you are full. Okay, we're down to the last couple boxes on this path. So how deep do we have to upgrade this one? We upgraded down to the cargo type, so let's just assume that'll be necessary over here as well. Alright, that means both sides that are mirrored are now completely upgraded to the same amount. The good news, I'm pretty sure... Oh no, the planes are not tomorrow, the boats are tomorrow. Well, at least it'll unclog the boats. So that means tomorrow, in-game, what we'll do is I'm going to get the setup for extending, and we're going to get 5 shelves for the airplanes. And that should expand it a great deal. Okay, there's nothing more to reject on this door, so let's go ahead and process it. Again, this looks like it's the last box here. Okay. Oh, I got one box I chucked over here. Okay. Alright, considering that was a day I basically stayed out of it for most of it because I was running down grabbing food. Yet it still made me $45,000 in money. And that's because that's the, you get that backlog of all those train ones that you can't cash out. And you get to cash them all out at one good go. Alright, so now the boat is active. Let's go ahead and we can unlock that. Chuck these. Yeah, and I'll be curious. I haven't played Space and Engineers 1 in a while. I did stream it a few times, as obviously from the fact that there's a clip. I enjoy Space Engineers, but it certainly has been a hot minute. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do is not dilly-dally. We're going to hit the button. And so that's all going to be processed. So I need to get more going here. So let's go ahead and start our shopping list. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 14,000 to do that. And this is going to be a fiasco until it's done. What I can do here, we build all the shelving stuff over here, and then we yoink these two conveyor spots there, put the onloader, offloaders, and then put the bends there, and repeat the process there. So it'll be basically the first time one of these cashes out. Really? Oh, the boats! Right, the boats are just churning away. That's gonna be basically as fast as that process can go through. And already fully upgraded all of those paths. Alright. We'll need to upgrade that to keep it from backlogging. You haven't upgraded the boat's distribution belts? Yeah, no, I know I haven't done that. I'm not too fussed about that, because if it's not backing up here, that taking an extra minute doesn't matter. It's only if it gets going slow enough that it backs up into this area, then that's a problem. But that can take all day long, as as it, you know, gets done by the end of the day, or by the time all this is emptied out. It's kind of irrelevant past that. We are almost backlogging on the approved box line. Alright. Okay. I just realized I'm using my big pallet over there already. Let's go ahead and get started with this. The Stellaris soundtrack is making me want to play Stellaris, and I know it's just going to frustrate me. I'll have to relearn the game yet again. Okay, so this is the loader. So you'll be going this way, so load that way. Unload this way. We got the loaders and unloaders there. Alright. No planes today? What do you mean planes? Oh, no planes. Yeah, no planes delivery today. Oh, actually, is that true? No, well, let's see. Yeah, no planes today. It's boats day. I do believe there are planes tomorrow, though. But this is so that next time I don't have to do all this chucking stuff on and off of belts. Alright, so what needs to happen here is I need to stop this from being a total disaster. I have very low confidence in that being a thing that goes well. Okay. Well, this is a loader, and that's an unloader. So those seem to be working fine. I did have them backwards earlier, but I think I got them correct this time. But if we do have it backwards, we'll see where it jams up. All right. Okay. We have just massively increased the storage capacity of all this. All right. We got a bunch of straights and mergers and all sorts of junk over there. Okay. Yep, that's all going about as good as we can hope. Because I want to expand that more, I'm going to need more output lanes. Okay. Let it take a minute. Isn't the O supposed to face the shelf? Ah, I see the one you're talking about. I do have that one backwards. Sorry, I thought you just meant, like, in general. Yeah, I did have one of them wrong, yes. You are correct. And honestly, with how many boxes we have here, that still might not be enough storage. It would be nice if they had a more dense storage option. Because definitely feels like you can reach a point in this where, like, the space you have, there just isn't enough to handle it all. Okay. So yeah, you're working on your last few boxes over there, and you got a couple more there. Should you upgrade the belts you just added? These ones definitely need to be upgraded. That'll probably be fine for now. Seems we can upgrade everything but the shelves. Yeah, no, the shelves are just like tiers of them. There's like a small shelf, a big shelf, and we are using the largest. But it would be nice to have more options for that. But granted, that's what I could do with all this space over here, ultimately. Is like, I can go over here and just keep expanding the boat area to fill this in. That I can make like an overcarrier, make a whole airport area over there. You get the idea. And that might just be what you do in the long run. Alright, boxes are still going through the system, so I'll keep unloading. I'm actually surprised it's going to carry. Granted, I did add 5 extra of the largest shelves today. Okay, so it looks like that train is the last one going through there. Yeah, so the last train box is the last one there. So we can work our way from over here. Get our cash out on this. Turn off the boats. Get our cash out on that. Get your cash out on you. Your cash out on you. Alright, so we're looking like where we cut it down, where when we started, if I would have just kept repeating the days and just like letting time go by, it would have been 50 days. This has dropped it down to about 10 days. And granted, we have spent probably 10 days doing this. It is getting to be like we're getting closer and closer. That's part of the reason why you're watching. I'm running in, I'm opening the door immediately. That is because ultimately that's effectively a timer. Me fussing around with a bunch of stuff around here, if I'm not making money while it's happening, I'm kind of wasting the clock. Alright. And now we're going to get some big money from all the plane backlog. Go ahead and upgrade these. I really have... It's really not necessary for me to do this. But I'm going to. Because at least one thing is the individual belts are pretty inexpensive to upgrade. Yep, so they're all upgraded, so I'll just keep on churning. Yeah, so this should be a really big money day. Was there anything else we need to do? There's the bills. Yeah, upgrades. The only thing I didn't get was the flooring. I'm going to leave that alone for right now. And there's more stuff I can get down here, like the launcher conveyor. I really don't need it. So for the time being, I'm going to choose to just let it be. You need to clear the backlog. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. We're just going to pretend as, like, that days aren't infinite in time and I could take forever to do it. It's clearly I got to get this moving. There's probably not going to be many more upgrades we do to this place, and then we just worry about making our cash. Yeah, so you've only emptied the second shelf so far of its backlog out of 8 shelves. That's probably almost 20,000 worth of just the plain boxes, not counting anything else coming in today. Now, technically, I could even improve this farther, because you notice we're not running these belts at capacity. It would be entirely plausible for me to go ahead and route these over here and down, and make a third setup here to process boxes, but I don't think I'm going to deal with that. Because, in part, that is probably going to cost us an extra, like, 50,000 to get that whole thing set up. And then I am going to have to build out... Well, actually, probably more than that. And then I am going to have to build out connecting to these ones over here instead of using my, existing infrastructure. It's just not going to be the room. That'll bottleneck there. So it's kind of one of those things like, yes, I could improve the throughput on this, certainly. And probably not by a fair margin. Like... Or probably by more than a fair margin. I'm willing to bet I probably couldn't quite double what we've got. Yeah. That's probably what's going to end up happening, is we'll probably expand the boat storage. And it'll probably also expand the train storage. The train storage, I think I can get 2 more shelves on here before it starts to be a real big pain to add more. Because those 2 shelves could just go right here, and then it's just done. I just conveyor this spot here. And then this loops there, and then that goes over. To do more than that, I need to reroute this whole area over here to make enough room to shove a shelf or 2 in this spot. Or I would need to, like... Well, I can't route it here, because that's before the train splitter. I could technically move the train splitter all the way back here, but the double hit up there would slow it down to potentially, start to backfeed here. And if I only scooch that one tile over, I don't think that's enough space to... Let's see. Unloader, 1, 2, 3 for the shelf. Yeah. I'd have to shift the 2 tiles over to make enough room for that. And I could technically do that, but like I said, the problem there I'll run into is in this location. I'll start to backfeed. Now granted, it could be a thing that what I do then is I make the road go this way and then go over. And then this would be the planes and boats. And then we would split it for planes and then boats. But that's where we're starting to get to the point where I have to kind of shut things down. You have 5 doors, so each line should process about 2.5. Yeah, it's roughly that. This isn't clean the way I'm doing this. But it is roughly 2.5 per each of these. So there's 2 dedicated doors in that one, and then these are all going to the splitter. But it is enough that you're seeing it's backing up on that conveyor belt, and it's backing up on this one. So unless I improve the throughput of all of this back here, which would be more than likely setting up a whole nother setup here, so it's like 1 3/4 per setup or whatever, it is just gonna be a thing. So let's see. Let's check on our calendar. So cargo type. So we got 3 days. Just split mid-door each line, but it's irrelevant. It's backlogged here, and it's backlogged there. I'm backing up on the input. Unless I make all of this faster here, this side is utterly irrelevant and serves no care because we've already backlogged on it. My bottleneck is my actual processing here. And I don't think I have enough width. I might have enough width to put a 3rd one here. I don't... Or realistically, I think we're going to run into the accepted lane here. Won't be able to go there. Which means adding an entirely new set of buffer. So it'd have you, and then the train and boat go over here. Yeah, so it'd be basically taking my whole setup there, duplicating this all over again here. I don't have another rejection door, so it'd have to feed into this, which is probably fine. But you are talking... But you are talking, I'm going to be spending 60, 70, whatever $1,000, probably more than that. Probably a lot more than that, because it's going to be $15,000 for the base machines. We have to upgrade them all up for $5,000, which is going to be at $25,000, or actually it's going to be $35,000 there. So we're already talking about $60,000. And then the first 4 or 5 need to be upgraded to their 2nd tier. Sorry, 6 need to be upgraded to their 2nd tier. So that's going to be $160,000. Plus the belts, which you'll say is another $10,000. So we're going to talk like $70,000. And then adding all the shelving and all this over here, we're probably talking another $40,000 or so there. And at that point, how many days did that take to catch up for opening up the warehouse? Because we're not sitting here trying to go, how can I maximize the money I'm making in this room? We're just trying to get to the other warehouse that's brand new as fast as possible. And so there's definitely a point of, I could spend money to make my money faster, but also, if that money, like, how long does it take me to make that money back? Versus, like, adding 1 or 2 shelves to buffer here. Because actually, it's going to be more than 40,000. Because each one of those big shelves is what, like 4,000 or 5,000? Oh, it's about 6,000. Yeah, so this represents almost 20,000 there, and that's probably another 30,000. I'm probably overestimating a little. Because also we upgraded all the conveyor belts in those ones. Yeah, because each day now we're making almost 50, 60,000 or something like that. So we're just going to try and rush some days. And the worst thing of doing that new setup is it basically does literally nothing for me until I get the whole thing set up. Not fully upgraded. It's like this other one, which honestly didn't take me a super long time to do. But yeah, if we consider we were making about $10,000 a day when we started. Well, actually, let me change that. So by the time we got this line fully upgraded, we were making around 20,000 or so a day. And then we got this fully upgraded, and that's bumped us up to about 50-ish thousand a day. So that is, you know, an extra 20 or so. So assuming we would get a similar result, which I'd actually expect a diminishing return on it. Let's say it gets us, if we're making 50, let's say it gets us 65,000 a day. That means to pay that back, or building out the rest of that infrastructure over there, we're probably talking somewhere in the way of like 15 days. By 15 days, at our current income, I could just open up the new warehouse. Considering by the time today's done, we're going to be a fifth of the way there. And that was with us spending a ton of money on all this crap today. Yeah, I do think we'll end up putting the extra 2 train shelves. I think that'll be worthwhile. Yeah, because they're trying to think in my head how long it would take. Because I can also move this all the way down there. But I will need to change this route to go over this way. And I do think it ended up being this way here. Because if I do have 3 and we have 5, it'll be not quite a door and a half per input. And luckily this does seem to be able to fully support that. It's one of those things I also, if I'm going to do it, I should do it sooner versus later. Like, obviously I'm not going to do it at the end of this in-game day. If I was going to do it, I'd do it exactly like I did with her second setup. We would start the next day, configure the handful of things, and I would start the production of building it out. How wide are you? So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So I could technically just barely put it right next to itself here. Obviously I wouldn't want to do it there. And in this way it should have more enough space. So I think the answer, if we're going to do that, would be I would build the extra set of filters here. That way I have room for all the storage there. Okay, is that the last box I just saw going by? Okay. Honestly, we're not going to bother hitting the rejected ones at the end of each day now. We got a tiny little bonus for having it fully fill up. And I don't believe it clears out what's sitting in there between days, because I remember that getting me in trouble before. Yeah, so we're up to about, not quite 60,000. Okay, so no planes today, no boats today. Alright. So let's get the train thing resolved, because if I don't do that, that'll be a problem. And we're coming up on that, and I'm not going to be able to avoid that one. Let's be 1, 2. Yes, that'll be 2 here. 1, 2 on the other side. 1, 2 loaders. 1, 2 unloaders. 1, 2 shelves. And I'll probably end up needing to do stuff with the boats as well. I'm waffling if I want to try and go and build out the other thing, because it's also the thought of, like, if we're just trying to, like, wait out the clock kind of thing, that's not super exciting. Alright, this is officially going to become a colossal pain in the butt to navigate very soon. Basically, the moment I put that shelf in place, this becomes really annoying to get around. I'll end up needing some straightaways, that's fine. Just like that, that whole section of the map is basically inaccessible. Alright, so I need a... I need one more straightaway, which I've got a pile over here. Isn't there some way to get above the map? So you could go around, maybe the patch... Oh yeah, there's been ways to break out of the map in this game. Oh, I need another straightaway. Yeah, there's ways to get her outside of the map. That's been the game for a while. But, my assumption is it'll be like the extra part of the warehouse here where a lot of stuff just doesn't function if you get into it by, like, hacking around it. Because otherwise they wouldn't want the boxes to continue to pile up. Alright. So let's get this all upgraded. Yeah, as far as we were talking about so I can navigate this, it's not that big a deal. I can go around. Okay. So I've got that all sorted. So if we needed more room, I can fit one more shelf here without any headaches. 2 more shelves become a headache. We'll see if I end up needing that or not. The boats are obviously going to be backlogging a little bit. We didn't have too much of a problem with the boats. Alright, am I trying to build out a whole new setup? Why, so you have a bad package? Oh, I must have accidentally grabbed one of the packages when I was moving the conveyor belts. It's one of the things, if I swing a conveyor belt, I swing through a package, it'll grab it. I'm willing to bet I grabbed one of the package off these shelves accidentally and put it on that line. That's one of the downsides of me actively working on it while we're there. But yeah, no, it's most likely me fussing with the conveyor belts. Alright, am I building out a whole separate section? Okay. Okay, those are all straight ones. Because the first step, if I'm going to even consider it, is to basically reroute this over this way. Trying to get it. Okay. There we go. All right. So with that, we've rerouted to open up that whole space. So if I decide to go and build this out, how's the new warehouse going? So we're not in the new warehouse yet. We need 500,000 to do that. We are getting close. I'm making well over 50,000 a day. And the thing I'm waffling now is while we're doing that, do I spend a bunch of money to build out one more whole section of these filters here, and then, you know, wire it up to those doors? Because it's going to be a non-insignificant investment to do that. Versus just, you know, ride out a couple of days and just, you know, get the thing. Because I'm going to have to duplicate all of this. Not just the printers. I'm going to have to duplicate my splitter. I'm going to have to duplicate my shelving. I'm going to duplicate all of it. But then what I'd probably end up doing for that strategy from there... Yeah, and have to turn on and off more belts, which is not that big a deal. It's just at the beginning of, like... Yeah, so that's exactly what happened. One of those air packages I caught with the belt and accidentally moved it over to the train route. So tomorrow it'll be the air day, and then it's no trains for a couple of days. And then if this whole line overfills on the train side, like I said, I could fit one more shelf here, but over here, because I don't have enough room to, like, bend around... Well, yeah, no, it's here I don't have enough room to bend around. I could move this one tile over, which would actually let me get 2 more shelves. 500,000 to unlock it. How far from the... Oh, from the auto-pauser? It would be 500,000, whatever the first cost of the first upgrade of the other warehouse is, and then 50,000 for the actual unit. It's not available until we get the extra warehouse. It's tier 16, and we're at tier 14. And tier 15's the 500,000 for the new warehouse. Yep, no, I gotcha. Alright, that should be all the packages off the line here. And technically I can make this whole set faster by doing, like, along the lines here, the joiners, versus, like, going back and forth. It doesn't actually cost me that much time for it to loop back and forth with the faster belts. This whole thing probably takes it, like, 30 seconds to a minute to get all the way from one end to the other. Alright. So, rather than submit this now, since none of the stuff becomes unavailable, I'm going to let that package get into its area. And we're going to go the next day so we get the full bonus. There's something like an extra 1,000 or so in there that we're not getting credited for. Yeah, so we made $35,000, but we're spending an extra 10 on upgrades. Hey, DG, how's it going? Alright, so today we have planes are on. So we immediately hit the door. There's no point in me delaying the door. And we run over here. And planes are active. Give me my money. Alright. Okay. I'm doing it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll deal with that in a minute. I will need a green stamp. And we'll probably be able to use the existing red stamp. I am going to grab another pallet, because I'm certainly going to need that. And we'll get 11 of the curves, because I'll probably need those. Try and find that pallet first. Now I can go right here. All right. So cargo type, stamp, serial number, sticker checker, weight, prohibited items, country. Okay. So you got the 3 bays there. So I'm going to try and kind of duplicate our layout still. So let's grab the sticker checker. So I've got you. And then would be weight. So it goes weight, then serial, then country. cargo type. Stamp. And finally we have the contraband. All right. Okay. So anything that comes out this side is garbage. It needs to get out of my face. If it does survive to this point, then it's good. Actually, let me double check that. That's not right, is it? It is not right. I have all of these machines backwards. Wait, what? No, you're... There we go. That's right. Alright, so let's get over here. Joiner, grab all the joiner ones. Alright. So from here... And thank you, Wilson, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. You've been subbed to the channel for 8 months, and that means a heck of a lot. And that one actually doesn't need to be that. So we can go ahead and put you there, grab you. Put you away. That's not what I wanted. And I just turned that around, didn't I? Yes, I did. Okay. Cool, so we got all that. Alright. And you're just running around continuing to grab all these things. Grabbing all these belts I purchased plenty far ago. It's going to take me like 2 or 3 in-game days to get this whole thing built out. Okay, that feeds in there. Oh, yeah, that's right. Alright. So now let's grab our already upgraded conveyors. And then you would feed in here. Honestly, in this case, let's make a buffer. Let's be a little wasteful on these. What I'm figuring we do is where I've got this splitter set up here. What I'm going to go ahead and do is put it there and have it so we have the 3 different paths to go off. So then this will go that way. And then feed into that. Alright, so to that degree, I'm going to need an entire additional thing of flats. Okay, everything else is running fine over there. So you're going to need an entire pallet of these. And you can just keep on building this thing out. But the catch is, until the whole thing's built, we don't want to wire it up, or just stuff will get all jam-packed into it and make a big mess. Alright, and then you... Alright. And then the rejection lane is going to go... almost honestly a straight shot. Yeah, because then I can wiggle around here. And grab you. Yep, and that puts it right in the path there. So if we just wire that over there, that gets that rejection lane fully implemented. We got a couple mergers and all that, and that's fine. Okay, and how are we doing on the rest of the infrastructure here? I've got a couple last boxes going through that surveying side. We can go ahead and fix this. So this box goes away. You show up here. And then you go over there. And then you go here. Okay. That will put this on the process. Which does kind of, you know, quote-unquote, put me on the clock. Which I said I shouldn't do. But I also am entirely too lazy to fix it. I mean, I guess the way you could do that is package that and just leave that there. One box will probably fall down this way, and then it'll stop doing that. That's a joiner one. And put that over here with the other joiners. Alright. So everything should be handled. I don't need to touch that button. Tomorrow, I believe the trains go away. Yeah, so the planes need to be sent out. Turn that off. And the trains need to be turned off. And then hit that button. Okay. So then go to sleep. And we're up to 150,000. This might also not be a bad idea to do this as much as us being stubborn about it. Just in the sense by doing what I am doing now, it does kind of mean when we're in the other warehouse, between the days trying to get everything set up, I've got more money coming in to buy and upgrade all the machines, which are going to be expensive. So get that turned on immediately. Okay, so what's the thing I need more of? I need a couple of curves and a lot more straights. So let's go ahead and bills, pay our bill. It looks like 500 might be the max, or just there's not more we're getting for that. So let's go for the straights. Do that. Get ourselves another 20. Alright. Yeah, so it looked like it did exactly as I thought. It plunked one box in the ground. And that was that. Okay. So you've got that. So here's the good boxes. Here's the rejects. So one curve, and then the rejects are hooked up. now comes in where we gotta do a little bit more. So let's right now, drop you over there. So, things I actually need for all of this. Oh, I'm gonna need to reroute this as well, because I need to get at that door better. Okay, that's no problem. I happen to have a big old stack of belts right here. So what we can do is quickly start moving this over here. I'm gonna need another curb belt. I didn't think about that part. I had in mind, it's like, oh, I'll have the one curb belt to replace that corner. I didn't think of fact I'm gonna need a second one. Yep, there's the box falling down behind me. That's okay, I know I'm going to need more curb belts, so whatever. And this will free up more straight belts, which is fine. Okay, so we need more curb belts, so let's go ahead and get that sorted. I think another good news is with what I'm doing right now, even if I'm working as aggressively as possible, I'm not really able to spend the money as fast as I'm getting it, as long as I'm just working on belts and all that. Once we start upgrading machines that are going for like 10,000 each and all that, that'll quickly add up. Luckily, I only need to do that with some of the machines. Okay, so that takes care of that. Okay, so I put the curb block there. That hooks up the whole thing. We're not ready for that. Yeah, no, absolutely. We check with OSHA regularly. She's cool with it. She also keeps asking why we keep asking, which is a little weird, but you know, it's fine. Alright, so I'm going to need two, we're not the smart splitter. Where are you? Two of you. Let's see, so you're all curves. Okay, I have that there. So two of you. We can go to shop. And I will need 1, 2, 3 pauses. And chuck a bunch more of you on. Alright. I can run over here. Okay, so it chose the straight belts first. Okay. That's not what I want. There's one of the pause belts. I will need a merge. Right. That's fine. Straight, straight, straight. Pauser. Straight, straight, straight. Cargo type splitter. So let's go ahead and we'll put a straight belt before the cargo type splitter as just a little bit of a buffer. Alright, so this one will be for other. This one will be for trains. And that one for road. So road, trains, other two go this way. And they want at least a couple of tiles between here. That's not the right boxes. There's just a little bit of a buffer. Yeah, just a little bit of a buffer, that way it doesn't go from one to the other immediately. Straight, 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 straight. Yup. Uh-huh. Cargo type diverter. So we do this again. So you're none. You'll be air. And you'll be boat. I should have had 4 pauses. Sorry, 3. There's the last one. Okay. I'm hoping I lined it up to be a straight-on shot. I think the whole system's frozen. Okay. So what is... Okay, so the boats got completely backed up. We knew this was probably coming, I just hadn't noticed it had happened. So I should have a pallet here that's clear. So let's go unstick that. Luckily it doesn't look like the conveyor belt's super backed up. And what I'm doing now should separate this out that I might get lucky and not have to build this out that much more. Okay, that's what you can carry. So you sort yourself out. I'm gonna start hooking these up. And you probably noticed I did not take the time to make room for I mean, I've got room for it, but I did not take the time to build out any of the shelves or anything like that. I'm obviously going to need those, but I'm kind of just trying to wire this up to be functional. And then once it's functional, while everything is just kind of churning away, I'll go through and as things back up, get the next one fixed, and the next one fixed. Kind of keep doing like we're doing with the other area. I'm hoping I won't need to do too much work over there. I will probably have to do the stuff with the port. But I'm hoping that, like, the planes and all that will just be good with what we got. Because once I'm splitting it off by about a third of the stuff-ish going over here instead, that should reduce the total number of packages going to that side of the building by a full third. And that should help. Now, ultimately, I think what you'd probably do is you're trying to truly maximize the efficiency would be kind of do a buffer where you'd have, like, 2 or 3 stamp machines at the first area that, you know, had 2 or 3 belts feeding into them that would then deviate all the stuff, and then that would go into 2 or 3 of the next machine, and trying to layer it like that where you could load balance as needed. But we're making do with what we got without having to tear apart everything. Okay, those boxes are still processing. Those are mergers. These are a bunch more straight blocks. Yeah, and then I get all the room in the world here. For adding buffers. Okay. Yep, and I got 4 mergers here. I got a bunch of bends that I'm probably not going to be using. Not right away, at least. Okay, it looks like the last of those boxes are starting to work their way through. So I'll just lay this here for right now. Alright, this is one of those days that when you look at the cargo type for the next day, it's the exact same cargo type. There's no reason to hold the day. I like send the stuff out early because I get more of a bonus if I fill it up. So let's just let them fill and get whatever trickle of bonus that is. And thank you, Izima, for the 30-string streak. I appreciate it. How'd you land that right on top? I wasn't even paying attention. You mean the pallet? Oh, yeah, I wasn't even aiming to do that as much as I'd love to take credit for it. I was just kind of hucking it over there. Alright, so what I need to do is go to the shop again. And give me the straight belts. Alright. We are almost ready to hook this up. Okay. So let's debate first, second, third. Pancakes, waffle, or French toast. So, if you're talking So it almost feels like you have to have tiers here. And let me explain myself. Because if you get, like, the saddest of sad pancakes and the saddest of sad waffles, the saddest of sad pancake is better than the saddest of sad waffle. But if you get the best of the best pancakes versus the best of the best waffle, the best of the best waffle beats the best of the best pancake. French toast? I really like French toast. Like, a lot. I don't have it very often, though. So, like, the first, second, or third, I feel like it depends on if we're talking... Are we considering the top of the best? Like, the best of the best... Best of the best, I would probably go French toast and waffles and pancakes. Worst of the worst, I'd probably go pancakes. Ah, man. You can have some pretty awful French toast and pretty awful waffles. Like, both of those are ones you can properly do terribly. Best of the best? Alright, then I've already given my feedback that, I think I'd go French toast, waffles, then pancakes. For best of the best. There's just more you can do with waffles and French toast than you can do with pancakes. Sure, you can mix stuff into pancake batter, and that's totally fine. But, like, because they don't soak things up nearly as well, like, so far as, like, you can't, like, have a bunch of stuff on them. Like, you have, like, Belgian waffles, not Belgian pancakes. That said, all three are great. It's kind of like my argument with, like, you know, like tacos and pizza. Both of them, like, on the sorry side are still usually pretty good. I think you missed a splitter spot? No, this spot I'm not doing anything here. And if you mean over there, I am, like, that box is sitting there to not wire it up. Because we're still building this, I don't want boxes going here till it is wired up. Alright, and with that, that should all be functional. I've had 0 testing done. As a pancake maker, no, I don't make pancakes worth eating. You can make a pretty rough pancake, but I feel like the worst pancake you would normally run into is gonna hold up better than the worst waffle you can run into. Like, a pancake that's a little bit on the battery side or a little bit floury is far more tolerable than a waffle that's a little bit on the goopy side or a little bit on the floury, puffy side. B2 is incomplete. Oh, thank you. Looks like it's only short, like, 2 or 3 belts. There we go. Alright. And as I said, these are obviously going to backlog and all that. I'm kind of going with, until it breaks, I'm not going to do it. Yeah. Now I gotcha. I thought, like, because I can't see what you're seeing, I thought you were talking about where I had deliberately yoinked that. Okay, those are already upgraded. Those are already upgraded. Upgrade you. Oh, I'm missing a bunch of turns. A whole lot of turns. think that's still okay over there for the moment. Alright. So I do know all of these need to be upgraded to at least tier 1. And cargo type was the number I needed to have upgraded to tier 2 on all the others, so I'll assume it'll be the same here, because why would it not? And the rest should be fine. Check my new corners. Yeah, now's the reason I hesitated. We just spent about 60,000 getting that all upgraded. This side should hold up without having to upgrade the speed much, maybe. Probably just the first belts off of this might be big. But we are going to run into buffer problems. I'm going to let those problems simply occur, and then we will deal with that when we get to those things happening. Dropped packages at the first sort. I see. Oh. Hold up. I didn't see where you came from, so I'm putting you there. I don't think I have another straightaway floating around here anywhere anymore. Oh, you are getting dangerously close to backfilling. Alright, well, I'm just going to buy a straightaway real fast and be done with it. That was not an efficient thing to do, but it will solve our problem. Okay. Yeah, cool. So with this whole setup now, I've got one line that goes to this set of machines, one line that goes to this machine, one line that goes over there. It's not going to evenly distribute. If I really wanted to get that right, I'd bring it all over here. And then, you know, have like a series of a couple belts that I'd then do a bunch of splitters on to load balance. I cannot be fussed with that. Okay, meanwhile, let's check on the cargo type here. Cool. So now the only things left for me to work on this side, unless we start getting super min-maxy that I don't think would be worth it at all at this stage, is adding more buffer by those doors. That's almost certainly going to be necessary, but for right now, I'm going to ignore that problem, pretend it doesn't exist. Finally hitting the point that the rejection line needs to be sped up over here. We had to do that on the other side. It was not surprising to have to do that here. Okay, so I've got one more going for that door. Got a couple going there. We just barely avoided the train line backing up. So it's going to be a really big money day for the train line. But that should be our big spend, so it took us almost 3 days to get that done. So, where I was making the comment before, with how much we spent doing that, we technically would have been able to unlock the warehouse probably a day or two earlier if I'd not done that. But at the same time, once we unlock our warehouse, you know, I will have more income coming in that'll help. Now to upgrade everything, well, most of the stuff is already upgraded. Like, that's the whole thing. The last 2 machines on the line that I didn't bother upgrading, I don't really need to upgrade those, because the throughput of the machines before them isn't sufficient to make it warranted. Alright, so there's the trains unlocked here. None of those to deal with over here. So now we can unlock the trains here. Yeah, no, I already mentioned that it's going to need buffer lines here, and I'm kind of going by the strategy of I don't want to deal with it right now. So as things become a problem, I will deal with them at the stage that they are a problem. So I got a couple of mergers, a couple of these. We do have a whole pallet of the port stuff picked up. That's before we got any of the other stuff involved. So I believe tomorrow's the port day. Yeah, so we'll clear the port stuff out. But the hope here is that as by splitting this load up more, it'll be less of an issue. And are these all upgraded? No gaps here. Yeah, and this could definitely be one of those ones that if I made a separate belt here, I could improve the throughput a little bit more. Because it goes smoothly once it gets over here to the split. But it is kind of a problem of, you know... Yeah, actually I'm not too fussed, because if we look over there, that line backs up. This is going, and it's putting the stuff in there about as fast as it can. And honestly, it might be worth just getting rid of this, this spot here entirely. Because I'm looking at it, this will be 2 doors going to that far side. And then we make it a 50-50. Between these 3 doors, it's about 1/2 door that way and 1/2 door that way. So I think the answer is that box is gone. What about 1 set of machines per gate? That would be 5 more... That'd be 5 sets of machines. That would require me to build out where I've got this whole setup here. I would need to build it out 2 more times. I might be able to get away with building it out 1 more time. To try and get another time after that to be a whole thing. I probably don't need that many. But also, again, we're not trying to maximize this. We're trying to reach the new content that is the warehouse. And setting this whole thing up takes like $70,000, $80,000 or so. And we still haven't finished setting up the buffer chests and all that. So there's a point where continuing to optimize this prevents us from reaching our goal. Like you can do stuff and say like your goal is to hit, you know, 500,000. There is definitely a line in the sand of you can optimize to make money faster, but the money you've spent to reach that money faster delayed your success of what you're attempting to accomplish for your milestone because of the investment necessary. Now, obviously, in real life, being able to continue to invest and grow and whatever is good, but in video games, if you've got a set goal, and your job is to get to that goal as fast as possible, there's a point where you stop expanding your operation and just let the cash roll. Or to give you the Factorio one, when people are speedrunning Factorio, there's literally points where they kind of stop building. You know, they're kind of babysitting a few things, but they're not actively expanding parts of their factory. A lot of the Factorio, I can't tell about nowadays speedruns, but the speedrun used to be, for Factorio, you just blitzed as fast as you could till you reached oil, and then once you got your oil set up, you could not take a leisurely pace. I don't want to make it, you know, like as big, but basically you winning was determined mostly by reaching oil. And you could sit there and keep expanding like your iron production, all these art productions, but it didn't matter. you would spend the resources you needed to achieve your goal making your factory bigger to increase the rate you did the thing, but the cost ate into your end goal. Yeah. Now, if I were to try and expand this to make this faster now, I think what we would need to do is, you can see where this is being a little backed up here, I'd probably have to make this into 2 belts. Which it would probably need to have like one gate here come to that spot, and the other gate. I'd probably bring all 3 belts over here, and then it would have, you know, the 2 outsides have the smart splitters towards the middle, so that way like half of them go down the one track, half of them go into this middle area, but basically kind of do a 3-to-2. But I could do that, and it would mildly improve the overall efficiency. But it's probably only worth it if you're actually min-maxing, and we literally have the anti-min-maxing tag on the channel. Yeah, so right now we're basically cashing in. It's pretty much what the end of this is. We're cashing in. The trains are still emptying out their storage. That's how much of a backlog of trains is. We're over halfway through the day, and it is still just dumping these boxes on that belt as fast as it can. You're upgraded, right? Yeah. Cool. I wonder. Let's see, did you upgrade shelf loaders and unloaders? Yes, I did. So I might not even need to go that far with this. I could just go and bring a conveyor belt over here, do another splitter before it meets that spot, and have it feed into a merger on this block. Because the only issue seems to be where these two conflict. These two crisscrossing each other, they kind of stutter a little bit once the day is going because it backs up there. But I could potentially set up a merger on this block and have this one go over farther. Probably not worth worrying about too much. I don't think it'll make a huge difference on the amount. What would it take to do that? I probably literally have everything I need to. So you are a pallet of turns. Hey, Shinosaurus Rex, how's it going? Yeah, so you can probably do. Because like I said, yeah, what I could do is over here somewhere. Is your birthday next week? Nice. I hope you have yourself a good birthday. So I'm thinking about this. What we could do is, as I mentioned, I can have this come over here onto this track, and this one go into this track. And probably do those things where I have like a splitter merger combo here. And just use that to, you know, split merge to kind of belt balance a little bit. And then probably do away with this splitter down here. How goes the less melty Satisfactory? It's going good. Yeah, so let's try to split this off onto its own one so that we get about a door and a half-ish on here to hopefully improve that. Because I think I could do that without costing myself really anything more on a big level. Because I think we're just effectively going to be moving that, that splitter. And I know not all of these are going to stay. I'm just moving them out of the way here for a minute. That's a merger. That doesn't need to be there. So we can run over here to where I got my other mergers. Instead, grab this curve. Okay, and I need 2 more curves. So we're going to grab you. 3 more curves. Okay, so that goes that way. And then, like I said, what we're going to do here is going to yoink that. I think probably way up here. I'll pull you up. Alright, so that brings those up there. This will also give us more of a buffer here as well. Okay, so that's curves. Those are mergers. So we need a stack of straights. We'll do that the next in-game day. Alright, so checking our cargo type. So it's the same as today, plus the boats tomorrow. Yeah, so we aren't actually making that much more money than we were before this whole upgrades situation, which is kind of what I was worried about. But we might be able to improve it a bit with this. So let's go here, pop you open. Pay our bill, shop. And the boats are available. There you go. That's planes. Your boats, there you go. Yeah, so that's going to be basically not working right now, so we need to fix it quick. Or it's going to cost us a bunch of money. But yeah, that's kind of one of those things with the optimization in this game, is you can increase the package numbers that you get per day. It's kind of got diminishing returns, not that they reduce the money you get for the package or anything like that. But you end up fighting more and more for smaller and smaller increases in totals. And that's true of, like, actual optimization as well. That you can burn a lot of time and not really see the benefit after a while. Because, you know, like when you're first working at getting something to be 50% faster is relatively easy. Getting something to be 25% after that's quite a bit harder. Getting something 12% faster after that is incredibly hard. Getting something 6% faster after that, you get the idea. That it keeps getting, you know, less and less and less you're getting from it. Okay, that's running far smoother. We do still have a little bit of a bottleneck here. I think we just live with that right now. Because to make that faster, realistically, is probably going to be building out another set of these, you know, and getting, like, one of those doors to be there and all that. And while, if you're going for, like, maximum optimization, would definitely be what you need for that kind of thing, I also don't think it's necessary or relevant for this whole situation. Alright, it is looking like I am going to have to build out this. Typically the last 10% of it, I think, is hard. Yeah, no, it's exactly that. It's the diminishing returns of it that the amount of effort to get the same results, like the same, you know, amount of improvement, just keeps getting higher and higher. Oh, right, I've got a whole stack of these to deal with, don't I? It's one of the things when people have, like, the infinite growth mentality, it's just kind of the same reality of it's like getting your first 10 customers takes exponentially less effort than getting, like, the next 10, then getting the next 10 kind of thing, as far as a percentage going. Like, obviously, as you scale up, things tend to improve. So getting those early wins is easier, but as you start to, you know, claim a higher and higher percent of the market share, getting that same market share and that same improvement in profitability just becomes, like, more and more exponentially difficult to a point it's no longer realistic. I have no idea where that... There you are. Okay. That box... Why are you being so weird and snapping so hard to this? That gives me a free pellet. Can't you pick up the pellet and throw everything from it? If you can, I'm unaware of it. I can play stuff from the pellets in the sense of, like, these things I have on my pallet now, but as far as, like, taking a pallet and, like, tipping it over onto the conveyor belt, I don't believe so, because if two boxes occupy the same space, they kind of launch themselves in the air. I was going to actually put that back there, but I think I gotta reroute a bunch of stuff more than I'd like to. Okay, so I need one more corner piece to accommodate this. And then we should be good. Now give me a bit of a buffer over here. Alright, because now I'm getting down to the point where I'm having less and less just surplus laying around. I just came to the realization that I actually needed 2 more pieces. Honestly, just to make it all match. That's interesting. It did pass it from one side to the other. Okay, so I actually needed 2 more than that. Alright. Cool. Is this the new warehouse? No, but we're basically on the home stretch of saving up for it. We're just doing a little bit of cleanup here and there as, like, conveyor belts get backed up. But we are in the save for the new warehouse mode. Let me go ahead and grab all of these up real fast. What I'll do is I'll run this all into my office. But yeah, we should be able to get to the new warehouse in not terribly long. We would be at about 300-something thousand, but I did stop to build out an entire extra set of filtering to speed up our income. It was something I had waffled back and forth on whether I should do or just wait out the money. I'm still pretty mixed on if that was the right decision. I think it will be the right decision in the long run to have expanded like we did. But, you know what? I don't need this pallet anymore. This is the crap pallet. Are things glowing yellow? I don't know. I have a bunch of random things that are glowing that I was configuring. What I might try doing is, yeah, it looks like if I toggle them off and on, it'll make them stop glowing for me. And weirdly enough, doing the one made the other one stop too. It's just something that got bugged. There you go. But yeah, no, if you're going for like maximum optimization, I do imagine if I really put the effort to like squish things against the wall, I might be able to fit another set of these, or maybe 2 in here, to have 1 set per door. And that might work. And like I said, the other way I could imagine you'd do it is you'd have like the belts kind of come over as a ribbon, and then have, you know, your like 3 or 4 machines of each style that goes here. They filter the stuff out, and then they would load balance between them using conveyor belts to then do the next set of machines to load balance between them to do the next things. So we get rid of a lot of the duplication here. That's just kind of filler buffer space. Alright, so the next day is the plane day. So we're going to go over here, and we're going to take the ship route. We're going to turn that off. The only part that's not fully automated is at the end of the different days. I have to go over, and you just saw me turn off the cargo of different types. That is something I have to do, is go in each day and be like, okay, this type of cargo we're accepting, that type of cargo we're not. And actually with that, I should go over to these and cash those 2 out, because I can't cash them out tomorrow. You can, but it's locked behind the new warehouse, which is 500,000. Let's see. I'd say get your warehouse set up, then you can do the dual revenue stream and come back and tear down and improve if necessary. Yet I don't anticipate coming back and doing this, but I do think it is the push to the warehouse now, of just getting that going as fast as we can now. So what I want to do now is our airline's on, so we could turn on that conveyor belt. And then this stack of boxes over here is my other one. So I can turn that on now. Alright. Yeah, so it shouldn't take too many days. Trying to see if I can get myself a decent vantage point to kind of overwatch the whole thing doing its bit. Yeah, the contracts, like, it can be worth it for me to run these down, but, like, so 3 parcels I'd expect to make at this stage $300-something. So certainly the $500 is a little bit more, but running around for a good 5-10 minutes for $100 doesn't feel like it's worth my effort. But yeah, no, I definitely have enough room here that if we reconfigured this, I could definitely get 1, maybe 2 more sets of the production setup. And obviously I got more storage I've got to build out here. And as I add those things, that would increase my storage requirements even farther. Because, you know, just the more the throughput and all that. But I feel pretty comfortable. Could just sit on the rejection line or browse the contract, loot, low effort. Yeah, that's what I was hoping, is if I could get a little bit higher than this, it'd be cool to kind of watch, because most of the action is happening in this area. Because you've got, like, all the different boxes coming in here. Surprised it's getting backed up at that spot. We're getting so many rejected boxes on this line, it's occasionally going there. Buy a medium shelf just for perching on. Get on one of these machines instead, just to get a little bit higher vantage point. It's a shame there's no rigidity to this thing. But yeah, no, it all looks like it's moving smoothly now. But yeah, no, it'd be interesting to it'd be interesting for this board here. It'd be interesting for, like, this board here, if you could get an idea of, like, how you're trending on average. Like, how many packages I submitted today versus yesterday versus so on and so forth. There we go. Gonna take a quick glance every morning as to what's available. Okay, and none of these are properly backfilling. This one will get there. I believe it's going to be a while till we have the boat again. Yeah, so if you skip a day, will it simulate the whole day? No. If I were to go to sleep, I actually can't remember if it lets you go to sleep early at all. But no, it doesn't. It doesn't continue to process the whole thing out. It doesn't do like some calculation in the back end and say, yeah, it's about how much you should have made. So it isn't a thing where you can just skip, and then have all your money. Yeah, so the boat stuff is going to get backed up, so we're going to have to grab a little bit for the boats. So let's go 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. And 1, 2, 3, 4 should probably be plenty for it. Because otherwise it'll back up and then we'll stop making money, so tossing a couple thousand at that should make us more money than if I leave it alone. Alright. And that's because you can see this line is getting kind of backed up. In this particular case, I figure we go that way, because this one's got more room to go this way, versus that'll give me room to expand there if we need to. Trying to decide how I wanted to set this up. Okay. Right, and the problem is I had to use a merger and just the way that's set up. And thank you, Commodore, for the Tier 1 sub. I do appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. Alright. Yeah, we're going to leave this alone on the main line down here, and I'll just slowly fill it in this way. That's not what I said it's going to do at the beginning. But I'm trying to look at, like, okay, how much effort would this take? And trying to choose kind of, like, the path of least resistance. Because then with this, I can just loop it back and plug it into this spot again. Like that. Alright. Yeah, no, thank you so much for that support. I do really appreciate it. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all good stuff. Alright. Cool. Alright. So that gives a bit more of a buffer. We got the last couple of boxes working their way around. Okay. So, if we check on our schedule, the next day, no airplanes. So you've got your last couple of boxes going through here. Yes, that's the last plane box going that way. That's the last box going this way. Which way are you going? Alright. Just help you along real fast. Okay, cashed that out. And cash that out. Alright, and then we're all set up for the next day. Alright. Yeah, we got 649 packages processed that day. And continuing to build up those numbers. The idea that you're just one person operating this whole thing is just absolutely bonkers. Like, the reality, you'd have to have people maintaining all the different machinery and doing checks and safety workers and janitors and all sorts of different people involved in operating a place like this. Not that you'd need 100 people here or anything like that, but realistically, one thing with automation is while it does really help, when something goes wrong with the automation, it does tend to, like, seize things up. It's still faster than not using automation by a large margin, but yeah. Imagine having to manage the staff, though. That'd suck. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. For the video game, I wouldn't want them to add that. But it is one of those things that you'll definitely have people be like, oh, you know, we don't really need that many warehouse workers in real life. Like, look, you can play this game. And you're like, no, man, it's a video game. It's not like real life. It's very much a different thing. Because, like, that's kind of where it's going with that. It's like, the reality is the real life equivalent. You know, well, for one, you don't have a magic machine that goes, is there contraband? You know, people are going to try and find ways to hide the contraband. Like a scale and a serial number scanner, sure. I also don't imagine you'd get labels that have hamburger and all sorts of stuff for the cargo type and everything in real life as well. Imagine to mop all your footprints off the conveyors. Well, I mean, that'd be just one of the things. You'd have to go through and just lubricate every one of those conveyors. The amount of manual maintenance you'd want to do. And again, I would not want this in the game. I would not like the idea you get your automation set up and then you, the player, you get out your little oil till thing and go, you know, squirt, 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 like one by one. And have to do that, or like all your machines either wear out and stop working, and then you'd have to replace them every so often. It'd be an incredibly tedious game if that was the case. What if you put ChatGPT in the contraband machine? Surely find everything. Conveyor number 1581 has broken and needs repair. Yep. But that's kind of the realism versus fun side. Like, there are people who are super committed to realism at all costs. And it's like the realism version of this game would be absolutely miserable to play. Like, as you built up your factory, it would go from, like, you know, going through your boxes and scanning them all to just spending your entire time just doing maintenance on machines. And then on top of that, still getting complaints for inaccurate packages, because anytime you have a system like this, there's going to be some amount of false positives and false negatives. That's just really, you know, a thing that happens. And so if you got dinged based on your false positives and false negatives, you do that. Yeah, managing dozens of employees and maintaining machines, yep. You like doing, percussive, do you mean percussive maintenance on machines? Just go to the machine, give it a good thwack on the side, and hope it sorts itself out? This is, or they go the other side of that, and you have the game ending as the boss just firing you because he doesn't need you anymore. Yup. Where they get rid of you as like a person planning and setting this all up, and they just get a technician or two. Or preventative maintenance. I'm sorry, preventative maintenance. It's funny. I once had the title preventative maintenance technician when I worked at retail. Like I had started out as a salesman and I moved over to preventive maintenance technician. Just as things went on, which was like, you just did crap around the store, like when lights would go out, you'd replace the lights and all that kind of garbage. That stuff. But the part of the job I enjoyed the most and was probably the most of my time is stuff that got returned that wasn't, worthless junk. Or, sorry, that was worth putting the effort into is the way I should phrase it. So, someone would bring back, like, a giant lawnmower and all that, this $2,000-$3,000, Bob Vila V8 lawnmower and whatever, and they would return it, and it's like, well, okay, well, we need to go look and see what's going on with this thing. And a lot of times, the vast majority of times we got lawn equipment back, it was people just don't know how to run a gas engine. And so you go in, you'd clean out the gas and everything, and it started to run perfectly fine. There was the occasional one, you're like, nope, this is jacked up. But I would say for every one that was, like, legitimately broken, I probably had 20 to 30 that it was the person didn't, they mixed their gas wrong. The person, didn't put oil in it. The person didn't, didn't remove, like, whatever the little capper was, or whatever the thing was. They just didn't do basic stuff, or they had the choke the whole way up, so it just choked the thing out again and again, so they'd get it started, and then it would choke off, and all that stuff. Yeah, old gas. The number of times I had people argue with me that they brought their thing back, and to try and save the sale, when it was someone brought in, like, something they had just purchased, they said, it doesn't work, this is a piece of junk. And it'd open up and you get like one whiff of the gas, like, man, your gas is gone. Like, this is some real stale gas. And they'd be like, no, it's fine, man. It's been in the can. It's only been like, 8 months or whatever. It doesn't go bad that fast. Like, no. In your little teeny tiny cans, a couple of months your gas is no good. It'll separate out into almost like a turpentine, and like it'll be like this really thin liquid, and it'll be almost like a sludge in the bottom. Like, it's almost like this like tannish off-white sludge. They'll just settle in the bottom of your can. Obviously that's an extreme separation, but it starts going that way. And yeah, I can't tell you how many times, especially weed whackers, all the time weed whackers, people would come in and the gas they put in there would be like no good. Either they've mixed it wrong, which happened all the time, or they will have gas that, it's gone dodgy. And then you're like, okay, and you just, flush the line and everything, and you take it right back out there. It's like, okay, here's some new gas. You pull it, you start, and you're like, it's working now. Your gas is bad. They're like, you don't know what you're talking about. It's like, I have a working piece of equipment here that is running, that was not working when you came in. All I did is I took out your gas and cleaned the fuel line, and I put in new gas. You can argue with me, but this isn't a me problem. I'm doing this because I'm nice. The next time you come in here, we're shipping it out to get taken to the proper tech people, and they're going to charge you $300-$400 by the time they're done with it. So, you can argue with me, but I got no skin in this game. I'm just trying to help you. Let's see, your job has theoretical preventative maintenance. It doesn't work because like 1% of what needs to be is fobbed off to the wrong people. Yeah. Skip enough preventive, and you might have to use percussive maintenance as long as the parts ship on time. The boss doesn't care. Having to manage employees also means you don't deal with the investors. We demand higher profits, ordering you to terminate at least one of your employees. So, Bob, I called you in today about your impeccable lowering of productivity. We don't feel you'll ever recover to the level of productivity you had, so we're letting you go. Security will see you out. Yeah. No, that's, I've been in a number of companies that have done stuff like IPO'd and all that kind of stuff, or gone into mergers and all that, and I have never once seen that work out to the benefit of the employees or the customers. Like, I've been through it many times from the tech angle. Usually it's acquisitions kind of thing, a company that was like a private startup that got acquired by a public company and yada yada. And yeah, it's, your goals of the company are misaligned from like shareholder to customer to employee, and it is a problem. But yeah, no, it's for those who don't know, yeah, I saw someone mention the fuel stabilizer. Yeah, you can use fuel stabilizer. That does give you more time. It kind of helps chemically reverse some of the separation. Once it starts going too far gone, it's too late. But they make it. It's usually like little bottles like that. You just put it in. It's like one little bottle for I think a gallon of gas, and it'll give you a good couple more months before that gas starts going dodgy. But that used to be one of the arguments it'd have all the time in like Project Zomboid. Is people talking about, you know, oh, you're a year after like the zombie apocalypse has happened and all the things that do, and you're like, well, you need gasoline to do that. You need gasoline to do that. You need gasoline to do that. And they're like, yeah, what's the problem? It's like, yeah, even at the gas station, gas ain't gonna be good after a year. Like all your movies and all that where people are still driving around their cars and like the apocalypse happened 10 years ago. I'm like, nah, that's you might have one place that has the tech to make gasoline for their own vehicles, if that. Like, in all those apocalyptic things, you're like, dude, if we're talking the electric grid is down and all that, yeah, there's not cars driving around a year later. No one's got, yeah, Waterworld is ridiculous. Fun movie, but the idea that they have these oil barges that they're running jet skis off of and everything, it's like, nah, man. I'm sorry, but no. Like, you could get, like, a biodiesel or something you're making actively, sure. I'm willing to accept that. But, like, the idea that you've been collecting oil that's just, like, coming up from the bottom, and, like, having bunker oil and all that, it's like, nah, man, I'm sorry. Gasoline is not shelf stable. Yeah, no, that's honestly, that's the truth with so many movies. It's like, enjoy the movie, don't think about it in any real detail or you'll ruin it for yourself. Because the reality is, very few movies, even ones that do put a very genuine effort into trying being scientifically accurate, almost always have to, you know, cut some corners and all that stuff. See, although you think there was a fractional distillation column on the main ship of Waterworld, oh, I don't remember. All I remember was his excuse that they had all the oil, like the bad guys. Just shake. That's not true, man. I'm sorry, that's not true. It can help a little bit, but you don't just give the gas a little jiggly jiggly, and it makes it all better. It'll help if the gas is only a little stale. But nah. Like that sludge on the bottom ain't going anywhere by shaking. You can put in a paint mixer and it's probably not going to move around much. Like I can tell you from all the times I've had to purge fuel lines of it. It can get really caked in there. Sometimes you just yank the fuel line, you just put in a new fuel line, because getting that crap out of there isn't worth, you know, however many bucks that little plastic fuel line is on a lot of lawn, or not lawn equipment, but whatever. Yep, it'll get, probably just plug up your fuel filter. Yep. Yeah, you don't want to shake stale fuel. Again, different if it's only starting to get there, and then you put fuel stabilizer in it, and you're mixing the fuel stabilizer, sure. If you're talking mixed gas, where you've mixed the oil and the gas, where that separates a little bit before the gas goes dodgy, absolutely. That can start to separate. But once the fuel itself starts to separate, like, that's no good anymore. There are things you can use that for. That crap in the bottom is almost like I said, like, it's almost like a turpentine. It's like this thick stuff. It does kind of smolder. Public service announcement to install a fuel cutoff valve on all your small engines and run them dry at the end of the season. Yeah, no, when I was saying, like, the fuel going bad, that's a lot of what would happen is why weed whackers are always a problem, is the weed whackers, your fuel tank is only, like, this big. It's a little tiny fuel tank unless you get a 4-cylinder, which is not, like, you know, that's, even commercially, they don't often use the 4 cylinders. But, you can get them, and they're not bad. But, like, the little twins, you know, it's just a little thing like that. You know, the 4-cylinder might be more like this big. And yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that, because of how little volume there is there, it turns so much faster. You know, like going to a gas station, going to like a gas station where, you know, they've got hundreds of thousands of gallons below, well, thousands of gallons below there. It takes a lot longer for it to go, but it will, you know, it will go. You're just talking the difference between a couple of months to a year, maybe. It doesn't last, like, people greatly overestimate how durable gas is. It's one of the constant things when you get to disaster preparedness discussions and all that. It's like, hey man, you know that generator you got? Did you drain the gas the last time, or, like, you know, run it dry? If not, you should really do that. Or your power's gonna drop when the hurricane rolls through and you're gonna try and get that generator running, and after you're about ready to black out, tired out, trying to start that power cord and just flooding it again and again because the gas is all no good and your fuel lines are all clogged up, you're just gonna be tired and still not have power. Yeah, but if it goes bad in the carburetor, it's like half a day of parts to kit to rebuild. Yeah. Yeah, I want to say, we looked at that, because I don't know much about diesel. It's like, there's not much diesel lawn equipment you sell these days. As in, I've never sold any diesel lawn equipment ever. Because it's just not what it's used for anymore. So I remember we looked it up, and the last time it came up, it was still like gas in the sense that people greatly overestimated how long it stays, but I believe you are right that diesel has a longer shelf life than gasoline. Yeah, I mean, well, gasoline can also be contaminated by water. Like, it's a real problem where we're here in Florida with the humidity, that if you've had a car long enough and it's not driven frequently, you can have water build up in your gas tank from just, you know, all the times you open the cap to put the gas in. A little bit of humidity gets in, you close the cap, you repeat that process. And they make a product called dry gas that basically the idea is it absorbs a bunch of that water into it, and then it burns off with your gas. Because if you start getting gas in your cylinders, or sorry, get water in your cylinders, water vapor, it doesn't burn, you'll start misfiring until you know, the engine won't run because it doesn't run on water. No, yeah, James, we actually went through this previously, because this is a topic that came up all the time in Project Zomboid. That diesel does not last forever. Like, even if you properly store it. How long does diesel last for? I don't want your ads, get this out of here. The typical shelf life for diesel is between 18 to 24 months if cooled in a properly cooled, dry, shaded, and tightly sealed tanks. It's like, you can sometimes get them longer and all that sort of stuff, and it goes into, like, all the different things, like microbes and all the different things, and poorly maintained tanks. But yeah. Broadly speaking, it's about 2 years, whereas gasoline, again, so it's 18 to 24 months, and it's usually dealing with, like, what's the size of the container, what's the environment, yada yada. Whereas gasoline can be 3 months to a year for a similar sized container. Again, 3 months would be talking very, very small containers, like on your thing. Yeah, you've run 2-year plus old fuel. Older equipment is a lot less than moderate pressure injection system. Well, right. Keep in mind, you say 2 years is when the gas starts going bad. That's when it starts going stale. And you're not wrong that, like, yeah, you know, more efficient equipment, unfortunately, is more finicky about your gas. Like, when you get your stuff that's getting, you know, way better fuel efficiency, way better power out of the same fuel, the unfortunate consequences, they tend to be less tolerant for gas not being great. But yeah, no, but the point still being, if you're going to be using diesel, you know, to like fuel up your truck to go drive out of an area, you know, where disasters happen and you might not have more fuel or whatever, like, you just kind of anticipate that it's only good for, you know, 2 years or whatever. Obviously, if you're driving your diesel truck at any frequency, that's fine. You're replacing your fuel constantly. But if you just got a container sitting in the corner, once like 18 months to 2 years go back, you should just assume that gas is no good. Which doesn't mean it can't be used for anything, but like, you don't want to count on that, you know, for an emergency, and you probably don't want to use it into a piece of equipment that, if it is bad, is going to be a huge pain in the butt to deal with. Which is one nice thing about a lot of, like, weed whackers and all that, is flushing the fuel out of weed whacker is not a big deal. There's a little plastic fuel line on most of them. You just pop it off, you flush the line, you remove the spark plug and you flush that all out. You know, put the spark plug back in. You know, dry it out, of course. But, like, and it's just really easy to purge. But if it's something like your car's engine or something, you don't want to run bad gas through a car's engine. You know, that's where you used to hear about the nightmare situations where, you know, someone would get in a tiff or a fight with someone else and they would put sugar in their gas tank or whatever and then just utterly destroy the car's engine because you've effectively, you know, screwed the gas up and it just causes all sorts of gunk to build up inside the engine. Obviously, that's much worse, but still. Alright, we're almost there, chat. We're getting pretty close to breaking 400,000, and 500,000 is the goal. But yeah, no, that was a topic that came up all the Yeah, that was the thing. It actually hurt someone who did that nowadays. Cars are too expensive to do that crap now. I mean, it was always too expensive. Like, it's no different than back in the day how severe the consequences were for, you know, stealing someone's horse. You know, that was their livelihood. That's no different with car. You wreck someone's car in that manner, you basically rob that person's livelihood, most likely. They can't get to work, they can't get to their other responsibilities. So yeah, no, that's you know, like that kind of vandalism, it's like, no, that's tens of thousands of dollars worth of damage right there. Not counting, you know, lost income and all that. By the time you bring someone in, they have to basically tear apart the engine, rebuild the whole thing, drain the fuel tank and all that. All the labor involved. That is something I could certainly see insurance just being like, that car's totaled. Get it out of here. That's what your equipment has locking fuel filters. Yeah, you could get a used car for cheap once upon a time. They're paid off in years, not decades. Right, no, you're not wrong. But again, if you're living paycheck to paycheck and someone destroys your engine by putting junk in your gas tank, that doesn't matter if the cars don't cost as much as they used to, if you couldn't afford to get a new car anyways. Yeah. No, I mean, I would agree it's tougher now. Luckily, you don't hear about that kind of nonsense as much anymore. I'm sure it still happens. Yeah, no, that's always one of the things that surprises me, that, like, obviously there's a big expense with moving heavy equipment and all that, but, like, how much heavy equipment you just see, like, kind of just dumped on the side of the road for, it's like, oh, they're going to be doing the construction, all that kind of stuff. And you're like, man, I would be worried that people would screw with us. And I understand, like, here in the US, for example, if an area is considered a construction site, which a lot of the times when equipment are being left will probably be a construction site. Not always, but a lot of times they will. Like, that goes straight to felony, which is our big crimes. That, like, you do something that's not a construction site versus on it, the consequences are severely different. It is because it is a infrastructure headache kind of problem. Okay, turn off the plane stuff. Gator money. And hit the door. But yeah, it's always one of those things that you see them doing that. That's one of the ones you see here done all the time is at the construction sites. They'll take their generator and they'll take like their big crane and they will lift the generator like 50 feet up in the air using the crane and just leave it hanging up there overnight. Because the generator is like really easy for someone to just roll up and run, right off with. But hot wiring a crane or whatever you got to do is going to be a whole thing. All right, so parcel types. That's not what I need. Can't get that one to our next one. It's cargo type. So we're back to no trains. Well, crap. All right, so we're gonna have a few invalid submissions today. I didn't catch that we were getting into the weekend, so there's already going to be train cargo contaminating that line. And it will just be whatever's in that doorway over there. But the others should all be fine. I mean, you figure you leave... Yeah. Where someone is mad, you're clearing like 10 acres of forest, then cut your hydraulic line. Like, way to save the planet by contaminating it with 30 gallons of hydraulic fluid. Yeah. Well, we don't run into a lot of that kind of stuff that I've seen, at least not where I'm at. Obviously, I don't keep up with a lot of that. But it's like, you'll have people like, there's save the trees. It's like, well, if you're complaining about a tree farm, there's really not a net gain or loss in trees there. It's a rotation. It's different when, people are burning down the Amazon for farmland or whatever. It's like, okay, that's actually pretty awful. But like, most of the time, you don't see a lot of that. A lot of the pushback nowadays tends to be about, coal and all that. The local coal power plant that's still out and about. More likely someone tries to steal an attachment like a bucket and sell it at the scrapyard. Yeah. I can see that kind of thing. So you don't agree with just chopping down forests unless more trees are planted. But if you have issues with deforestation, then you should probably focus on the wildfires because regulations on wildfire prevention are crap. Well, yeah, that's what I was saying, is you have people every once in a while who'll, like, protest stuff like the paper industry and that. And, don't get me wrong, there was some pretty sketchy stuff done there in the past, but kind of these days with the paper industry, almost all of them are using sustainable stuff. Not specifically because of the environmental side of things, it's just more pragmatic. Just to grow different types of woods that grow fairly rapidly and then just have a large area that you can just keep doing a rotation around again and again. The problems you run there is a lot of times they'll do what's known as a monoculture. So basically they will grow nothing but the same kind of trees. And that can have a whole mess of problems for the environment in its own right, usually around animals. Not for trees, but for, like, in the middle of the country, US, we have a lot of problems because you'll just have, endless miles of, like, soy or, wheat or corn or whatever. And the issue you tend to run into with that is bees required to get pollen from a number of different types of flowers, or they get effectively what's, kind of like malnutrition. And so a lot of these giant farms almost become a barrier that the bees can't get past to spread, and then they can't survive well on those farms because they're just kind of getting one type of thing, and it'd be the same as like getting scurvy, where you're getting your calories and all that, but you're just not getting the appropriate nutrition you need, and it's a real problem for them. Which, granted, a lot of places are getting better about that. So, like, I know in the UK they have a whole thing where, I don't know all the details around it. If you have a certain amount of farmland, you are both subsidized and required to have a certain amount of your area be, like, native flowers or whatever. And that is to tackle issues like that. So that, you're not dealing with this giant, endless expanse of just one crop. And that it, starts devastating the local ecology. by having those little wild areas, it does help with that. And then plus there's all sorts of other benefits from doing so as well. Let's see, white pine, Doug fir. Yeah, no, we have there's not a lot of lumbering in Florida, but kind of in the center state there is some. And yeah, it's mostly pine. I don't know if it's white pine specifically, but it is a type of pine. Let's see, which more places use native plants and such for lots and purposes? Well, that's actually, so Florida has a lot of really crappy laws around a bunch of stuff, but one of the ones we have that's like kind of a good thing is, while the negative is Florida, almost all new development requires an HOA, just by the way the laws are written back during the 70s and 60s and all that. Or actually, I think it's before. It doesn't matter. In the past, they basically required HOAs, and that sucks. But one of the things that has been a more modern thing they've done is HOAs can tell you like what you can and cannot do, but they actually pass laws that when it comes to for energy and water conservation efforts, the HOA can't have any say in it. So if I say I want to put solar panels on the roof, and the HOA says, hey, we don't allow solar panels here, the HOA can go fly a kite because the state law says you can't tell me not to do that. Or how to do it or anything. Like, you don't get a say in it. And we can do what's known as xeriscaping, where I can go and, you know, pull up my lawn, get rid of the grass, put down, like, the white gravel, put, like, native plants and planters and all that, for both water conservation and all that. And again, it's one of those things that the HOA could throw a fit and be super upset about it, but they're literally not allowed to do anything. That doesn't mean they can't be a-holes about it. But, like, if they tried to take action on it, you know, that they're just not allowed to do anything there. But your neighborhood banded together, non-HOA, and replant a bunch of Virginian native plants and such. It's really neat. It was student-led thing, something like 100 houses in their lot. Yeah, so Orlando has had that a number of times where, not specifically any like those, but it's they've had big efforts of like regrowing trees in areas that had been cleared once upon a time, you know, and the reason they got cleared wasn't relevant anymore. And so they've been kind of doing a reforesting effort in a lot of those areas. I couldn't tell you what trees they were planting or anything like that. I know I went out there and one time to help do like the labor side of it, just planting a bunch of trees, but I couldn't tell you what they were, and that's been a long time ago. Like, they still do it on the rare occasion, like on the occasion and all that. But that was while I was in school, that I was aware, like college school. I was aware of what was going on, but you know, I'm not around all the youngins, so I don't end up in the know on when these things are going down to get involved. Let's see, as much as the grow the lawns not food type you are, your kids need a place to play, and dogs. Grow lawns not food. I'm sorry, I don't understand that. Need a place to play and dogs need a place to run? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. There's definitely one of those things that, like, you need third spaces that are either free and or cheap. Whether they're, like, right there, but they need to be close by, free and or cheap, that, you know, kids can get to them, you can walk the dog to them, whatever. Like, that is genuinely a real problem we have, is a lack of third places. With all the growth in Orlando, you're sure their efforts went to waste? Those trees would have been cut down for more rentios. So, with that, one of the other rules we do have in Florida, I don't know the specifics on this one because it's been a while, when you are clearing an area for building, they have a whole point system going on to it, that the more, like, plants you're removing and all that, the more whatever, you are required to do a bunch of replanting on your property and all that. You can't just, like, clean sweep it, make it into an empty lot and all that. So you'll see, like, the shopping centers and all that, they'll build and they'll have extra bunch of property that's easements that they have to grow a bunch of stuff on it. Sometimes they could wiggle around it where, you know, you can get out to the edges and it'll be almost on a separate property, and it's not perfect. But, it is a thing that they do put a lot of effort there, and Orlando specifically does a bunch of extra stuff to try and, you know, help with that. You think for every 7 trees you cut down, I think you replant 1. I think that's on the state level. I believe Orange County, it is it's a far more aggressive one. Now, granted, like I said, a lot of it they kind of wiggle around it, where you build a shopping center here, and then you go to a park someplace else and you plant a bunch of trees. Which it's like, okay, that's sort of good and sort of not good. It's like you're kind of doing it, but it's at least better than, you know, you plow a place, you put down a Walmart, and then just, you know, an entire part of a wetlands is just gone. But yeah. Yeah, you said it wrong the first time around. Like, grow a garden, grow a wildflower. Okay, yeah, that's what it's like grow a lawn, not food. I was like, what? Like, that sounds like the opposite of what we should do. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Like, there's been a pretty big initiative so far as, like, getting away from just having grass lawns everywhere. And that doesn't mean you can't have a grass lawn, but, like, where so many places, like, you will have a grass lawn, that there's being more and more pushback, being like, hey, man, if you want a grass lawn, do it. But if you don't want a grass lawn, you shouldn't be obligated to do it either. Like, that's one I have debated doing, is kind of pulling up my front yard and going with the xeriscaping, which it is one of those things that it costs a bunch of money up front because you are doing a major change. It saves you money in the long run because lawn maintenance is just a money pit. And like I've got people who come out and do my lawn and everything, and they've been no show for almost a month. They've been fighting with the group who organizes it. And it's like, look, man, this is not okay. This is Florida. That thing is turning into its own, like, jungle out there. And, you know, I don't got the time and all that, and with my overheating health thing, like, I gotta be careful about going out in the heat. So, like, I don't mind doing it in the winter and the fall, but during the summer it could get legitimately dangerous for me. Which sucks. It's really frustrating. Especially someone who used to do a lot of that. Let's see, living by Chesapeake Bay, we have pretty strong ecological laws. It's annoying sometimes, but it's good for the long term. Oh yeah. No, that's definitely the thing, is like a lot of those laws that do so much for, like, keeping the environmental stuff, you know, in the good and all that, they can be very frustrating and get in the way a lot. I is just realizing that this whole thing is backed up. It's not backed up too deep, and it's at the end of the in-game day, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to pretend it's not a problem, and we're going to pop over here really fast, go to sleep, and I'm going to expand the train output over there. Yeah, and the 10 incorrect approvals is I didn't cycle the thing yesterday. And so I had my one area on the starting side of the warehouse where it takes both the road and the train. I already had like 15 packages in there. And so it's like, okay, well, if they're wrong, they're wrong. I can't fix it. And there's a bunch that were wrong. Okay, so it's another day of that. So what I need to do is pop down here. And we're going to need to do this nonsense again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 3, 4. And 1, 2. Grab one of our pallets. But I just need to add more of a buffer on that train line. It's backing up and it's going to start really getting in the way of a lot of things. Okay. Alright. But yeah, I know it's a thing I would potentially want to do, is to stop and go, okay, let me get rid of my current setup and set up this whole xeriscaping thing. It's been a thing I've been tempted to really look into. Part of it is right now with the content creation thing, you know, I love what I do here, and I want to keep doing it. It's not exactly big money. So dropping 10, 15, 20,000 or whatever it would take to completely redo my yard. Not really in the budget. But yeah. Could you do raised beds with zeros between them? So, with the HOA, I could potentially do, like, maybe raised beds that were like, you know, whatever flowers they're comfortable with or whatever having in your front property kind of thing. Like, do something like that. But as far as, like, putting a raised bed and, like, growing tomatoes or something, I would not be allowed to do that in the front yard. Backyard, I could do whatever I want in that regard. You know, there's some limitations, but it's pretty... Most of the time, the HOA, the thing they care about is, can we see it from the road? If yes, alright, we're gonna be absolute jerks about it. We demand your home be the color of sadness and disappointment. What is the least interesting color scheme you could come up with for your house? It needs to be that. Could you just use laser beams to blind them so they can't see their home? I appreciate, and my neighborhood hasn't done this, I appreciate the neighborhoods who have managed to get a board of directors on their HOA who is against the existence of the HOA, and then just basically go through and pass a ton of rules that's like, okay, well, we can't dissolve the HOA without this giant rigmarole that involves legal and everything, but we can pass a whole bunch of rules that make it so the HOA is entirely and utterly ineffective, and that then changing the rules back, you know, add a whole bunch of arbitrary, you know, hurdles you have to go over that are just not really realistic. I appreciate that level of, like, malicious compliance. And then basically, you know, shutting the HOA down for all intents and purposes. Because you're required to have an HOA here in Florida. It doesn't mean it has to be a functional one. It could be an HOA that's effectively completely ineffective. So we're looking at either today in-game, or more than likely tomorrow in-game, we're going to get the new warehouse. Probably tomorrow. Yeah, it'll be probably tomorrow because we're backlogging a lot of our different types of cargo. And we're going to get to ship that all out in the next day or so. And I got a bunch of those. Because soon it shall be mine. I'm also low-key glad we went this way. And the reason I'm glad we went this way versus jumping on my old save is I like getting Steam achievements. It brings me joy. I love the little dopamine hit. And when we were playing yesterday, that was a pre-release of the update, and so the achievements weren't implemented. And I did pop onto the save that we did it just to see if I would get the achievement for getting the warehouse, and I did not. So I was going to need to play this save at least enough to get the warehouse unlocked to get that achievement. And now I get to do that on stream without having to, like, leave it running idle or whatever to do it, or, you know, just getting that because of it. Yeah, no, Cinderlash, there is, they have different names, but yeah, when you have stuff like condos and that, they do have HOAs around that, and that's one of those things like, okay, that makes sense. You know, if we're in a building and there's like 10 units in the building, that sure, you're gonna have more restrictions because you're kind of on a physical shared property. Cool. They can still be jerks about it or whatever, but, you know, there's an understanding there. But with the neighborhoods, the thing to keep in mind is HOAs in the United States, while HOAs predate this issue, the reason they gained a ridiculous amount of popularity in the United States was segregation. Look at when all the laws around HOAs and deed-secured communities came into place in the U.S. it very heavily aligns with a bunch of rules coming around segregation and how there's going to be more limits on what could be done and all that. So unfortunately, pretty much in the U.S., if you go, why is this weird thing happening? It's probably answer's probably slavery, segregation, or just, you know, some type of exploitation. We don't need to dig into that topic too much deeper than that. But, yeah. Yep, yeah, no, HOAs were very much along with the old redlining. It was kind of all in that same area. Another pumped up by developers to ensure they get the maximum sales on developments as they continue to build, and then they get left behind when they're done building. Yeah, well, I mean, that's partly also because a lot of places like Florida, they're codified in law that if you don't want an HOA and you want to live in Florida, your choices are, one, you can buy a property that was built in like the 1950s to the 1930s, or two, you can live in the middle of nowhere swamp where there's no real development. There is no third option there. If you're in those two, you're probably legally obligated to have an HOA. I can't remember what the breakoff was. It was something like houses built in the 1970s or 1950s, or somewhere around there is the cutoff. That houses built prior to that wouldn't be required to have them. Swamp house sounds great for fishing. Probably. There's a lot of really cool freshwater fish you can catch here. My grandparents used to have a little cottage up in this place called Walaka. Which Walaka has the one historically interesting thing about it, and is the only thing interesting about it at all whatsoever in its entirety, is that back in the day, we're talking, you know, back when ships traveled by sail and mast as the primary thing of getting around, you know, colonial times kind of era, there was a land route. So that you would land your boat on one side of Florida, on the East Coast, and you take a land cross across the middle, and then get on a boat on the other side to go do whatever you're doing. It was not well-traveled, because you're crossing swamp, and that sounds like a bad time. But there was a river that went through the middle of the state around there that, you know, whatever. And so they had a little ferry that you go and take your covered wagon onto your little ferry, and you take it across the other side, and all that. And that's where the ferry was in the little town of Walaka. It was not heavily used. It was a fine place. It's just like in the middle of nowhere, wetlands, Florida. But you catch all sorts of stuff. There was like gar and mullet and bass. I don't know what the actual name of, but we had these fish that we called croaker fish because they'd make like a frog croaking sound. I don't believe Florida has anacondas. I think that's was that the Amazon has anacondas? Yep. No, there's, you can look in the history of all that stuff, and, every bit of it, if you're a person who, yeah, pythons. We do have pythons. They're not native. Pythons were imported. And then it was the classic, either during a storm they got away, or more often than not, people decide that they got a pet and they don't like it, and they just release it into the wild. It happens a lot. And apparently enough people did it that, you know, they figured out how to make it happen. Yeah, no, pythons have been doing a real big number. That is probably the one major truth about anything Florida, more than anything else, is 90% of the stuff that shows up here is an invasive species. Because it's a peninsula that goes from subtropics to tropics, and like just north of it, it does get to the point of snowing and everything. You have a lot of species who can't survive through that kind of temperate climate, but they are absolutely loving the tropic part. And so people bring them in as pets, they get introduced there, nothing has ever experienced that creature in Florida, and they decimate. We had the lionfish has basically been just annihilating the tropical fish in the Atlantic. We've got pythons have been causing all sorts of grief in the Everglades and all that. Oh, there's a handful of other ones. There's a couple of bird birds that are decimating the local population. I want to say there were bees that were causing a problem. Chameleons? I haven't heard about chameleons being on the list. I'd believe it. Okay, so the trains are available today. I don't believe we have killer bee problems going on. There was a hot minute there in like the late 90s, early 2000s, where like half the news like, oh god, the killer bees are coming. Be ready. America, get ready. The killer bees are on their way. And then it kind of just, you know, they exist, but like it was presented like you wouldn't be able to go outside without being absolutely assaulted. Let's see, there are places in the Caribbean where you are encouraged to legally kill that. Oh yeah, no, that's I don't know if they've done it the last couple years, but I know they were doing it. That annually they were having this like fishing contest for lionfish here in Central Florida, and it was basically like no cap, no limits, just as many as you want to bring in. Whoever brings in the most wins. And there's a lot of rules around ways you can and cannot fish in the state, and they were much more flexible about those rules if you were participating in the competition. That there's stuff that's like, nah, we don't really want you fishing that way. Like, it's really bad for everything. They're like, no, if you're after the lionfish, it's fine. And yeah, it was a whole thing. I know they did that for years. I'm just not on the coast anymore, so, you know, I'm not someone who fishes very often, so it's just not in my circle of communication. You can still hunt them in Florida. You watch a guy who does that weekly. Yeah, no, it's the pythons. The problem is it's super hard to catch the pythons without being more of a harm than they are. Like, pythons are really good at burying themselves in the Everglades and all that, in places where you can't really do super well to go after them. Why am I seeing a backup over here? Oh, boats. Where are my pallets? Oh, over here. Maybe there are more places. Make sure you don't get a snake body situation where people breed the animal you're trying to get rid of. Yeah, no, that's been a thing that they've dealt with, is people trying to find ways around it and all that. Luckily, they have, I'm sure people figure out ways around it, but they do put a lot of effort into, you know, making sure, like, when you go out for all these, like, competitions or bounties or whatever, that they kind of document you going out, like, what you've got with you, and then when you come back, what you've got with you, that kind of thing. Not that you couldn't potentially game it still, but the effort involved in trying to game it would be sufficient that you might as well just do it. Alright. So, I probably should fix this. I mean, I'll fix it, it's fine. I was gonna say, probably should fix this, because this will be the kind of thing that breaks while I'm not here, and cost me a bunch of potential revenue. Yeah, so that'll be that side. The rest of the guess it'll be... This will just move up. And we'll have that there. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? We're going to add 2. It's going to have the loop on this side. I'm just going to add 2 more, because I feel like I'm forgetting something, and this means, even if I am... Oh. This also means I don't have a spare pallet. I was like, need more pallets? I'm honestly sitting here, if I didn't... So the problem is I can't buy more pallets while there's stuff on the truck. I have to clear the truck, then get another pallet. But yeah. I mean, the big thing is once we open the new warehouse, at that point, we'll have that. I'm feeling pretty good that today is our new warehouse day. But I'm trying to make this so it's mostly a place that I only have to go in here long enough to, you know, toggle trains on, off, that kind of thing. And then while it processes, go to the new location and just kind of work at it. Because I showed kind of my idea of what I want to do for the big warehouse. I've not obviously gotten a chance to test it and all that. But I'm hoping, because there's 12 different countries in the game. And for those who didn't see last night when we took a quick peek at what the new warehouse has, on my other save file we 100% of the game with. So the new warehouse, instead of organizing it by, like, plane, boat, train, I'm gonna say car, but truck or whatever. Instead of organizing it by that, it's instead by, you go kind of distribution center of dealing with it based on your flags. So, like, you are saying, okay, if it needs to go to, I forget the names, Limball. If you need to go and send it to Limball, then you need to go and configure it to go to the Limball thing. And one of the catches are, you've got three drop-off points that are kind of generic that you set where you want them to go to. And each day where you're sending stuff can change, well, will change. And so as a result, you kind of have to use the same tracks for different stuff day to day. And so it is going to be one of those things that ultimately what's going to happen is you're going to need to go in there and be like, okay, you know, here's where I store all my boxes from the various countries, and then I need to then ship that stuff off on different days and different things. So my plan is to effectively have 3 lanes in kind of the middle of the space that I then just need to work through getting them all connected up. I did need 2 more bends. I probably have that already over here. But basically have 3 lanes that go to the various drop-off points. Okay, I don't have any. Alright. But have the 3 lions. Gotta wait. Go away. Vintage Bear, you just spawned. You don't have anything yet. I've had that in a run or two where you're like right at the beginning doing like the Homo sapiens difficulty, which for those who don't know, it makes animals hit twice as hard. They move a little bit faster, and you know, it's basically the animals are worse. That's all you need to know. They're worse, and not by a little bit. And you'll spawn, you'll be like, cool, man, let me just take a quick look around, and you'll go very, very small distance, and then there'll just be a bear there, and you're just like, look, man, I got a flint knife. Please. Please. Just time out, bear. Someone mentioned being able to, like, dump all this there. I would love to be able to take these off one by one. I'm assuming it can't because they just figure you'll click on X and make a colossal mess. And then how do you consolidate shoving, like, 20 of these into the same spot? You managed to chase or lure a bunch of chickens and large gray pigs into pits today? Pretty stoked about that. Yeah, that was, off stream I was messing around with a Homo sapiens run, like, really, really sweaty try-hard settings with a lot of it. And that's just kind of how I dealt with a lot of the dangerous animals. I had my base where I was growing everything, and I just basically made a moat around the whole thing. Not with actual water in it, but just a big ditch. And, you know, had like the 1 or 2 places you could cross into it that were just not climbable by the bears and all that. And yeah, it was pretty fun to walk out there and be like, oh look, there's a bear down in my hole. Grab a whole, stack of andesite or whatever, and just start throwing rocks at it. And you know what time it is, chat? Do you know what time it is? Time to click the button. We are now the proud owners of the Regional Sorting Center. Welcome to the Regional Sorting Center. In this warehouse, you must sort and export parcels by their country rather than their cargo type. So, we're not going to get anything set up today because I got 2,000 bucks after that, but we got our input here, and then we go all the way over here to the output, and you'll notice the output's a little different on this one. Instead, it's going to tell you. Export doors in Regional Sorting Center accept parcels grouped by country. You can configure the country in the door using the display above the door. So if you look here, there's 12 countries up there, and I could cycle through and deliver to one country at a time. And so like today, I would have these 3 countries that would be who I'm delivering to. Tomorrow I've got 5 that I must deliver to, then there's 2, and you get the idea. And the really nefarious thing is if you look way at the top there, it says schedule changes weekly on Monday. Which does mean you can't just plan the whole thing out. You do gotta actually check the schedule. That is, until you get way down here to this god-awful expensive machine here called the Auto Pauser Conveyor, which then I can configure it based on the day of the week, or, based on whatever days or whatever. I actually don't know the details in that one. But yeah, you'll also notice there is a vertical elevator conveyor that what we can actually do is there's a second floor that we can use up here. And you'll also notice up here we have the rejected containers up there. So my assumption of what we're going to have to do here is we'll have to start this by just doing our regular processing that we've already got. So your typical, like, your typical stuff there. What game are you playing? We're playing right here, Parcel Simulator. Right there for you. But yeah, so it's a nice big warehouse and all that kind of stuff. You wander around for a few days before you pick the base area. Yeah, that's not unusual for Vintage Story. It's usually a really good idea in Vintage Story to spend your first 2 or 3 or 4 days or so just kind of running around your local area being like, can I find limestone? Can I find chalk? Can I find bauxite? Like, can I find any of these particular tiles that are considered, important, high value, whatever. Peridotite can also be a good one to locate. Alright, so tomorrow will be naval stuff. Alright, so let's go to sleep. Can you route conveyors out the door into the new one? I don't know. They get a bed and a litter box, and you guess it's an upgrade for the drain in an alley. I also love that I instinctively returned to my, junky bed here. Alright, so I also need to grab this sign and move it on over. Move it on. Move it on over. All right. All right. Now we got this in its entirety is going on over here. Okay, so we need to go through here and just toggle these. Yep, so I just need to go to my boat docks. And get those toggled. You may begin dropping that off. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. So, we'll open for the day. Because now this place should be basically self-sufficient. I am suddenly realizing this is probably the reason they let us build off the pallets. I suspect there isn't a really convenient way for us to get to our truck. Oh, that's cool. So I'm assuming it's duplicated. So like if I buy a flat conveyor, it'll show up here and the other one, and when I grab one, the other one vanishes, would be my guess. Anyways, so what we're going to need to do is just like before we get any farther on anything, I am under the impression, I'm going to go buy that so everything's upgraded. I don't need that, but I'm going to buy it anyways. Oh, let's also check. So licensing, nothing new. Parcel types, let's get that, because the poly bags will just mean more money coming in. And I'll have that last upgrade going. Alright, so we have 12 countries. And one thing I also noticed at the end of stream yesterday was this one doesn't say, hey man, you need like $50,000 to unlock it. You need to do 500 correct express parcel submissions. I'm assuming anything we do in this warehouse is considered an express parcel submission. I don't know that for a fact. That's my guess. All right. Okay, I didn't realize we had a cat. All right. Let's also check if we go into our shop and go down here, what the highest level thing we see locked is. Trying to get an idea of how many upgrades. So we only see 16. So we only see like one major upgrade there. What do you think the litter box was for her? Yourself? Yes. Well, I mean, the way we deal with our waste situation is every once in a while we take one of these hard cases and, you know, we take it around back and don't worry about it. It's potentially fine. Ah, okay. So you choose the courtyard and the car park. I don't know. This, I'm assuming, is the car park? At the bottom of the shop was an auto in-out shelf. Oh no, this is a model. A miniature decoration. There's a bunch of miniature decorations you can get. Out here looks more like a car park. Yeah, I'm not sure which one they consider which. Because this definitely looks like a parking lot. Is there stuff for the kitty? Not that I saw. Versus, this is the other one over here. But you also look at that, they've got kind of, striped off parking here and all that. I wouldn't call this a courtyard, though. That's kind of where I'm at a loss, is like, okay, which the answer is, we choose one, see where it shows up, and if it's not right, we go to the other one. We don't need to overcomplicate things. Yeah, so that's set to the courtyard. Okay, so this is the car park. So meanwhile, while this continues to operate over here and make us money, we can just pop over here real fast. Okay. Now, at the moment, I'm looking at this, and it looks like there's only one input here. So, weight will be one of the earlier ones. Sticker checker. I'm trying to decide. So what I might do is I might put like a little bit of a buffer right here before the sticker checker. And then we have the weight. Actually, we could do it. This space over here I'm probably not going to use for much. Yes, this will be the rejection line. They'll go up here, go up to the second floor and all that stuff. Yes. Because we do have a rejection spot above, and there's no such thing as a, like, a rejection, a country of rejection. Not yet, at least. We're working on it. So there'd be no reason to have these things if that wasn't a mechanic. Okay, so my thought is rejection line goes down this way. Good line will be down this side. Should actually reverse it. Okay, so it's mostly straight belts. Oh, well, I'm curious about that, actually. Because we might still need to validate that the cargo type line is valid. We just don't sort by it. We'll have to see about that one. Because I genuinely don't know the answer to that. And those are the merge blocks. Alright, let's run over here. Is there anything we need to be checking on over here? I guess we care about when it's done for the day. Yeah, alright, well we can, while it's still working, we can go ahead and get our next order of stuff. So I'm going to need 20 of you. All right. Cool. I don't know where it's going from there. Meanwhile, you're going to come all the way over here. This will definitely take some finagling on how I want to do this. There's going to be a lot of lessons learned here. Okay, so I haven't seen any cash out things in a while from this side, so it's probably done for the day. So we can check on the cargo types. So tomorrow is plane and no more boat. How do you get the lift if it isn't available? There's a thing that we got unlocked for going upstairs the next day. Yeah, no, the output is sorted by country. The country still needs, or sorry, sorted by country, but the cargo type still needs to be valid. Just like we have to on this side make sure the country is valid, but we don't sort by it. We're definitely going to want to get the express thing on this side because regardless, I'm going to have to run back and forth to toggle those things on and off. I like how it didn't add like the 500. Well, actually, no, that might have been the day before, or whatever. The 500,000 that we spent on the big warehouse. Yeah, with the auto pause on the first warehouse, that'll save me this. Because what I need to do, now is I got to run over here. And I got to go to the airport parts. And toggle that on. Toggle this on. It'll pop the door on the way by. It's going to take me a while to set up this new space. And I might as well keep the money rolling while we're doing it. Can you use the office desk room? You can sit down at the table. I don't know if you could inspect a box on it. I never tried. I wouldn't doubt, like, it'd be honestly not surprising if you could. Oh yeah, I could probably bring it over. You can use the tablet anywhere, as you're seeing from right now. All right. Alright, it'd have to be over here. Okay, because then we can have the merger here, and go up there, lift to the second floor, we'll figure it out. You have a feeling you might need a duplicate row of machines to handle the amount of packages they're going to send on the express? I mean, we can figure it out. Right now, get it working first, make it work good second. It is the classic that has always been the case with, like, everything. Alright. Getting our batch of these. Because I assume no matter how many of these I get, I'm gonna need more. Is 20 the maximum number you can fit on a pallet? I believe so. Seems sus how's the room shaped. Keep in mind with the way the room is shaped, we are going to have to put a ridiculous amount of filters on this whole thing to make it work. And so that is going to be a whole thing. All right. Cool. Okay, so let's go, and I'm going to do this in 2 orders, even though it costs me more money to do it this way, just so I can grab this next pallet first. Because then I'm going to have 1 pallet of, like, all the straights, 1 pallet of all the bends, 1 pallet of all the mergers, so, like, those really common ones we use a lot. This way... Oh, wait. Was it straights? Yeah, I need straights. That way, at least for these things, I don't have to keep a bunch of stacks everywhere of them. Okay. Okay, so that's a rejection line. It's fully implemented. And there's the accept line. Where I said it was fully implemented, I am a liar, in case anyone's keeping notes. I will plunk you down right here, so I know I got that handy. And the reason it's not implemented is I need to have the accept and reject. Oh, I must have missed a single box in there. Probably the one on the floor on the right. Every time. Alright, so we're getting pretty close to the point. That once I've got that, I need to make the run for the rejection side. Okay, that's the approved side. Cool. So for the rejection side, I need to go down here. I'll need this and this. I'll grab those two next. Purchase an elevator conveyor. Now the question is, when I build the elevator conveyor, can I just build a conveyor in the sky up here, or what limitation am I going to run into? This is going to be a mess. Okay. That's going to work well, but it is going to be an absolute mess to deal with that. Right. So let's go in here and see how this elevator conveyor works. The dream here would be that once I build this up on the higher floor, I can, like, just sky conveyor it up. Okay. So if we go now and try and grab one of you, that's what I was a bit afraid of. They need to be where the second floor is available? No. And how does this work? Well, unless I have to put it, like, right here. Probably exactly it. Yeah, then I can probably receive it on this end. So one thing that's striking me that might actually be something we would want to do... So I'm thinking I might need to put the whole approval area that I got down here. Yeah, I was thinking putting the approval area up here and then dropping it back down to then be sorted by country. That way this whole area is just for sorting by country. I just set this up and I'm just like, but I don't want to move it. Yeah, I think literally we make the whole sorting process up here for approved or not. We can go there. Because I'm assuming the lift can go the other way too. The other question we have, though, with the lift, that's exactly what I was curious, is like, if I get a second lift, is it strictly up, or is down also an option? Don't know. Let's try going up top and building it and see if it, like, changes the way it looks. Let's see if there's some type of action point, because I can't build it the way I'd expect it to. Which that is, put a box on it. But that sounds like effort. Let's actually not just put a box on it, let's go ahead and put this over here. Q packages it. Yeah, so Q packages it, E picks it up, and then we have the upgrade. It does have a pretty weird hitbox. So, like, I keep wondering if I'm going to hit, like, a specific sweet spot or something. And I can't put it farther that way. That's why I'm not sure what to do with it. Express parcels do not need their cargo type checked, as they must be shipped directly to their destination. These parcels can only be submitted via country-specific doors. Well, I do not need to check the cargo type. I already have it wired up, and it's not going to hurt anything being there, so I'm still going to do it. But, you know. Moves parcels vertically up or down to different levels. Yeah, so this one is telling me it goes this way. I don't really get how I use it to get the packages down. Because it only seems to ever point towards the elevator. I do see the floating box. I don't get how we do that. We could try shoving the elevator off the edge, because I tried to work on it earlier, and it seemed to still want to go up. See, because that goes up more. They can't seem to, like, set it farther out there either. Alright, let's check to see if there's some control that is not being mentioned. Nope. So I don't really know, because, yeah, no, I've been flipping it constantly. See, this is what flipping does. It's still pointing towards it. But neither of them implies that. So rotate puts what side this is on. So I don't really get how I'm supposed to make it go down. So for the time being, I'm just going to stick with what I got. I'm going to use this as my excuse of why I'm not reworking my entire factory today. And we're just going to go with it as it is. Because I have no idea how to make it go back down. Because my thought was to move all the boxes up top there, do all my filtering that I'm doing over in this area up above. This is still ours. You tried just sending packages to the top and sending them down? Well, the problem is it's still the arrow's pointing at it, and so it wants to send them where I don't want them. The quote from the dev you found is, just launchers at the moment. You should have updated the text to say you can't be reversed, sorry. You're planning on implementing that, though. Gotcha, okay. Cool. Yeah, no, what is being said is the developer basically said, like, the description's wrong. That they do want it to go down, but it doesn't go down yet. Technically, I could just use a conveyor belt to let it fall off the side and, you know, deal with it that way. But that's going to be pretty unreliable. So, we'll just keep it the way it is right now and keep that all going. But yeah, no, we have someone who actually looked it up. It's like, yeah, it's not, it doesn't act as advertised quite yet. All right, bear with me, chat, for just a moment. We're about to hit an ad break, and I need to use the restroom real fast. Boy, that was a stretch. So I'm going to use the restroom real fast, grab myself a new drink and all that, because I'm out of drink, and I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Okay, and we are back. So, the plan I had at the beginning where it's like, this is the layout I want to try and do for our warehouse here, I am realizing we're at, like, the very start, and it's already torpedoed. Because I hadn't anticipated that the way the splitters would work for the country, being that, you know, it'd be 6-way split, 3 on each side, and then it goes through the middle for the next one, and I'd have to do 2 of those. Because it's like, okay, I'll do like a pod on each of the sides of the various countries. But that's not going to line up well. And the thing I'm sitting here realizing, it's like, okay, it's not going to line up well. And I can, you know, I can try and force a square peg into a round hole, and that's fine, I guess. But the unfortunate reality of it is I'm going to have to waste a lot of conveyors just rearranging the orientation of things to a degree that it's going to be incredibly wasteful. So I think the reality of what we're doing is instead I'm going to be taking the approved line, and where you see it over there, I'm going to turn that over here, bring it right on down towards the middle here, and then we'll have, you know, like 3 go this way, and we'll do like 1 country, 2 country, 3 country, and basically have all 12 just kind of in a row here. And we have to have shenanigans over there on the far end to deal with it. Okay. So it does mean conveyor here. And there. And those are mergers. So we got a lot more building to do. So straight conveyors. Okay. And once I can wire these up at all, we could start trying to get this going. That's one of the things, I'm gonna have like most of this built before we ever get a package through there. Let's see, if there are 12 countries, it means you can send out 4 countries each day. I mean, 75% of what you receive needs to go into stored for the next days. You'll need a ton of storage too. Yes. That's kind of where I'm going, where it's like, okay, there's going to be a lot of headache around this. Which is the idea. We're basically in, you know, effectively the end game. Or I guess the post-end game? Okay. And go up here to even more. And the good news is, like, once we start getting this set up... Oh, I missed a box. The box on the floor, I will never not miss. Always this box on the floor on the right. Oh, actually, it's both of them this time. But almost always the boxes on the floor, especially the one on the right, because I end up looking down at this, I think I grab it and I miss it. Alright. You know, it does mean because they don't have a good way to get the packages moved around. Yeah, this second floor is mostly going to go to waste. It's basically just going to be one big conveyor line directly to rejection. Where ultimately, at a minimum, it'd be cool to take a couple of the different countries, and this could just be storage. But we'll figure it out. Okay. And then this will be the rejection line. Fully implemented. And I believe this one does have, like, express conveyors that are much faster than the normal ones. I'm sure I'm going to be, like, trying to figure out, okay, I've got these, like, regular conveyors. How can I make the express conveyors fit in here instead? But we will worry about that when we get there. Okay. So... the first one of those is going to have to be like that. Alright, so let's go here. I'm going to need another one of the country splitters. And as I grab that by itself. I do wonder if, like, because I have that delivery type label there, it'll cause me problems just because there's there. Yeah, so that's got it where that should be able to filter every single country. Okay, so first position, second position, third position, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th, and 12th. Alright, so that should give me every one of those off of here. And then, so the next thing I need to do is get a ton of everything. Let's approach this from this side now. So I'm going to have 3 different ways to feed in here. And so what I'm going to need to do is be able to take all like the 12 paths we're going to have across here and have a way to get any of those paths onto any of these. And so I think the way we approach that is I just kind of snake these conveyor belts over here, and then we're just going to have like a connection point. Have you checked that other country button isn't set both sides simultaneously? Yeah, no, it makes sense this way. Because if you look at this one, it's this way, it's this way. So from that, it comes down the middle. If it's country A, it goes this way. Country B, it goes that way. If neither, it goes the next one. You get the idea. And so by the end here, since there's 12 countries, I should never see a box there. But yeah, so what I'm thinking we need to do is I just need a way I can easily switch stuff one way or the other. Now, it could even be that for our first implementation, just to get things working, I could have it so since it's 12 of them, I could have 4 of them go to each one of these doors, and I just have a pause on each of them so I can turn them on and off. And get that stuff sorted. Yeah, I think that's how I'll go. I think that's what we'll do for now. So, that does mean I am going to need pausing conveyor belts. Let's start with all this. Alright, so, things we need, going from the end. I will need better merging blocks. Because we've got, oh man, those are 1,000. I'm not gonna sweat that way. We've already got our merging blocks over here, so I need a bunch of these. I will need at least 12. One for each country. Because it'd also be good to know how wide this place is. Like, how much wiggle room do I have between these things? So I've got those there. Let's go grab our mergers. That's the mergers. So 1, 2, and then that'd be a turn. 1, 2, then there'd be a turn. 1, 2, then there'd be a turn. Grab the turns. I already have another 100,000. So turn here, turn here, turn here. This is probably a mistake, what I'm thinking I'm going to be doing now. Oh, that's not the right ones. You go back in the ground. Oh, wait. I need 4. I missed one on the floor. Yeah, no, I just caught that I had done that. Okay. Alright, so this will be the it works. Does it work well? No. But it does in fact work strategy. And so what we'll do is we will run on over here, get that pause in place. But if on day it's all the countries on one door, then what I end up doing is I have to do them one at a time. That's the naive part of this approach. Is that basically I'll let one run till it's depleted, then turn it off, then run the next one till it's depleted, then turn it off, that kind of thing. Okay. Alright, let's check on the cargo types for today. So tomorrow we get planes. Okay. We're almost ready to start hooking this up. I'll probably get this thing up and running the next day. You think each 12 output goes to 2 splitters, which corresponds to truck 1, 2, and 3? I'd think each one of... Let's see. You'd think each of the 12 outputs goes to 2 splitters, which corresponds to things. Let's see, is there any sort of sign you could put on the lines to make it easier to remember which line is which country? I don't know. There might be like cosmetic things I can put on them to mark them. Okay, so I gotta run back over here real quick. You can paint the lines? Gotcha, yeah, that would probably do it. Alright, so hit that button. Allow that through. That's the boats. Let the planes through. All right. And I'm just doing that way we're making money this whole time, because otherwise I would worry that while I'd be working this, I'd run out of cash, and then that would just be the end of it. Alright, so I've got a pallet here. So it's gonna take us a couple laps to do this. Gonna go shop. Let's grab unloaders. 12 unloaders. You'd think each of the 12 outputs goes to 2 splitters, which corresponds to truck 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, no, that's, I'm definitely going to need to expand... Ah, crap. I'm definitely going to need to expand it to, be able to accommodate that on the other end. I do see we're going to open more space. So part of me is wondering, when we open the more space, am I going to get more input-output doors? Because if that happens, then... You know, throw hands in the air, rip it all up, try again. Alright. Let's get back over here. Alright, next up we go to storage. Because basically I want to get this working, and then we're going to go through and try and figure out, like, what I got to do to make it work not terrible. I can definitely see different approaches for this, where I get them all onto this shelf, and I could definitely see adding a bunch of buffer shelves and all sorts of nonsense to this. But for right now, it's just slap it down. Interestingly, another way you could actually approach it is turn the shelves that way and put the unloaders on the sides, and then put the pause after the unloaders, and have each one just feed into one of the belts. But that's going to be a thing for later. So we have the loaders. Now once I have this, it should just be a crap ton of conveyors. Or just keep doing this the way I'm doing and just keep expanding it out. Only to, like, immediately find a problem with the design. Let's go ahead and... have to do laps anyways. We are all figuring this is going to have a really heavy backlog. Because it could be a while between the same country showing up twice. I have no idea, like, what logic goes into it. If certain countries will show up often, certain countries will show up almost never, if it's truly random, if it does have, like, a weighting, so it makes sure, like, per week it always shows up. That's all gonna be stuff we're gonna learn along the way. Every time. Every freaking time. Okay. Yeah, and the problem is when you're looking at it, like, to go on the shelves, I end up ducking it down. And because it was clicking really fast without really verifying what I'm doing, either I, like, just miss it, or once in a while I have it where it just doesn't quite take, or whatever. Storage. Add. Yeah, so you get what I'm doing here right now is I'm just trying to add as much of a buffer as possible. I expect this to have lots of problems. Mostly I'm expecting it to be a problem of, you know, getting one country more than the others and it backing up and freezing up the whole thing. If we could get to that top area and be able to bring stuff back down, that is a lot of area I could just basically fill up with a bunch of shelves. Basically, we're spending our money as fast as we can, running back and forth, and we're usually mostly pacing what we're making. Yeah, and that was, according to what, Leon mentioned, the dev had said that, they intend the lift to go up and down, it's just not implemented yet. But yeah, no, you can drop it down, but it is an issue of it being very unreliable doing so. Have a good time. Guess what I did? I failed to grab the one in the corner again. Man, if you couldn't do the pallet pickup with this, this would be misery without it. I was like, cool, they add that quality of life feature. I understand why they added it. It wasn't a big deal before because it was not very often you were doing macro scale changes. But getting a whole new warehouse, I'm real happy they took the time to implement this. Oh, I mean, doing it as a challenge run wouldn't be like an actual challenge, it would just be frustrating. Like, there's a difference with a challenge run that's like, ah, you've made the game harder. It's like, oh, you've just made the game more tedious. Okay, we did grab it that time. That's, like a lot of times when I talk about, like, what are we gonna do for the next challenge in, like, Product Zomboid back we were playing the whole time, it was almost always like, axes only, short blades only, you know, short blunt only, and it's like, well, that just means I'm gonna spend more time crafting weapons because I'm not allowed to use more of the range. It's not a fun challenge. It doesn't make the game harder. It makes you want to not play the game because it'd be obnoxious just playing like, yep, just using the same weapons. What would a challenge run look like this? What could you do for a challenge run in this? Because, like, doing something that's tedious, like, oh, hey, well, you're not allowed to use the pallet. You know, that, again, that doesn't... It doesn't really make it a challenge. You just... Everything would be slower, because it's not like, oh, no, you miss out. You could definitely have, like, a perfection mode challenge or whatever, where you're not allowed to make any mistakes. You could definitely go, and if they add difficulty levels or mods to adjust the economics, you could certainly have, like, a challenge around making the economics of the game, you know, really, really brutal. Now, granted, that one also probably would lean more into the tedious, rather than the actually challenging kind of thing, because it's just like, okay, you just do it longer. But, like, it wouldn't make it hard unless there's something like you have the rent goes up or whatever. Right, exactly. What Conrad's saying, a lot of folks can play challenge with delay. And don't get me wrong, I do enjoy a lot of challenges, a lot of stuff that most people would find unreasonably tedious. But there's definitely a thing of, this is slow because of this, you know, challenging aspect of it, or this is slow because it's slow. Like, it doesn't add difficulty, it's just slow. Need an opportunity to screw up or something, otherwise it's automatic. Yeah, like, there needs to be, like, one of the ones that I would say is a fairly easy from a challenge standpoint, but is slow, is when I do the Survivor Man challenge. You can't really lose Farm Sim. But it does make you put a lot more consideration into what you're doing, how you're doing it, and being willing to use, like, you know, very, very suboptimal setups and everything, just because you can get a little bit of money. And technically in that one you can get yourself kind of into a mess. But Farm Sim isn't really a losable game, but I wouldn't call it a hard challenge. You think you'd have to mod to sort of an additional economic challenges? Yeah, and that's what I think you'd need to do, is you'd need some type of consequence type mechanic. And this will be the last load we do, because I've noticed that the money stopped rolling in a while ago. But yeah, I don't think this is a game that, outside of, like, speedrunning kind of things, I don't think it's a game super well suited for challenges. Because, for example, let's say, you know, beat the game in X number of days kind of thing. Well, the way you win that challenge is you just keep pulling packages off the line and don't even worry about sorting at the beginning. Because it is just a mechanic of the game that the packages keep coming until 5, and then you can go infinitely past that, time-wise. Okay, so we need to turn off the trains. So we need to do trains, and we need to do planes sorted. Yeah, like, I could definitely see something like what you're saying is, you know, a upkeep mod where certain conveyor belts and all that cost money to leave on. Over here. Alright. Yeah, I think most of the runs you'd want to find around this game, because of how it works mechanically, would be speed run in real life time versus, like, in-game time. Like, so far as, like, days, would definitely be one. And then, you know, stuff around, like, I mean, it'd be speed running is what I think it would be. Not all games are very good for challenge runs. Like, games that are extremely heavy on RNG, for example, make for very bad challenge runs. Because a lot of time it's not, like, player skill can be an aspect to it, but a lot of time is like, did you get lucky and your seed gave you what you wanted? Yes, cool, you might have a run. No? Well, then you don't. Oh, can I activate it all from here? Because I should not do that. I'll just run over here and activate the door. Keep it all running, because I am running myself out of money because we're building aggressively. Minecraft speedruns are all seed-driven at this point. Yep. And that's the thing. It's like, in Minecraft, there's a lot of player skill stuff involved in speedrunning. Like, not to discredit the people who do it, but there is that RNG element that now, with as good as people's records have gotten, it is just a thing where if you don't get lucky on your seed, they're just, you never had a chance. When you hit 5 p.m., no more boxes come anywhere. You can work the backlog of what's already here, but no new boxes will show up until the next in-game day. When you open the doors. Yeah, so that one's just stuck because I haven't actually been processing any of the boxes. Because until I have this built up, they're just gonna fall on the floor and sit there. Alright. And here's where I put all this time and effort into it, and then, it just fundamentally doesn't work the way as I've designed it. Is there a way to label it? Label what is where? Not that I'm aware of, but that could just be I'm not aware of it. Like, right now, I'm basically just trying to run around and get this done. If I can have any type of labeling, like put a country sign on it or whatever, I'd definitely want to do that. Like, I would get them loading up, go to the far end where we have our stuff for the drop-off, and then label it on that side, so as I'm, like, having to configure it all, I can just look up at the sign and do it. So much building. Where did all my money go? Oh, there it goes. Coming back little by little. Unfortunately, we're on the weekend and only ground deliveries happen on the weekend. Could color code the storage racks? You could, but I would need to remember what color associates to what, because I don't believe the flags are color-coded. Like, that one's black and white, that one's got multiple colors. That one's kind of orange, that one's kind of color-coded. That's blue and orange, so that's the same orange that's there. Black and white, that one's purple. I want to say that purplish pink one is clear. There's a green one, black and white, that same orange, blue, black and white, blue. You get the idea. As far as variants in colors, there's like four varieties of colors used. Okay, can probably put one more set of racks in here. And there'll be a matter of just running the conveyor belts over. Okay. And fortunately, I believe for the next set of shelves, it'll be about 20,000. All right. So I was gonna bankrupt Amazon Simulator going. It's going good. We got our giant warehouse, and I am spending absolutely every dime I have to my name getting it set up. So country boxes don't need extra checks. They don't have extra checks. They have the same checks. They have different sorting. So instead of having just 3-4 types of sorting that have a static schedule, we've got our schedule way down here. And as you can see, what needs to be sorted where will change every week. And the days will have going there. Wouldn't it be more efficient to bring more than 12 boxes each trip? I'm keeping it so it's the same type of thing each trip. And the reason why I'm doing that is just because of the way the building from the pallet works. I found it doesn't work really well if you're trying to build multiple different types of things. So like this one, it's all mergers. So I have a merger pallet and all that. Because I haven't found a good way to switch between what is on the pallet when I'm doing my building from the pallet. So I'm basically going with each one and just building directly from the pallet. So you're here. Well, actually, get a little bit of a... Well, it's keeping things more organized. That's definitely part of it. You're not wrong. But it's because I can build from the pallet. Like, let me go ahead and box one of these up. So let me put a couple of these on the same pallet. So when I go to build from this pallet, I've got 3 different things. So scroll wheel doesn't switch. 1, 2, 3, 4 doesn't switch. I didn't actually mean to put that down there. I've not been found a way to switch between the things on the pallet for building. So if I want to do that unloader, I don't seem to be able to get at it. There probably is a key for it, but I spent a while just kind of hitting all the buttons, looking at the controls, all that kind of stuff. And eventually it was just like, look, man, I just need to just, you know, not mix them. So yeah, so I keep it on the same thing. I already tried scroll wheel. I tried scroll wheel, Q, E, arrow keys, numpad, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've tried just randomly hitting a bunch of buttons like F and all that. And yeah, I could not figure out what would do it. And thank you, Silveroxy, for the 7 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Because the building from the pallets, this would be agonizing without building from the pallets. The building from the pallets in this is absolutely wonderful. But yeah, so it's just, I'm kind of doing all things at once. I could technically grab 20 of the same thing and just kind of eyeball space it out. And that would certainly work. It'd be a little bit harder to keep track of, but, you know, doable. But I'm not too fussed by it. Some of your paths cannot go through supports. Are you sure? I haven't tried it yet. If they don't go through supports, I'll have to finagle things. Because the support to me is on the corner. Yeah, no, the supports don't hurt anything. Sir, if you're going to correct me, I'm going to need you to be right. It would make sense. They can't, but no, to me it seemed fine because they were on the corner in the center of it, and your conveyor belts, like, they would be about here in this gap right there. So you're not, like, if it's here, that'd be a problem, but it's, like, over here. So it seems like it's deliberate that they put those supports at an angle where it doesn't actually look like it conflicts either. Because even looking at it, to me, I'm like, yeah, that's fine. I didn't even question it for a moment. I wouldn't say it's broken. It seems entirely reasonable. Because again, I'm about to put a shelf here. And if you notice where the actual boxes go on that shelf, that support doesn't conflict with it. Yeah, they're poking through the support and whatever, but it's a video game. Check your realism at the door. Is it possible to totally disable the output of the country sorter so only 3 work? Is it possible to totally disable outputs of the country sorter so that only 3 work? Yes, but you'd back up all your stuff here. But it could be that, you know, I could sit here and have one of these and have it just put out the 3 I want on one side, and then just have the whole thing do like a giant loop or something like that. But, it would definitely be a bit of a pain. There's certainly ways to make it work by, like, either looping stuff or whatever. Okay, and it looks like this is all sorted. Tomorrow, I believe, is a truck-only day as well, because I think we're on our first day of the weekend still. Yeah, no, I mean, there would be ways you could make it so you could go around / through the support in real life. Like, you wouldn't want to cut through the actual steel beam. But if you're using, like, crappy aluminum shelves or, like, light metal shelves or whatever, yeah, you could definitely do a thing where you take it up the steel beam and you just, cut away a little spot on the shelf to accommodate it. Some of these shelves, it probably wouldn't even weaken the shelf that much if we really look at it. I mean, actually, I take that back. This would be pretty bad. The shelf on the left might be salvageable, but cutting like bisecting every single one of the beams on this side, that would definitely undermine the integrity of the shelf a number of levels. If it was something like you went through just the bottom one, it'd be like, just welded in place. This is a permanent fixture. It's been welded to the steel support. I wonder if our contracts changed at all since we unlocked that, or if they're still the same kind of thing. Yeah, contracts definitely fall off in this game. Now, like, earlier game, they're okay. And a little bit later in the game, they become a way to, like, when you're backfilling on these, you can kind of just chuck the surplus wherever you need to. Just bolt the shelf to the beam. I mean, there'd definitely be ways you could do it. You could also, obviously it's not rendered that way here, but you could also go and do something like, if we take this shelf for example here, this one that looked really bad. So you see, like, where it's bisected there, you could certainly have it where you've cut off here and you've cut off here, and then you'd make, like, a separate support there. So, like, under these 3 rungs, put a support there that's connected to that. So, like, bolt it across. And as long as you bolted it up and it was, like, well bolted or welded or whatever, just attach them to each other. Doesn't really matter the specifics. Alright. So let's go to the shop. We'll need loaders, and then from here, we're just going to wire up the conveyor belts. I could probably fit in more... I could probably fit in more shelves if necessary, but I've already probably invested way more than I should have without testing any of this. Like, we've literally not delivered a single express crate, and we're just being like, all right, we're building the whole thing out right from the get-go. It is interesting to think that if you wanted, you could come over here, disable the other place so you have no money coming in, and then just have your little desk there, and go back to kind of processing them the way you did in the first area. Okay, so we need to go here. We go straight, grab the 20, which is what the pallet can carry. Start wiring stuff up. I wonder how much the express crates pay versus the other one, if it's the same amount or if it's like a different amount because of the extra hassle involved. There's going to be a lot of conveyor belts. Oh, is merged to the walls like, why can't I see the whole thing? Alright. Yeah, no, it's just the Stellaris soundtrack. This game has a, a pretty okay soundtrack, but it is a little bit on the short so far as number of tracks on it. It's just like classical music or whatever. And that's fine. But it's definitely one of those things that very quickly you're like, you know what? I'm gonna need something else going on here. Alright, so you're here. So you're gonna need to scooch over one. All right. I keep just thinking, the idea of having to do it the way we did before we run over here with your pallet. Sit your pallet down, pick up one thing. Okay, so you can snake that over there. I was hoping if there was like a increment by 5 or whatever. Those kind of those things that's just taking us time to build this all at once. Alright. So then you'll go here. All right. It's a lot of building. You know what? I'm sitting here doing this. They've got the express belts. I should have been building those this whole time. How much is an express belt? You real expensive or are you not really expensive? Oh, I can't build it. Never mind. Disregard the comment about, you know what, I'm being dumb. and I should have built those the whole time. I am doing this correctly, and I should not be doing it differently. Okay. And considering this is like the post end game, it's not surprising that this is like a whole big thing to set up. Because if they went up and you could set this up in just a couple of minutes, it'd be underwhelming. Because the idea is where your other factory, you've probably done a number of iterations to it. Okay, what am I thinking? Alright, so you got 2 more paths that are coming in here. Alright. Another thing they could have done for, like, ease of access kind of thing would be potentially that we could unlock, like, a builder, you know, builder gun kind of thing or whatever. So where we can kind of build off this pallet, that instead it would, like, buy it directly from the market and place it kind of thing. Okay, so you'd go here, then there, here, then there, and then you just wiggle. Alright, we're getting there. I'm partly feeling like, in hindsight, where I was going back and forth with, like, the loader, the unloader, the shelf, the loader, the unloader, the shelf, and I kind of wasn't to rush it, which is why I switched the conveyor belts. I should have just stepped doing that till we got closer. Because this is that many more individual pieces, it is just taking longer to get done. Yeah, so you go here, you go here, you go there. And then you go here. Alright. And I might actually adjust the area where it goes out, because I might have a straight shot with that. Almost forgot the one. Placing 2 endpoints, then auto-filling between the pallet would be nice. Yeah, there's definitely things that can be done to optimize this. The thing to keep in mind, though, it is a lone developer working on it. So it's kind of like everything added to the game has fairly measurable cost. You know, they can't just take 1 or 2 people on the team and chuck them on a project and walk away. Some things are gonna get added, and some things are gonna get cut. Alright, we'll place this down, then we're gonna check on the other factory. Actually, I don't need to check on the other factory. we could fast forward, like, to the next day. Or go to the next day, and then I run over to the art factory and turn on the stuff that... Yep, we can go to bed. Fancy to cash out for a little bit there. Only 80 crates got, or 80 things got through approved, and 256 got rejected. Those are some pretty bad numbers. We're being paid to not ship things. I have email. The country calendar has changed. Dear employee, it is now Monday. The country calendar schedule has changed. You should adjust your exports accordingly. Note, this will happen every Monday going forward, so keep your eye out. If you have any questions or concerns, please keep them to yourself, as we have more important things to deal with. All the box. The Parcel distributions team. And that was not me paraphrasing, that was actually what it said. Because those concerns, none of our business. We don't give a crap about that at all. Alright, so let's see here. So today is... we go ahead and turn on trains. And the good news is I don't see any of these having backed up. They did get pretty close to backing up. But they didn't quite. Like, literally 3 more packages would have blocked this. Alright, it's payday. I'm bringing my tablet with me. And thank you, Hamsfree, for the Prime Gaming sub. You'll get one of those a month. You used it here. That's 5 months been subbed to the channel, so thank you so much for that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot. Right, so we were continuing to just buy more conveyor belts. Because, yeah, once I get that last little bit wired up over here, I should just have to buy the elbows. And then we put the one elbow at the beginning that I took out in place. And then it should fill up all of the storage. And that'll be a matter of, like, okay, what countries do I turn on? Which countries do I turn off? Like, how do I configure it? Yada, yada. Oh, okay. So you go here. You go there. Wait, is that right? That is not right. You disregard. Actually, we can make this smoother. You go there. You go there. You... go here. You go here. You go here. And you there. I'm very, very curious on when it comes time to scale all this and all that kind of nonsense, how any of that'll end up working. Because right now I'm expecting a lot of the panes here to be just about buffering. Okay, those are all just elbows there. Alright, are we missing any straightaways here? That's elbow, 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 elbow. A lot, actually. Oh, no, we're not. I'm missing one here. You go over there, you go over here, you go over here, you go over there, and you are sorted. So for right now, I guess you just sit right there. And we are done with the straightaways for a minute. I don't already have a pallet of those, right? It was the pallet of mergers? Yeah. Okay. There you go. Okay, those rows are all set up. That all looks good here. That appears to be all wired up now. All right. So now I grab you, plug it in, and just assume everything's gonna turn out well. Well, right now I've got all the lanes paused. Oh. That's not right. Um, oh no. Well, we got one step of the way in. Yeah, alright. So. Yeah, so the labeled ones have to go to the middle. And the rejection line's there. I don't think we can go over this machine. No, this shouldn't be too terrible to figure out. I'm just going to need to give myself one extra tile of space somewhere. Does that work? Do you work? Yeah, it's fine. Okay. So, how am I finagling this around that, though? Okay. So I think what happens here is we have bad output go that way. The point is this works. That's the important detail. I can just go right over this and ignore everything. So what I could do is there wasn't all these boxes in the way, it'd be a lot easier to see what I'm working on. Is I can have it go, bad goes out here, goes around, and goes there. Sorry, I take that back. Good goes that way. Bad goes this way, because I can't move the neutral one. The neutral we don't know has to go this way. So what I can do is I have the bad go here, and then immediately go up and over and send the neutral through here. It's fine. Fine? It's fine. Okay, so bad goes this way. Alright. Yeah, no, I missed one of my outputs is what happened. Okay, so there's the bad line. There's the good line. There's the we don't know yet line. Do I have another pallet laying around here? Yeah, let's run over here, grab another pallet. Because I don't mind keeping a big pallet of, like, the straight ones, because we use them enough. We've got the mergers, if we needed them. Alright. I'm pretty sure what happened there was I had intentions to finishing that area up, and I probably had a plan before, but just, you know, it was like, oh, this is the more involved thing, let me go work on this, and then completely forgot. Okay, so that should bring that in fine, that should make it go out the bad way fine. I just need to grab one of the mergers off the pallet over here. And that should have it all fixed once I put the sorter back. Okay. I'll deal with that in a minute. Okay. I was trying to avoid getting stuck back there. It's not easy to get back out. Cool, we got those upgraded. Interestingly enough, these don't have upgrades to them. Alright. So just upgrading a bunch of these conveyor belts back here, because they're all going to be bottlenecks. Alright. So, let's see if there is anything to label these as. I don't see anything there. Entertainment, inspection tools, storage. So I don't see any obvious, like, label this shelf as whatever. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so what's going to happen is those are going to process boxes. I don't think we sweat this day and whatever we got out of it. Yeah, let's go ahead and run over here. You can expand the warehouse if needed. Yeah, but I have to do, instead of being straight up cash, this one I have to correctly handle 500 express parcels, which are the ones here. Alright, well, what I am going to do is let's check on our stuff here. So cargo type, no cargoes are shutting down tonight, but we are getting a new one. So I'm going to go ahead and hit this button. I'm going to go to sleep. Okay. So let's run over here. I need to turn on the, turn on the air cargo. So you can go right here and air cargo on. Nope. That would have been a mistake. And air cargo on. Pop the door. And run back over to the warehouse. And also. And we can go ahead and get a quick little ban right there. Just, it was a bot. For anyone curious, it was a whole bot trying to, like, get you to buy viewers or whatever. How did I go negative in money? Oh no. What have I done wrong? No. 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 There's so many of those. They're gonna bankrupt me. Well, at least it didn't get to be too bad. But that does mean I shipped off something like 32 wrong boxes or something like that. It's probably okay. Alright, so these are all coming along this way. Okay, go these. Okay. We definitely need to upgrade this thing. So, we have our first problem that needs to be fixed. This lift ain't fast. Yeah, no, I think we might need 2 or 3 of these. We're gonna try upgrading it first. But, as you can see, it is not the spryest of machines. Alright. So I'm comparing flags. Okay, so this one we want to go through. Have a nice day. That one will also need to go through. Is that one over there? Yep. Okay, and there's that one. All right. Man, that slowed down. Okay. Grok says? I don't care what Grok says. I genuinely question people checking Grok. Like going out of your way to hit up Twitter to ask questions. Oh, Gork? Gork say we painted red because... Oh, I apologize. That's on me. That's on me, Darth. I thought you were saying you asked Grok a question and just was like, why would you ask Grok? That's my apologies. Yeah, no, I got the reference. Now I read it more carefully. That is good old not reading carefully on my end, so... Okay, well, that's a little faster. That's still not great. And unfortunately to fix this... Actually, it's not going to be as bad as I thought it was to fix. I just have to, like, wiggle this way up here. Can you ride the package up? I don't think so, but we're going to find out. I mean, yes. Yes, I can, actually. Yeah, so my apologies on that one. Alright. Yeah, so the reject lane is definitely the bottleneck here. Is it to the point of backing up the machines, though? It's close. So, to fix this, what I'll end up needing to do is I can run this conveyor belt up to around here, and then do the wiggle, and then adjust the next one, then do the wiggle. You get the idea. Okay. And I happen to already have another lift right here. Alright. So we need to go up top here real fast. Do I still have more of the straightaways? Alright. Got a couple of these as a buffer. Actually, let's bring that down. I won't remember it's up here. We can grab you. And grab you. And yep, that was where I actually turned on the wrong things today. Oh, close all. So we just submitted a lot of bad stuff. And then what I need is a smart splitter here. And that'll let us get rid of the boxes much faster. Since that rejection line is our bottleneck. Okay. Alright, so... that should be the rejection line, about as upgraded as we're going to get it. Cool, so let's get back over to the first area. I need to ship the boats and then close it. Yeah, I could add some buffer shelves as well. I'm gonna avoid doing that right now. So hit the button, lock that. Hit the button, which will probably give me a penalty or two. Oh no, actually it's fine. Lock that. I figured there's going to be a couple more of the airline. No, that makes sense. There wouldn't be more there. Okay. 52 incorrect approvals, 1 incorrect denial. Oh, that's probably when I was fussing with the conveyor belts. I'm willing to bet I accidentally scooped up one thing and chucked it. Alright. Open the doors. Let the plane stuff through. I need to not look at the calendar, just look at the labels on the walls and be like, okay, that's the one. Okay. Oh no! I need to go to the... No. I have something open that shouldn't be open on the express side. Hurry! We can outrun the packages. Okay. Oh crap. Yep. That wasn't available for today. Okay, so we have you today. Have a good time. We've got you today. Have a good time. And we have you today. Have a good time. Start getting these out of the way. All right. Okay, that's all fine, that's all fine. Anything obviously backing up here. You're all good to go. At this point, they're going to split up 12 different directions, so I don't think we need to worry about that. There's going to be so much, separating out, it'll be fine. Alright. So at this point, we've already correctly submitted 117 boxes out of 500 to do all that. And I did have the 7 missubmitted because I forgot to unconfigure this at the end of the day. Alright. So, we've got 3 of those lanes open. It is that one that we don't have open right now. I guess just let it run. It seems like any given area doesn't get that many boxes. Yeah, we don't have anything even in the second row at all. It doesn't look like we get that many boxes, in general here. So let's see if there's any obvious bottlenecks on this to deal with. Yeah, so it's definitely the initial scanning that is the bottleneck. But it honestly doesn't seem to slow down all that much when you really consider it. I wonder if there's a check so that any country can't go too many days without available, or if it's just random. Yeah, that was the comment I made previously, is we don't really know the implementation. Like if it is like true random, or if it's one of those things where it's like weighted random. Like looking at this one, it looks like we got 4 days in a row that we have the Strenton. We also have the white and black with a flag in the middle is for the days. Yeah, so it looks like some of them are only certain days. Like, it looks like Friday is my one and only chance to get rid of the yellow star. Ah, you know what? That's probably the way you approach this, is you look at all the options here and you go, okay, which ones are available only on which days? Can you play with real countries? Those flags are ruining it for me? No. There could be a mod or something, but no, it makes sense that they wouldn't use actual country names. Express sends once per week? Yep. Express trademark. Yeah, so it looks like the last day, we definitely want to go and have the purple flag and the bottom one there, because those aren't available very many days. Yeah, and actually the setup we're doing right now is probably the correct one for what we've got. Tomorrow, obviously, we'll just do everything. Friday, we'll do everything. So it's only those days where you have more than 3 options. It's basically deciding which options aren't you going to do, and you kind of look and go, okay, well, we got the Stren, which is the one on the bottom on our current day. It's there on the schedule 4 days. Okay, so Saturday and Sunday, we're going to ignore it. And then, on Sunday, we will also ignore the black and white with a star in the middle, because that's 4 days it's been available. And then probably the first one as well we would ignore, because that's also available 4 days. And at that point, I'd knock it down to 3. I definitely feel like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10... I guess all 12 are... Am I missing one? It probably does make sure to have like all 12 present every week or whatever, but either way. But yeah, you get the idea. That, by and large, we're handling it. There, that's what you want to see. It's no longer backed up here. Did I upgrade you? Okay. Yeah, so this is ever so slightly slower than this can do. My expectation is once we hit the 500 here, and we open that wall, we are almost certainly getting another truck. Just looking at this. Oh, hey, I can just walk out here. Oh, no, I can't. But yeah, so we're almost certainly going to get another truck there that's functional. Granted, we're obviously not getting all of those, because I don't even... I mean, you could actually. If this continues to be a wide open space, you could potentially actually manage that, which would get interesting, because if you were to that scale, then what you would ultimately do with the setup I have here is we would start slowly converting it, so instead of 4 of these going to one door, it'd be like 3 to a door, maybe that's 2 to a door, maybe to 1 a door. I have no idea how many doors are going to be on the other side. It really is curious. I don't imagine this is going to get endlessly bigger. I think it's going to be a thing that we open this section of wall, and there might not be more than that. Actually, there's a way I can probably check. Let's check the achievements. Submit a bunch of parcels. Submit a bunch of other stuff. And there's like... Oh no. Oh, I pinned it. Okay. I was having all the achievements like filling the whole left side of the screen. I'm like, oh no, I can see nothing. It's my entire screen is covered by achievements. Alright. Yeah, and these would be the ones that I didn't get to in time that I accidentally forgot to shut down. Okay. I'm gonna bet it's 1 truck and then 3 doors per expansion. That would honestly be like probably even the best case scenario. Because if that were the case, by giving myself a bunch of outbound doors... Yeah, no, it'd be a thing that would probably trivialize it quite a bit if they did give us all the doors. Okay, so today... Oh, they charged me $5 for sending an empty truck. That's fair. Alright. The good news is once they expand that, I could get the automatic on-off things. And that should allow me to basically never have to walk over here anymore. Alright. So we check cargo type. So tomorrow it's just rail in that, so I don't need to come back over here. Honestly, with that side as well, it won't matter, because pretty soon money is going to be just like not a thing we care about on a real level. Alright. Okay. I I could also imagine having a setup over here where you'd have each one of these having the splitter that'd go to each one of those rails and just have a, you know, merge block. Alright, so we have the yellow one and the stripes. So there's the stripes. So let's get you set. And then the others all seem fine. Alright. Then meanwhile, while we're waiting on all that stuff, let's just keep upgrading all these belts. To help keep things from getting backed up. Like, at the end of the day, help them just get through all this so I can kind of see when I can turn off the belts and all that. Alright. Yeah, and I definitely feel with the countries thing here, you can get probably some really creative ways of dealing with things where you'd be able to very easily kind of like toggle which ones are on and off. Like, we did just a quick and dirty way of it. But I could definitely see, like, again, my initial plan is to have 3 rails that each led to one of the doors, and I just have to go to the door and configure it. And then unpause it, which is what we're already doing. But be able to do so a bit more elegantly. I actually don't know if I get paid the same or not. I haven't heard it mention anything one way or the other. But at this point, like, money's not really a big deal one way or the other. Like, yeah, I'm not on infinite wealth, but I'm basically spending it as aggressively as I can. I don't believe there's a way to connect these sides of the building. Let me make sure this is upgrade already. Can't really compare outside? I don't think so. I could be wrong about that. Yeah. I believe there are ways around it, unless they got updated. Because I remember people figuring out you could, like, break through the top of it and all that. And it would work, but past that. Okay, so you're rail 4. In that case, you're already set. Have a nice day. It'll be nice if these start building up a proper backlog between days and all that. Alright. So we got 230. We're just under halfway to unlocking the next part of the warehouse. Yeah, so it looks like if I wanted to do more here, we would need a second set of filters. Which, honestly, if they expanded but didn't give me another input, I could just put a splitter here where that elbow is, and just have it arc over to the other side and do, like, another set of those, and then feed it into my existing system here. Because it does look like the filtering side of this isn't going to be that hard to maintain. Another interesting approach you could actually do is you would still have it separate out all your country stuff, but put one of these on the end down here, and you just unpause any and all the countries that are available for that day, and just set like the 6th thing to take it to the different lanes. So if this ends up giving me 3 more lanes, I could put the country splitter over here somewhere and have it like 1 lane goes there, 1 lane goes there, 1 lane goes there kind of thing that we just configure. And then at the end of each day, I would pause it at the beginning of that setup and do that kind of thing. If you really wanted to make it obnoxious, you could sushi belt it, and have all the approved packages on this side in an endless series of shelves. And this is cursed. Have way down on the end here, have one of those country splitters that just says, okay, if you're this box, go that way. If you're this box, go this way. And if you're this box, you go this way. And, you know, it'd be like A, B, C kind of thing. And then just let the boxes rotate around the whole thing the whole time. You never know when it's done for the day, but that's all you do is you just, you know, put one pause right before the splitter. That way at the end of the day you can switch it. Just loop absolutely everything and keep adding new stuff to the loop, then split off what you need. Well, yeah, that's basically what I'm saying is we would put like the whole loop and we get rid of all of this. And I would just have, again, the one splitter like right here. One goes this way, one goes that way, one goes this way, and then it goes through and it feeds back into the loop. And you just let it rotate all day, every day. And at the end of the day, you just hit pause. You look at your calendar, you set everything to the new ones, and then you unpause it again. The worst thing is I don't even think that would be the most terrible design. You get throughput issues, so you could add internal loops to optimize filtering. Yeah, like don't get me wrong, you'd be looping things for no benefit. But it would be amusing in that like it would be a living buffer. For any machine that takes time, drop a splitter so it skips that section while it processes. It'll get there eventually. It works in Satisfactory. Yeah, no, it's like, you know, it would work. Because if we're looking at this side on the throughput here is nothing. Leave one invalid package on there, so you know when that package makes it through the loop, it's complete. Ooh, the problem we'd run into, the problem we'd have with that is that would eventually get filtered out. Because, you know, the moment I put that country on, it would get sent to that direction. Or unless you put right in front of the filter, like a little while, you had it, like, separated so it takes the invalid one to circle around, you know, bypass the filter. But that would be doing another check on every single package that comes through, so that's going to be a bottleneck right there. Not that it couldn't be done, but I think that energizes bottleneck, because these things go as fast as the packages go through them. There's no delay to them. But yeah, no, as far as the looping side, I don't actually think we'd run into a throughput issue because there's just... Don't you get invalid countries sometimes? Right, but I'm curious with the invalid country how that handles it. Does it be like, okay, it's supposed to be this country, but it's mislabeled, but it's still for that country, like the initial country? Because usually be like the name is wrong, but the correct flag, or the flag is wrong, but the correct name. But yeah, that's the thing. You wouldn't know when you're done for the day, but I think that's okay. Because if we are cycling through and the thing's one giant buffer, who cares? Just let it run. As long as the correct, like, as long as stuff's getting out of there at the end of the day, it's fine. I'm not going to do it right now because that would take retooling all of this. And I don't want to spend the next 2-3 hours just rearranging this whole room to do something so cursed. But yeah, I actually don't... Low-key, I actually don't even think it's a bad solution. Like, the more I keep thinking about it, none of the stuff past here is the bottleneck. The bottleneck is all this stuff. Those packages trickle along. It'd also probably save you a ridiculous amount of belts too, and you could just kind of like weave the whole thing through. It'd take forever for the packages to get through a loop, but I also don't think it matters. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because even if it takes like an eternity to get through the loop, it's fine. You know, every time it goes by, if it's its turn, it pulls it off and chucks it in the bin. Alright, I never did finish upgrading all that stuff, did I? Did we get all this stuff upgraded over here? Yes, all that's upgraded. And those boxes aren't going out today. Okay. So that means it's time to go over here and no more for today. No more for today. Ship it. Oh, there we go. This brain prank from I was like, what? And cargo type, so nothing to worry about cargo type for today. So we can go to sleep. Tomorrow we unlock the airline stuff over there. That doesn't take me where I sleep. Yeah, no, I think the loop you just don't care about, like, did you finish all the boxes for today? You just let them pile up. Because you're kind of counting on the fact that it just keeps looping, that even if it takes forever to get around, it should continue to take stuff off the belt little by little. I might end up messing with that off stream. Okay. So, let's go on over here. So we can go ahead and open the door for now. Let it start going through doing all the package stuff on this side. We run over here. We turn on the airplane stuff. All right. And I mentioned earlier on the stream, I got a hold of a key for Water Park Tycoon. The devs were kind enough to send me a key. And so I believe the embargo for me being able to play that on stream lifts tomorrow. So we might be doing that tomorrow. We might be jumping onto the Rimworld like the next day or whatever. Oh, right, I need to actually set this up. So that might be what we're doing and all that. So it's supposed to be a lot more there. So we want to get the dot. That is the big important one for today, because this is the only day this week it's available. There you are. So we're going to go up to you. That's you on the schedule. And then we have this one. Then we have the bars, which we just had those yesterday, and I think that was this line, which is currently empty. Alright. Let's see, you think the way I do that is to create 2 large buffer zones, and at the end of the day, stop the transfer from buffer 1 to buffer 2, and once buffer 2 is empty, stop pulling stuff from it and start to transfer from 1 to 2. This means you're sure every day you go through the end. Yeah, I think for me, though, just, like, looking at it kind of idea, I feel like it doesn't matter between the days. As long as the buffer is big enough, if it starts to get enough items on it, just by raw numbers, you will be pulling off, like, 1 in 12 boxes at least. There is the chance that one box, just by sheer circumstance, might just keep endlessly circling. But hey, man, we don't have to deal with the consequences of losing your mail. If it gets there, great. As long as I didn't send it improperly labeled and to the wrong place. Alright, I'm just upgrading everything at this point because we got the cash. I really don't see a reason not to. Yeah, but needless to say, this will probably be the last stream of Parcel Simulator for a little while. I feel like they have like another massive update or something like that. Because at this stage, we've got this all set up, and sure, we could experiment with different design ideas. I genuinely am very curious to see if that loop. Get the autopausers. I have to wait till I upgrade the the warehouse. And that's just a matter of delivering enough packages. We'll probably have it here in a minute. Because we were at about halfway at the beginning of yesterday, I believe. And with these having, you know, 4 or 5 days that they can build up packages, and then you just send them all. I've only got 2 more of these rails, and then this is all fully upgraded. Then at this point, there won't be a thing for me to upgrade beyond, like, reworking stuff. I wonder if having the whole thing one giant loop, if that'll be, like, a big computation issue. Where instead of just handling a bunch of objects sitting still on shelves and sitting still there. Yeah, it had a massive update. Which I will show you kind of the, I think we actually had an early preview of the update yesterday, but now the update's just out per normal. But yeah, so we've got, if you remember, we go over here. Way over here. This is the first building that we played in previously. Nothing's changed here. It's about what you expect. But with this update, we got this brand new building over here, and it's got a couple of big differences. The biggest difference is if we go to where we drop our stuff off at this end. Oh yeah, and there's multiple floors, don't worry about it, it's fine. If we go at this end and we go to deliveries, it's based on country here, not the kind of stuff around that. And also, check out Azrael, another fantastic content creator, does a lot of like simulation game, but doing a lot of racing games recently. But it also does like Farm Sim and Roadcraft and a bunch of these other ones. But yeah, so like this schedule changes every week. So I've got all of these are shelves of different countries' packages, and I'm using the pausers to release the appropriate ones. And I can configure each door to be one of the countries to be sent out to. And yeah, so there's like a whole lot to that. There's also a second floor now, so you see my rejected mail is being brought up to the second floor. We're not doing much with the second floor right now. Unfortunately, well, these are supposed to go up and down. They're not fully implemented yet, so they just go up. You can technically take I could technically take a belt and have it just fall down here onto those tracks. But, you know, it's not the most reliable way of doing it, so I'm just kind of not doing that. Plus, as you can see, I had to take this one conveyor belt and split it between 2 lifts because the lift wasn't fast enough. It's pretty neat. You loved this game when it came out, but you kind of beat it in like a week. Yeah, to be fair, this is only my second stream of it, and we still have to unlock more of this place, which I'm at 405 out of 5, because this one's not money-based, it's I have to do the thing. I'm covering it up, and I'm at 405 express package submissions out of 500. So there's a good chance we get that done today. Which then will unlock a few more things at the shop we can get now. So we can get the speedway conveyors, a longer, straighter conveyor, 4 times as fast as your typical conveyor, which is curious. And the auto pauser conveyor, which lets me pause the flow of parcels on set days. Ooh, you know what you could also do with the auto pauser? Is where we talked about our theoretical setup, where instead of doing this in a reasonable and organized manner, just doing one giant loop with a splitter at the end of it to separate it out by the countries and all that, what you could do is have your auto pausers for the different days set up and just use those before the splitters and have, like, this is your Monday splitter, this is your Tuesday splitter, this is your Thursday splitter, and they can all just merge on. And so literally you can configure it at the beginning of the week and just go like this. You need to hit the button at the end of each day and all that. I like that some are objective-based. Better pacing, though. Yeah. I think objective-based is good. We got our last couple. Those don't need to be upgraded because they're not the bottleneck. But I'm kind of going with, I'm just going to upgrade everything because we're at that stage of the game that there's not really a reason to not upgrade everything. The money be coming hard and fast. Like, even if I tore down one of the areas, like, I could totally rebuild it. By the time I got through rebuilding it, I just have the money back. Okay, so we still got boxes going through the line. Alright, so checking our schedule. Send that out, turn that off. Turn that off, send that out. Send it out, turn it off. There's like one box still going through the whole system. Alright. Send that out. Turn it off. Because then we got a couple of days of no trucks. Or not no trucks, no trains. And let's go to bed again. Alright. So if everything goes the way I expect it will, today we should... Yo, sir, do you know what? Did I remember to turn this off and set... I think I remember to turn them off and set it out at the end? I'm hoping I did. Okay. Oh, no, I didn't. So you're set to Mantine, which is not coming up. Is there anything else in this lane I kind of need to process? I'm gonna have to because of this one down here. Boo. I do wish there was a thing to be like, hey, submit it at the end of the day. Alright, time for 20 failed packages. Womp womp. Alright, so we have the green one is on the far, well, so the blue and yellow bar is the big one we need to make sure we get today. That doesn't have as much time on the schedule. So you. So let's go to you. Your blue and yellow bar, which is that line. Have a nice day. Now go ahead and do Prunia. Wait, is Prunia not on this row? Okay, so you got Prunia here. Which is that one. Have a nice day. Okay, and the other two conflict, so we're just gonna leave them. You have another track turned on in that first set. Yeah, that's Prunia. So I didn't turn them off or submit them at the end of the day. Okay, luckily we had already depleted everything, so we didn't missend any more packages after the ones I just left. They're gonna keep depleting that. We're gonna run over here. Open the doors. Alright, only 31 more and we upgrade to tier 16. Which is the highest it mentions having unlocks for. It's very likely there could be more warehouse after that. But, like, we won't get new unlocks after that. That's the last one that's blocking me from more unlocks. Okay. You want to see you open that up? It's like acres upon acres of space on the other side. I do think it's going to be a non-insignificant. I'm imagining it's going to be basically this, but a second time, which is a lot of space. The question is, will there be another side? There's a black hole on the other side that sucks up all your packages. Do they count as delivered? Because that's all I really care about. Is this how you deliver, you know, rocket? You open up the wall, and then suddenly there's 12 more countries to manage? Like, honestly, with this, if we had it where, you know, it was another input, regardless of the output, I could easily just poke it in here, and then we could just run another track up top there, going to the reject side. And that would be perfectly good. Because what we're waiting for right now Because we're basically just delivering more and more. Alright, 15 more boxes and we get to open the wall up. So it's almost certainly gonna be today. I just keep wondering, if we do this loop idea at some point, like, will the game engine absolutely despise it? Because I don't know the way they do a lot of the calculations in the game to, like, keep it running, optimized, and all that. But I could certainly see where effectively the boxes on the shelves are kind of, like, inert. They don't have physics calculations. They don't do a whole bunch of stuff. Whereas the conveyor ones would have a lot more calculations dealing with the movement and all that. So I wonder if, like, having the boxes on the conveyor belts versus the shelf is more computationally heavy. At which point, what happens when that's, like, 800 or 900 boxes moving around in a big loop constantly and forever? It would also be a thing, because you can get the much faster, the 4x speed conveyor belts. There would be a lot of potential for there. Now you might be getting let's game it out ideas on how I could break it. Yeah, I mean, well, it's funny, because at first it's like, haha, we could just troll and maybe do that, and it's like, wait a second. Actually, that probably wouldn't work terribly. And the reason it wouldn't work terribly is if you look at these basically operate at conveyor belt max speed. So, like, these will never be your bottleneck. So, honestly, the shelves and loading and unloading them would be your bottleneck. But there could be mitigating ways you can deal with that. I could have, you know, a splitter that goes here, goes like that, loads it up on the shelves, and then you go to the other side and you do a merger on the other side. That way you keep it running at full conveyor belt speed on both sides of it. And you could just kind of keep buffering out and putting it back together. And then, yeah, just each day you go, this is country here, this country here. Because that would be the other thing, is right now my limitation is sometimes it'll be like, okay, here's your 3 countries, and then all 3 countries could be on the same rail. Would you manage to break in such a way? I've had a few times I've broken a couple of games that I had to be like submitted to the devs, like, hey, I've soft locked your game. I did that to Little Rocket Lab. Where we were which is another, it's like it's sort of Factorio meets Stardew Valley. I won't spoil it, but there's a level, or there's a part of the game that you're dealing with very tight confined areas that it's not full-on puzzle, but like it gets a little bit puzzle-esque on that one. Mine is a hard lock back to desktop. Yeah, now mine was soft locked in that I made a phantom conveyor belt using a solution that was not anticipated that would have worked. But it bugged out the game and created a phantom conveyor belt that they couldn't then get rid of to do the correct solution. So it was just stuck. He's found and managed a way to break the Unreal Engine 5 save compiler. Oh yeah, like having escape characters or something. Oh, we probably have enough to open this. Yes, exactly enough. Oh, I was not prepared for 2 doors. Oh, you little snots. Alright. I see you, game. So, you tripled my input and didn't give me any difference on my output. Okay. So wiring this into the existing infrastructure would not be the hardest thing in the world. Because literally literally for each of these doors, I would duplicate this setup. Make super buffers into your sorters. No, what I'd do here is I would duplicate this setup and then pipe it into there. Duplicate that setup again, and then pipe it into that setup there. Around there, I might start hitting a threshold of what the belt can handle. Honestly, I'm real tempted to try this. I didn't leave myself literally any room to do it. I was say I'm really tempted to try this loop idea. Which it wouldn't be super hard to set up when I think about it, because I could take all of these shelves and just shunt them around. I'm definitely not tearing everything down, because that'll take me hours to do. Okay. Yeah, so what'll end up needing to happen is we'll need to duplicate all this junk over here, and then we can feed the "it's a good one" through that, going on that way. And then the rejection ones will probably just take the other direction. So this one only takes 1,000, and we're already almost the next tier. I also, yeah, that's from earlier. I had stuff that was still available on there. Or I'm just continuously sending stuff to the wrong place. I don't know. I don't care. I'm willing to bet what we might get as we unlock the next one. We get yet another entrance and then 3 doors on the other side to only give you half as many doors as you'd need. That's kind of part of the reason I'm hesitating to do the whole setup here, is I want to kind of see if we get some more doors. Because if we do get the doors, I'm going to go ahead and set up the loop. Don't forget to send the ends. Yep, we're going to send the ends, and all that stuff. Honestly, I'm not going to sweat waiting to make sure everything got through the line, so turn it off. Send. None of these are turned off, or turned on. Turn it off. Send. Alright. So I get the next day started. And with the next day started, I will start building out another filter. Because regardless of anything else I do, to get the more of it set up, I still got to go through the whole filtering of the boxes. But the difference is going to be on the output side, potentially just making one massive disaster of a filtration setup and going from there. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and open the door, let it start backlogging everything going on, and we'll see what our filters need to be set for and all that kind of garbage. Because if we also get this set up the way I want, with a loop, I don't have to worry about what's on what shelf. Okay, so for this one, we care about that flag down there, the green, green diamond whatever. It's this one. Okay, that's the important one, because that's only available this day. The pink one would be really good to have. Alright. See, we got the one on the far right there. Is there a better choice? Yeah, it's fine. There we go. Yep. We finally made our boss enough money that he gave us a slightly better improvement and then gave us way more work. Alright, so that should be a sudden influx of a ton of boxes. Yeah, let's get this wall opened up before we get too invested. But yeah, at this point, we should have everything unlocked. Is there any of the new unlocks we care about a lot? The auto pauser. Right. So let's see what we can do with the auto pausers. My assumption with the auto pauser is that the purpose of these are where I've got my regular pausers over there in the other room, that I can configure these and say, okay, these days you're available. Yep. So what we can do here is grab this. Alright. So, we've got the planes. And we don't want to do the plane. And so with this, when we check on our cargo types, the planes go out on Wednesday and Thursday. That's not right. Wednesday and Friday. Wednesday and Friday for the plane. Wednesday and Friday for the plane. So now I don't need to worry about that. The only one that's trouble is I've got the one door on the other side that can be the ships or the planes, and then the one that can be the trains or the cars. And the reason that one is a problem is because the days when I go and I don't have a complete order, and it stays stocked up. Or actually, what it probably just means is at the end of the day, I need to go through and just do a manual delivery. Just on all those days, just do a manual delivery. See, the vent with the filter is being sucked in the starting clock from the bending the filter. Wait, what? Let's see, a problem I located yourself in your household's air sea. The vent with the filter in it sucked so hard it started to clog from the filter bending itself. Eek. All right. Okay, so boats are only Tuesday. And I can run this back over. So, these filters are expensive. Now with the auto filters, I don't imagine... Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to use the auto filters on this side. And the reason why you won't be able to is for your 3 doors. You just have to deal with that. Now you could do a thing where like you pre-prepare it, where like again, if we're keeping it filtered that way, I could kind of make the decision of when each door is going to go. But then again, if there's only 3 doors and 12 of them, I need to reconfigure the doors each time. Alright, so we can go over here. Okay, so this is the boats again, so... Yep, boat is Tuesday. So put it away. Alright. Oh no, you're good. Because the issue may be that the filters themselves not being able to keep a solid structure. So we're talking about in real life here. It's something that's told to be untrue, even though I am in the right here. I have no idea. I've not heard of that before, but I'm also not going to be like, nah, it's wrong, because, I don't know. Most of my AC problems have been like drain line nonsense or, you know, a filter that just really needs to be cleaned in a bad way. Used to be in construction, HVAC industry. You once had a grocery store where the return air filters clogged and collapsed the duct due to the unit sucking air from the outside only. It overpressurized the building so much the front wall got blown out. That is bananas. I was like, how can you still think clearly after 8 hours of this is a miracle to you? Honestly, this one's not bad. Like, it can be hard to set stuff up in this sometimes, but, like, it's not to the complexity level of, like, doing aluminum in Satisfactory or getting in your, getting into some of your later production lines in Factorio. I'll come back to that one. Like, a lot of it, the problems are straightforward and the tools are straightforward. Which makes it a lot less of a pain. Or it was a job you were on, but it wasn't quite related to you. Gotcha. Oh, I have no idea anything about the air filter stuff. Money spent, 150,000 because we're buying the thing to automate the other side of the building. The big thing I gotta remember is on the days between like airplane stuff and that we deal. Okay. So pop the doors. Get everything running again. Make our decision on which ones are going where for today. There. Oh, wait. Were there more doors upstairs? Hmm. Okay. Huh. So, what I could do is send half of the countries upstairs and keep half of the countries down here. Alright, so purple one is going to happen. Actually, okay. So you're going to be... Port. There you go. I got purple in the bars. Here's the bars. I don't remember which lane is the purple one now anyways. It's fine. We just depleted that one. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so... that's got interesting implications, because we got 3 doors up there. Which, if they gave us enough doors, I could then configure to each and every one of the doors for each and every country, and then have an auto, you know, the auto daily pauser hooked up there, and it would just be at the beginning of each week I'd have to go through and be like, alright, configure all these. And that would make it so it'd be less of a complexity, but also a lot there. I'm assuming we'll get a lot more inputs that'll become more and more of a hassle. Since we've got these auto things, I said I was going to set up the filters on this one. I'm actually delaying that, so I can just go to the other side, which I'm suddenly remember I actually have to go to the other side and let the train stuff go through now. Yeah, because the one big thing is if I'm going to use the auto pausers, I can't use that door, and I can't use the door on the far side over there. I mean, I take that back. I can use it, but I can't use it to, like, mix stuff. So, like, for example, what I could do is take where we got the boat stuff here, and instead of having it get fished over on that one, we can bring the boat stuff and hook it up to this set. That way, this can be a plane-only one. That could be the boat-only, that's the art plane. And so there's no mixed. The big challenge there is going to be the trains. I'd have to route the trains over to this side of the room. And have it all filter in here. Or on the other end, I could also have the road stuff. I actually don't know how you can get the road stuff over here. It's pretty solidly walled. Oh no, I might be able to go all the way over here, out and around and over. We can figure it out. Why do autopausers change that? Why can't they just place the existing? So the problems we have are these doors that use 2 items. Because what'll happen is it'll let a bunch of the plane stuff through, not have a complete load. And then the next day will come and this one will go through. And then I'll have incorrect submissions, depending on how much I care about it. Because then I'll have part of the stuff I picked up yesterday and part of the stuff I picked up today. And so the auto pausers basically mean, like, because the goal of the auto pausers is to get to the point where I don't even have to come to this side of the place at all. Yeah, exactly, BG. And so what I was talking about is what to do to make it so I don't have to do that. Because if I route it so only one thing goes to one stuff. Yeah, need a send all at end of day thingy. Yeah. I mean, there's a button for that. I would gladly use it. Did I already get... Okay. Let's get the plain one going. So plain is... Which 2 days were there? Wednesday and Friday. Either that or a counter that could let the full stack only let full stacks load in. Well, you'd still get a full stack. It'd be a full stack of multiple cargo types. But you could add, like, counter things that you wait till you have, like, 16 of something in storage and, like, have programmable blocks and yada yada. I think I'd much rather have it where, instead I just approach it in the whole... We just take the doors and set, like, that's the train door, that's the car door. Okay, we're already within 100 of upgrading our place again. Like I said, we definitely want to expand this. The 3 doors up there is a little trolly. It's fine. But the 3 doors up being on the 2nd floor is going to be a little trolly to deal with. But I'm curious if each time we expand, I'll end up getting more doors and all that. Because that gives me lots of options. Because if it does end up being that we get like 6 up top, 6 down below or something like that, even if it stays just the 3 and 3 and I've established that's what we're getting, I can then split my stuff up, and I'm genuinely considering doing the loop. This also makes that second floor far more usable, because at the beginning we had, like, myself, Burning Sun, a few other had constantly, like, oh, there's really not much I can do up here. Like, I was going to move the whole filtering stuff up there, and have all this dedicated just sorting country stuff, but then I realized getting it back down is kind of a pain. Alright. But I really am being enticed by this idea of taking advantage of the fact that these are pass-through and taking loops. Even though I'm expecting the game to absolutely hate it. Alright. So you're still emptying out all that, that's fine. You're still processing all that, that's fine. It's also one of those things, the mixed ones, I'm wondering if I don't really care and I'm just gonna let it just submit the wrong packages, a couple each day. Well, a couple each time it does the switch over. Alright. Let me just go over here real fast. So, not Saturday or Sunday. Alright, and I think that leaves me with just one more auto sorter to do. Run over there and peek real fast. So, the trains are good here. The planes are good there. The boats are good here. That one never has to be sorted. This one needs an auto sorter. Okay. Or an auto pauser. Alright, so we got one last auto pauser to do on this side. And yeah, I might just let it get him wrong every couple of days. Just get a couple penalties and just not care. It's not the best thing in the world to do, but at the same time, you know, I kind of just don't want to deal with it. Okay. Off and off. Send and send. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for hanging out and all that good stuff. Okay. Yeah, we just run over there and do the end of day submission. And I should check, we're probably pretty close to getting the next upgrade going. So with this one, pay our bills. So the boat should be available now on its own. I shouldn't have to do anything at all on my end to deal with that. Yeah, so we only need 57 more packages. Hey, Salford Sal. Was the stream and all that stuff? Can we get a shout out for Salford Sal? Absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Let's see. So this week, so that one has to be done. Okay, so it's you. All right, give me Holy Mother of Warehouses. Yep, so let me go and get a shout out for Salford Sal, who's an absolutely fantastic content creator, someone I highly recommend checking out. Doing some Clan Folk, which is pretty exciting, but does a lot of similar games to what we do on the channel here. So if you like the content here, you're probably going to like it there. So you got that symbol on more days, that symbol on a bunch of more days, this symbol on a bunch of more days, that symbol. Okay, so all the rest of them, we don't really care which one. Okay, so it's been a while since we've done that one. But yeah, so we're checking out the new update that came out, which adds the new warehouse, where we now sort by country as opposed to other things. We could set you for Stretton, which is not on this set. Let's see. Got the checkered. We can do, actually, yeah, we can do the checkered. Or actually, just Limball? No. Okay, so checkered's the only one here, so let's change you to the checkered. Okay, so that's all configured and all that stuff. Hey, Danson! Thank you so much for providing, like, the key to the community I gave out the other day, and all that. I've been very much enjoying the update, and coming up with really, really cursed ideas on what I actually might think being a viable solution to dealing with this room, once I have an idea what's behind mystery wall number 5. Because I've got, which is probably the most expected one, build a big buffer for each country and then deal with the doors. I'm low-key thinking about just doing a giant loop with a filter at the end of it and having the loop be the buffer. And just nearly criminally awful, because I actually don't think it'll run badly, since these run at belt speed. As long as I keep the loop, the only bottleneck will be the loader-unloaders, and if I use splitters-mergers, I think I could keep it going pretty close to belt speed. Alright, so we've got 25 more, and I can open up the wall. You need to scoot off? No problem, Sal. Sal, thank you again so much for the raid and all that stuff, and I do really appreciate it. I hope you had a good time with Clan Folk, and, you know, as always, thank you so much, and it's always good to have you. And for those who don't know who I am Rual, Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record. But that said, I do play a wide range of games, including a decent number of factory automation games, Factorio Satisfactory, and we're playing some Parcel Simulator, which is really fun. The way I usually describe it to people is it starts out as a slightly less dystopian Papers, Please, where you get your package and you look at it and go, okay, is the country right? Okay, is that the right flag? Okay, how's the serial number? And you kind of get more and more of those systems, but it does a really good job at about the point where you're like, you know what? I don't want to look at the flag anymore. They give you a machine, and you shove it in the machine, and it goes, okay, the flag's fine. And so it slowly switches from like a Papers, Please game into like a Factorio-esque game. And it works extremely well and has really good pacing. Because there's definitely like some of the Papers, Please-esque games, you definitely get to the point where you're like, I don't want to verify the spelling anymore. Like, I'm ready to not be doing this anymore. And so you do a really good job of splitting that line and all that stuff. But yeah, so I got their big update. It came out today that adds this whole factory, where instead of sorting it by, like, train, car, all that sort of stuff, didn't I need one more auto pauser? Instead of sorting it by all that kind of stuff, instead you have to sort it by country, and they only give you the 3 doors in the back there that you have to kind of reconfigure and all that. And there's 12 countries, and it changes every day what countries there are, and it doesn't have a set schedule like in here with the other stuff. You still had to do the second and third door for the trains. I've been holding off on that because we're going to very quickly get access to the next part. So I'm trying to get an idea of what I need to be dealing with. Alright, so yeah, so you're the last one that needs to be an auto pauser. Because then, for right now, I'm going to do the bad solution. And the bad solution is I'm going to just shove the auto pausers on those and go, it's good. And then move on with my life without any farther considerations. Which is not a good solution. And the reason it's not a good solution is there are 2 doors in this place that take more than one type of cargo. And so I'm going to get the occasional bad submission where I've sent my cargo to the wrong place due to that nature. Alright, so you are the train, so that's fine. No Saturday and Sunday. Alright. So each time it configures, I'll potentially get stuff wrong. If we're good about it, at the end of the day, I'll run over here and I'll just submit what's in there and I won't have a problem. I expect to forget that about every 3rd time it comes up. But we'll see. The more correct solution, I would imagine, long-term for that would be I route it so each of the doors only does one thing. Okay, so they did give us... Alright, so it's 10 doors total and another input. And how many do you want? 2,500. Okay. Alright. So, this has interesting implications. So right now we don't have quite enough for every country to have their own door. There's a pretty good chance when we open that next wall that we'll get 2 more doors that will make it so each country can have their own door. And at that point, what I'll be able to do is at the beginning of each week, I'll be able to go in and just kind of do a, okay, what day am I doing this one? Turn it on for those days. Okay, what day am I doing that one? Turn it on for those days. And that'll be pretty good because this, hi.
I'm heading downstairs.
Alright, you sleep well.
I love you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you.
No, you didn't scare me. It's just like, oh, they're there. You sleep well.
Love.
Love. Did I already set you up? Yeah, I did. We're just waiting. But yeah, so the downside of that is that does mean I have no reason to do my cursed solution. Because for those who didn't hear, the idea behind my cursed solution is pretend I only ever had those 3 doors. So what I could do is I could take one of these and I would put it down by these 3 doors. And it would sit just, over here, and door 1 goes to there, door 2 goes to here, door 3 goes to there. And otherwise, all the rest passes straight on through. And then we just make this whole area one big giant buffer that everything just loops through. And so the idea would be, Monday comes by, what am I setting? Click, 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 got you set, click, 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 got you set, click, 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 got you set, bop, bop, bop on the filter, and then you just let it cycle all day while you work on other things, and it would be horrifically able to gradually filter everything out. And I do actually think it would work. What I am curious about is from the coding perspective of optimization and all that, however this has been dealt with in the game, because I genuinely don't know. Like, if the objects on the shelf have the same computational costs as objects moving around a conveyor belts and all that, because a lot of games that have conveyor belts, they do optimization for stuff when the items are, like, not in motion and a whole bunch of things, that I could certainly see potentially opening up a can of worms that if you increase the computational load of every single object on the map, the game probably won't like it. The game might have mild to severe complaints about all of it. But there's only one way to find out. I haven't noticed any problems with this game with that kind of thing, but all these factory automation games, there's definitely a point where you run up against the wall. Like Factorio, there's definitely a point where you start getting like, I can't remember, it was like the way the ticks are run, that it slows down the speed that ticks happen. because of you just overloading the whole thing. I have actually no idea how Satisfactory handles it one way or the other. Some of them just utterly slideshow, like when you get into Hydroneer and you get too many physics objects on the ground, and the game just begs for agony. Yeah, Factorios tends to slow down too many drones. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to make Factorio sad, which is extremely well optimized game. But it is also a game that says, hey man, if you want to just keep making this bigger, we're down to let you do that. That is a you decision, though. Okay, so we're all done on this side, so we can push this. That's actually a button that doesn't matter. We can push this button, prevent that from having a problem. And then I need to run over here, and we push this button. Let's see, you got that with Mind Mogul. You had like 15,000 physical objects in the game map. Yeah, Mind Mogul has the exact same problems as Hydroneer, that you start getting little loose pieces of debris. In some games, what they'll do is they'll do a culling of objects, where it just basically loose objects, it'll just start deleting out of existence. But both those games decided not to do that, you know, which does add to the kind of the cursed fun of the game. But also, you have that thing where you start coming back to your factory and the slideshow that starts happening, you're like, uh-oh. What went wrong here? Factory is pretty solid if it's just mods. Mods may or may not be a different story. Yeah, no, Factorio does really well. It's only when you start getting to your giga mega factories that there's definitely a point where you start, and it's like the game still runs, but like these cycles will start to slow down and all that. But I mean, you usually have to push it pretty hard. You can get a pretty big factory. I've only done like one proper gigafactory way back, and there's definitely started getting a little pokey where I didn't even have to like really go too far out of the way. It's just kind of finding a handful of things that were particular outliers and cleaning those up. Alright, we just go ahead and start our day. There's no reason for me to not start the day. Yep, time dilation. You don't think it counts physical objects the same way as Mind Mogul and Hydroneer? Yeah, no, it doesn't. All the objects in those are physics-based. Like, I don't know if maybe the stuff chucked on the floor would have a problem. And again, thank you for that follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, I don't know how this one does it. Like, that's those ones you gotta experiment with and figure that out. Alright, so let's go over here and see which ones we have for today. So for this one, that's the big important one. It looks like that's only on twice this week. So let's get that sorted. I would love for there to be a way. Alright, so let's get you set up to, like, label these shelves or something. Alright. Yeah, and you're on the same bus, so we can't do anything with that. The debug report? Well, it's not a bug. It'd just be a nice thing. Okay, so we can turn this one. It's already set to that. Just go ahead. Yeah, and the other two are on the same one, so we don't get to use those. With other warehouse, you used auto pausers, and so you have to run into issues with incorrectly submitted packages with shared exits. Yes. The solutions I have is at the end of the day, I walk over and I just push the ship button. The other alternative would be, for those shared ones, stop using them as shared ones. So like the one that's the train and the car, reroute the train stuff over to the side that's just the train. That would be another solution. Alright, so what we can start trying to do is changing the way we're doing this. I'm going to go on the unsafe assumption we are getting 12 doors. So I got 6 doors up here. And I got 4 doors down there, so that's 10. That makes sense. I'll tell you, because I was hoping to not have to go over once all the new ones were unlocked. Yeah, and that's the thing. But is that a country door or reject door? Oh. That is a fair point. I didn't look. So that's a country door. It's got 2 buttons. Reject doors don't have buttons. So that's a country door down there. What about up here? Watch it be something trolly, like one in the middle. No, those are all country doors. So that's really the only reject door right there. Okay. So, what we want to do is I want to be lazy about this, as is my prerogative. So I'm going to get an auto pauser as the first thing we're going to buy. And we're going to choose one of the countries to go up there. And I will configure it accordingly. And what this does mean is on Monday... Oh, that's going to be the real danger here. On Mondays, I will need to always have it set to off until the day starts, since the schedule does change weekly. So you will start... Okay. So the way I'm going to approach this is we have 1, 2, 3 doors down there. So you're going to be the 4th one. And I don't care which belt that is, we will finagle it how we have to finagle it. This is all going to have to get rerouted. And I'm going to start from this end and work my way back. Because everything down below is functional. It is working. I am getting myself paid. And ultimately what we'll need to do is, as we build this out, eventually I'm going to need to duplicate that, like, whole filter setup, duplicate... I'm actually going to need to probably turn the filter setup to go long ways. Do you have a dispatch screen up here, too? I do not. So what it is going to be... Actually, do I have a dispatch screen on here? I never did check. It does not appear that we... Oh, show calendar. Okay. So we do have a calendar there. So what I will probably be able to do is we would go up here, and when it would, like, when all this is wired up, it'd be like, okay, that's your turn, you are that one, so you're only available on Tuesday. So I go to the side of this and go, bap, 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 bap. Tuesday it is, and then that's configured for the week. And like I said, I think for all of them, I'm going to need to turn Monday off until Monday starts out of habit. Because Monday the schedule changes, and it will already be in effect. Oh no, it'll be fine. It'll be fine because it doesn't automatically turn on in the morning. Never mind. I was sitting here thinking, because the first thing you do is I slam open the door to get the boxes moving. And I was like, oh man, I'm gonna be in a big trouble with all this. Yeah, so this will be interesting how I want to configure this with all these. I think the answer is I'm going to make these lengthwise, and I'm going to have to separate out the boxes, and we're probably going to have to duplicate... Well, I mean... We'll probably have to duplicate this setup, and then merge stuff together. It's going to be, like, this middle area is definitely going to be spaghetti by the time it's all said and done. And for the record, the game does have an achievement and all that related to just doing some absurd number of boxes per day. As one of the new achievements. Let's see, another question, can you feed in the other doors? Can you feed in the other doors into this input? Looks like the throughput isn't an issue yet. Can you feed in other doors into this input? Can you phrase that differently? Because, yeah, the throughput isn't an issue on the boxes that have been accepted. On the other side, now granted, that probably will change once you get that. Okay, so you're number 5. Let's see, add the new input trucks into the existing system. Yeah, well, I mean, right now... I probably should just hook them up right now. The reason I haven't is this is already bottlenecked on that that scanner right there. You can see that's stuttering. So adding all these, that'll just be a buffer. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. It'd give me an extra 20 or so boxes well, maybe closer to 50 boxes a day. Can you route the other doors the same setup? I can, but the problem we have here is this is fully upgraded, and this is our bottleneck. Now you see how the boxes stop here for just a second? So routing more into this, it won't go any faster because this is what's holding everything up. So what I need to do is run it in parallel, where I get this whole setup, and I make another one like right here, and then feed that in there, do it again there, feed that one in there, do it again there, feed that one in there, do it again there, feed that one in there. And then on the output, I might be able to feed it here. If that's what you're asking, I might be able to do that. I feel like that will start to be a throughput problem, but it can definitely support 2, maybe 3 of the setups. I don't know what the limit is, but we'll figure that out. Okay. So meanwhile, we have League Ball here. So League Ball is only available on Friday and Saturday. So again, what I'd do is I'd walk up here and go bap, 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 bap. But you get the idea of what I'm going to be doing up here. We just don't have the money for it. But honestly, we make like we make a bunch of money a day now. And the first 3 I'm just leaving alone for right now. Is there anything you need to worry about for the cargo type? Yeah, so the planes are going to go away today. So I'm going to run over here and make sure everything's done on this side and then push the plane button. Which one big benefit we could have is if I were to take the time, and again, make that a single purpose. So what I would need to do is right now where I have this up from the train, what I would probably do is get rid of that shelf, hop over here, have it come over there, go over top, over top, over top, duck under, and then plug in over here. And then I'd make that driving only on that door. And then this one, I would take the boats, and I'd probably need to like over top here, go under, and then plug into this. And with that, that would be planes only over there. And then with that, I don't have to walk over here at all, ever. I don't think I'm going to bother doing it because it's not that big a deal for me to walk over and push that button. And that's the only button I need to push. I need to push that button on the end of those days, and that button before the weekend. But that would be the automatic, you just never need to go in that area ever again solution. And then before I forget, because I've done it multiple times, which is where I went from having just a few mistakes to a whole lot of mistakes, is I need to go to this side and turn it all off. Alright, because this can keep working and doing its thing. And then once I get those auto belts up there and everything, I go up that stair every single time. Every single time I go up there to go to the bedroom. And it doesn't matter how many times I do it, that's not the correct direction. Yeah, so I'm making 100,000 a day now. Which actually, it's a lot, but it also makes me remember that's how much, 2 auto sorters cost. Okay, so I pop over here, open the door immediately, check our schedule. So purple and green. Green I have in the right lane here, so let's go ahead and get that turned on. Purple's also here. Okay, so green is backed up one shelf. Oh, I'm wrong. Green's the only one on this one. Okay, green it is. Have a lovely day. And purple's on this one. Okay. But yeah, the reason I'm trying to go for the auto full... Yeah, no, that's the thing. There's plenty of room here to do the one scanner setup per door. I'm just trying to configure things at the top, because then what I can start doing is this big mess of routing here and all these shelves. I can go and bring one route up here. And I don't need to build the whole shelves, like fill up the whole space or anything. But it'll be one of those things that will go over here. And I'll probably just kind of, you know, put a couple shelves back and forth over here. And then just go over there and drop. And then we can fill in more shelves as needed. And just keep repeating it on all this. Because we get this all configured, all I have to do is, at the beginning of every week, run in here, go tag all the different things to whatever they need to be configured to do. And then just... then everything can run for the week. I guess instead of doing what I'm doing now, which is running those one by one, leave what I've got here, and start actually building out a little bit of this, do the drop down, and then whichever one of these belts goes to the correct place, plug it in, even if I have to do like some cursed spaghetti. So we could start that by going, let's see, shop, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We'll start with that. All right. Because if we start doing that, instead of the way I was approaching it, I will be able to be like, one by one, oh, this country came up, we can ignore it. Like, it's already configured and everything. So this is a loader. So let's actually see. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's not enough space to turn shelves sideways here and have it work for us. So what we're going to go ahead and do is 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, let's grab the turning ones. Grab those off the floor. Grab that off the floor. Yeah, I think this will be the better way for me to do this. Alright. So with the straightaway, I'll line it up with the door for now. Oh, that's right. And the reason I'm going to line up with the door is that just later, like, figuring it out and all that'll be fine versus trying to, like, maneuver it around to match up with everything. Alright. Because then we'll get to the point where we can drop down the belt, and then we'll just rearrange the chaos to accommodate. Which shouldn't be the end of the world. Worst case, I buy a bunch of over-unders and make a place to cross through everything. All right. Let's go downstairs and grab the straightaways. And obviously we'll end up needing to upgrade a bunch of these later and yada yada. It's also a good thing with this way, I'll be able to spot when something is like backing up properly that I have a problem. Okay, we can go over here, straight away, do this. The number of rejected box will never cease to amuse me. I can only imagine the fiasco would be if, you know, you were working with any type of delivery service and they had like a 60 or 70% rate of boxes being returned. It would be an utter scam. Like, granted, in the game, it's because, you know, they got important details wrong and all that. But still. Okay. So this is, Congrati. So I will need to go down here to grab the lift. A lot of delivery services have like a 50-50 rate of actually attempting a home delivery instead of claiming nobody was home. It's so infuriating. I'd be surprised if it was that bad, but yeah, no, there's definitely some like real nonsense that goes on with a bunch of it. Okay, so that would hook that up. All right. So let's go and figure out which one is the one we're looking for. Oh, you're not on the side. Boo. Wait, what? Oh, there you are. Yeah, so this one. So if I get 3 over-unders, we can make this work. And as well as ones, like I said, it's going to be absolute spaghetti at the beginning. Like, absolute ridiculous spaghetti. So you're going to go right along this way. So pack those ones up. It's the only ones that have real-time tracking for the last bit of the delivery. Don't screw around. But the other ones, especially the drivers, are not mandated to provide proof. Gotcha. Around here, the vast majority of like any reputable provider you're going to be working with, they do have the whole thing where it's like, you know, you are going to be able to like see the last little bit of it. Sometimes like the earlier part before it's out to delivery and all that, it can be kind of all over the board. All right. And I figured by the time I get this one wired up, we will have been able to go through and just be like, submit everything. Don't I have a pallet of these? Is it a problem if two of the most used providers used to be state-owned postal services got privatized? I mean, that's certainly a thing. Yep. There are just certain things that shouldn't be about money and should be, you know, covered because they do need to just work right. Okay. So let's get this one wired up. Now, obviously, in the long run, when we're starting to get all those other ones up, instead of just taking this whole thing and just chucking it in there, it's honestly the approved box lanes. As I mentioned before, those splitters do, you know, do work at like the speed of a conveyor. So no matter what, the conveyor going in versus out, it is going to be a thing that you don't end up like losing. You think you know what triggered it? I bet you're wrong. Do you want to guess what it is? And for the record, I'm not saying that in a bad way. It is not what you would expect to trigger it. What do you think triggered it? Because I'm pretty confident you're going to be surprised. In fact, actually, here, I'm going to go ahead and allow it. I would like chat. In Soul Adam's last message, what do you think? What do you think was the thing that AutoMod did not like about it? Because genuinely, this is a troll. I was the 3X's? Say one's in chat if you think it's the 3X's. There's a palpable hesitation. Yeah, it was package. Package was what it didn't like. The word package. Not punctuation, not the triple X's, nothing else. The word package, sex-based term. I was not prepared for there still to be stuff on this shelf. Alright, and that's all wired up. Yeah, I was gonna say, well, that's the whole thing. Like all things AI-based, they don't get context. So it doesn't matter what the context is. It means nothing to it. Oh, I don't have to do anything there. Oh no, this entire game should be blurred. I know, right? We're just slinging our packages everywhere. Oh, I almost made a big mistake. Almost. Does anyone under 60 even use that word any problem way? I wouldn't be surprised, but probably not frequent enough to be relevant. Alright. Like, that's the thing. Every once in a while, I'll get surprised where I'll be in a conversation and someone will be that's like, really? People still say that? And it won't be from someone who's like, you know, 40, 50, 60 years old, where you're like, okay, this person just has a little bit of dated lingo, but, like, you know, they grew up where that lingo was around. It'll be someone who's, like, in their mid-20s, you're like, really? Come on, man. We stopped using that word, but, like, a decade before you were born. Like, heck, it was on the outs when I was an edgy teenager. Alright. You have issues communicating with 20-somethings? Well, that's because you're not cool anymore. You know when you used to be what was in, and then what was in changed? You know. It's just one of those things. You don't have the Riz. Yeah, some people just don't have the Riz. Joke's on you, I've never been cool. Well, I mean, that's because it was rad at the time you were saying cool. Alright, so the calendar for today is basically everyone. Let's try and get you in here, because it's been a while since I've gotten you through the pipeline. Unless Kongori's on the list, it's not. Okay. So I got all right. Yeah, we need to get you through because you're backing up. Is there anything here backing up by a lot? Oh yeah, it is. You're not available today. Who else is pretty far back here? You're available today, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay. That's not a grandpa meme. So on point. Just a scene. No, you don't mean the social context, you mean the work context? Trying to interview 20 years old is a pain? Yeah, I mean, but here's a hint. 20 years old always suck to interview. Like, that was no different. I remember listening to my parents and all that. Not my mom so much, but like my dad and my uncles complain like just about young people and interviewing them and how they don't take work seriously and yada yada. The same old crap. It's just young people. It's what you do. We were all young. It's fine. Where was the other pallet I had? These are the joiners I got stacked. Oh, they're both over here. Right. So I got a bunch of curb blocks here. A bunch of straights. Let's start with all the straights not. But yeah, no, it's the complaining about not being able to understand what the young people are even talking about, and why do they talk the way they talk and all that. That's, man, that's been a thing since dirt was invented. Yeah, old man shouts at clouds, exactly. Alright. It's all good. We are making tangible progress. Alright, so these are our loader unloaders. This is the loader side. Wait, what? Huh? Oh, I was actually putting down straight belts. That's fine. We'll just run over here and deal with it. Yeah, no, when it was just up here, like, it's kind of one of those things at the beginning when you first get and you just have this one spot there. It's like, oh, there's not a lot I can do up here. You know, and then you get these extra doors, you're like, okay, I see. I'm supposed to go upstairs. It's more than just a disposal, because it's kind of one of those things that, like, we actually had multiple people, myself included, when we first opened, is like, oh, this is weird that we get this much space and it's really not usable yet. That's how you can make the pallet. The pallet, I believe, is like 20 items or something like that. There's a very, like, specific limit to it. Because when you actually buy the pallets in the shop, there's different tiers of them. So the first pallet can handle 6. Okay, it actually can handle 30, so I've been putting less on it than I could have. You have roughly 100 items on it? No. I had 30, I believe. I'm pretty sure it's exactly 30, in fact. Oh no, it was definitely tall. Okay. Can we get a small factory tour? Sure, I can do that in just... I don't really know what the ordering is on this. For right now, we will put you... there. Give me 1 second to deplete the pallet real fast. Because then I'll need to go downstairs anyways. There we go. But yeah, so for the factory tour, let me just sling this downstairs. Alright, so up here in our warehouse here, we have basically, this is an output area. Hardly any of this is hooked up yet. Just, this is where we reject boxes. But then we go down here. This is the brand new warehouse that comes with the most recent update. So with this, the big difference between this warehouse and the one you start with is this warehouse, instead of going and ultimately trying to say, like, it goes on a plane, it goes on a train, it goes on a car, it goes on a boat, instead you're going by the country, of which there's 12 of them. And when we started, we only had the 3 doors, which is what all this chaos is back here. So pretty much, the stuff comes in this door, it goes on over here, where we go and say, okay, is it already labeled? Yes, no. If it is, send it appropriately. If no, we spin it around here. We go, is it the right weight? Is it the right serial number? Is it the right country? Is it the right cargo tag? Which technically I don't need to do that apparently, but I'm doing it anyways. Is it stamped? Does it have prohibited contents? If all of those, it is okay, then it goes around here, gets labeled, and goes out into the rest of the area. If it does have any of those that it's not supposed to, it gets rejected, goes over here and gets a rejected label, goes up top, and gets the heck out of here. And this is the new warehouse. Then you got your little area up here where you got just a nice little foyer or whatever. We've got our nice little desk up here so you can, like, look upon our factory. A nice cushy bed where we put our, you know, screen directly in front of us that I always forget to look at and ignore. Just checking on the cargo types for today. Okay, so let me shut down the plane lines when the day is over. And then this is the original factory, which I've got my various inputs on this wall. So you see 1 input, 2 inputs, 1, 2, 3 inputs. And all those, pretty much, they get split up between these with different splitters and all that. But they go into another group of filters exactly like you saw the other one. I've got 3 different sets. But they're all the same idea, exact same filters. And then same idea. If they fail any of them, they go through the "ya failed, get out of here" line. And if they pass them all, they go through here. At which point they get split up of go on a plane, go on a boat, go on a train or a car. You know, and then we have the same exact duplication over here of train and boat, or sorry, boat and plane, train, car. And then there's no reject line over there. But it looks like you and I have very similar system for the warehouses. I would imagine, just because of the rate you unlock it, I wouldn't be surprised if you see a lot of similarities. Like, the actual layout of these probably varies person to person and how they decide to lay it out, where they do, like, the little squiggle here, or if they try to, like, rotate them or inline them or whatever. Because I could definitely see them being, like, put it here, you know, and just keep passing things through or whatever. So I imagine the specifics vary, but broadly speaking, you are given access to things roughly the same time, so you're very likely to come up with roughly the same kind of solutions. Alright. So with this... Oh, we got one more package there. What makes sense makes sense. Yeah, no, there's definitely games that just even the order of operations you unlock things will tend to lead the player to behave in certain ways. Not in a bad way or anything else. It's just kind of the human nature aspect of it. Okay. And that's the train side, so I can push that button, because those don't become available. Actually, I didn't need to push that button. I really only need to push the button on the far side there, because otherwise I'll start getting boat stuff tomorrow, and then it'll get, you know, incorrect results. Because it's mixed boat and plane. So it's 2 outputs for both trucks and trains. Yeah, you have 2 outputs of all of them. It's just there's the truck and train on one end, and there's the boat and plane on the other end that one door leads to 2 of them, and all the others are singled out. So each one has a single version, and each one has a version that's doubled. I feel like I'm forgetting to turn off. Let's make sure we didn't mess this up down here, because I'm paranoid. That's the reason I'm trying to get these other ones configured, is once I get them configured... Yeah, that's exactly what would have happened. So you, off, submit, off, submit, off, submit. There. Did you place the TV in front of your bed? I did. How else are we going to check the schedule each day? I was doing... So, this is a new save file I started yesterday. My last save file, I think the entire time I played, I had like 8 invalid submissions or something like that. Oh yeah, there is a cat we found. Was it up here? Oh, it's someplace else. Oh. Does the cat move around each day? It does. What's the point of a meme account if no one interacts in chat? What? Get to go to sleep looking at your stat screen? Absolutely. It's just kind of sad. The thing that caused my numbers to be so bad is I had the thing queued up, and I accidentally turned on planes on a boat day and just did 2 like full-on submissions of all of it. And then I've had multiple days where I've forgotten to, like, turn off the stuff on there and got a bunch of things in the cargo. Alright. Let's go over here and see what our delivery stuff is for today. Let's see. Any glaring issues or complaints of the update? Looks like you said it was coming along. Not a complaint. The one thing I've run into, let me do a quick demo of this real fast. Are you just... Yeah, this'll work. So when you're doing the build mode, I can't figure out how to switch between the things on the pallet. And then, like, sometimes it's not clear where, like, this left one is highlighted, but sometimes I'll have the actual straight belt, even though it looks like the corner's highlighted. So it might just be, like, a confusing thing, but, I would want something like scroll wheel or the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to allow me to switch between the different things on the palette. That's the only thing I've run into personally that I could think of. But it's only when you do that. You can right now, yeah, that was the idea that people would use one item per palette, but you've not made that very clear. You need to fix the highlight, though. It's possible to add scrolling. Yeah, I think adding the scrolling would be good. I mean, that's ultimately what I've tried to do, is put one thing on the palette once I ran into that. So, like, that's just kind of the logical place to take it from there. Right, so I need turns. So let's see, so we've got, that palette is all this, no, that palette is the turns. Yeah, now it, as a quality of life thing, what Burning Sun is mentioning, it would be nice to either have an option that, like, have an option to end of, you know, toggle on, like, end of day, just submit anything, or have, like, a button. Maybe it could be something that's tied to this warehouse here, that you have, like, on your desk a big send all button. Because, like, right now my workaround, unless I route stuff around for using the auto scheduling pause blocks, is I have to run over there and submit it and then run all the way back, which is not a big deal, but, like, for the convenience they provide, it kind of robs them of that if I still have to run over there. Alright. So I got a bunch of these. I'll need more of those later. Actually, let's bring it downstairs. I'll need those downstairs. Yeah, but no, it's been a really good update. Like, I haven't run into any bugs, I haven't run into, like, obvious performance issues or crashes, like, no crashes at all. The pacing's been pretty good so far. We did start with a brand new fresh save yesterday, but, you know, having already played the game before, like, I was able to know some of the stuff to, like, kind of speed through things. They had achievements? You're so screwed? Excellent. You gonna be streaming this, Ultra? Also, actually, I think I might have to do it. Let me go ahead and get a shout out for Ultra. But, definitely should check out Ultra Source and all that stuff. You don't know you're supposed to do Zelda stuff this week? You can just, don't worry about your audience, they don't deserve it. But yeah, so here is our chart of the country nonsense. Did I configure these yet? I didn't configure these yet for the day. Right. So, was I wiring up Ligball today? Let's see. Oh, I didn't. Okay, it's fine. That's fine. At least it's only 2 this time. So country, show calendar. So you are super backed up. What is your flag? You are available, so that one's getting through. So let's go here, switch you to that. And that should be this row. There you go. And which is the most backed up of these ones? Looks like you, which is Ligball. So let's go ahead and get Ligball hooked up. And which is the most backed up of you? Looks like that one there, which is not available today. And then the next verse is that one, which is not available today. And you're not available today. But you are available today. So, you already configured. Have a nice time. You forgot the name of the country? Oh, so that's why you want to send all button? Yeah, and that's right. Like, right now we're cleaning this up, because, like, at the beginning you only have access to the 3 lanes, so I made this whole thing for, like, getting each one of the rows all set up. So I do have to clean out. But it's actually... So honestly enough, that one down there isn't the reason I want the, I mean, that'll help with the submit all button. The submit all button has to come with using the auto pausers over here. That if we go to the auto pausers over here... Yeah, it was because you had the 2 invalid rail parcels. Right, because there were ones from yesterday that didn't have the thing, so it's just to, at the end of the day, be able to push the button, make sure I clear out everything so I don't, you know, poison the batch. Right, so you're already configured to go up there. That one's all configured. You need straightaways. And actually, that's not true. I've got some conveniently placed right here. Okay, so you're all wired up and ready to rock and roll. So that's all good. I gotta go fix some stuff? Absolutely no problem. And again, thank you so much for where you gave me access to this a little bit ahead of time and all that good stuff. It's really nice. And for everyone who doesn't know, while I did get access to it early, it is just out now. You can just, if you own the game, congratulations. You'll just download it. You're good to go. Alright. Get the second floor thing. Make sure it goes to the car park so I don't have to run across the property. And then we figure out how I wire this all up. But yeah, no, it's been a good update. I will definitely say for anyone who has already played the game, you know, by all means start a new save if you want to start a new save. It doesn't take forever to get through this game. But also, like, if you just want to check out the new stuff, just load up your existing save. We started new, but like all but like 1 or 2 of the new things don't show up until you get there. Okay, so what the heck was that floor at? It's fine. We could just run up here real fast and see which country we're popping onto this setup. And this one is Ligball. That'll be perfect because we're just emptying out the Ligball line now so that I never have to look at Ligball ever again down here. So let's go to the Ligball line. I don't... So that would be Impland, Ligball. Okay, so the empty line here will be Ligball. Let's make sure there's nothing else coming through this. I gotta wait for these last couple boxes. But then we're gonna yoink up the entirety of the Ligball line going that way. And then spaghetti it through all this garbage. Which will be awkward because I already have one spaghetti down here. Let's see, what happens when you put a boxed conveyor belt on your system, into your system as if for a package? I don't remember if it actually ships them or not. Yeah, they just don't ship. I think you can deliver them. I actually want to say there might have been an achievement for that, being like, that's not a package or something like that. Merge split? Merge split what? Because what I'm going to be doing is grabbing the... I mean, honestly, you know what I can do? Is to skip all this garbage. Is I can go and deliberately start trying... I mean, that's fine for now. So what I could do... I'm trying to see the way that this will be the least headache. This is the Ligball line, right? Yeah. And you never have to do Ligball things ever again. Alright, so I've got this belt here, and this belt needs to go to there. Now, I got some options. So what I could do is I could commandeer this line and just bring that right over. And actually, that might not be a bad idea. So let's change you. Be like that. So what I could do here is package you two up. Okay, so that now correctly goes here, and then this is the lig ball line. The problem we have with all this, obviously, is I got all these belts snaked here. Now, there's not really a good angle for me to do much of anything with this because of the way we've got this whole thing set up. Now, I could go through and change that one to be the lig ball line and go way over this way and then way over that way, and it'll solve my problem for right now and immediately become a problem in like 30 seconds. So, that's not my favorite. I don't have a good angle to get around that way. I definitely make it over under this way and make another ramp and go this way, which is what I'm gonna do and is really a cursed solution. So, if you're someone who gets upset with suboptimal solutions, avert your gaze, for this is about to get extremely suboptimal. And the reason I'm doing this versus doing it correct right now is I am going to have to rearrange all of those belts, but I do not have the money and the time and effort to rearrange all those belts at one time, because I'm going to build out the things upstairs, and I'm going to have to duplicate all this stuff over here, and my intention is this whole middle area here, we're going to be completely rearranging all those belts. But it's kind of one of those things that fix one part after the other. That was disorienting. Alright. So boom, boom, boom. Because what'll end up happening with these... in the long run, is we will ultimately be rerouting everything. Alright. Alright, so you are Ben's. Looks about right. You're the overpass ones. Oh, that's a Ben. We could shove you on the Ben's block. Alright, I should have another pallet floating around here somewhere. Because I've got 3 of them. Oh, the other one's still a giant pile of murders. You know what? I've got the money. Let's go ahead and let's grab another pallet. It'll just keep expanding to being like, hey, here's the pallet I clean junk up with. Oh, hey, here's the pallet I do this with. Alright. We can go over here. I should have a whole bunch of straightaways to pick up. Sure, Landon. I'll just stop what I'm doing and what everyone is watching, you know, like almost 300 people over here, and just go play some other game that someone just randomly popped into in YouTube chat to ask me to play. That seems like it makes sense. YouTube's weird. What was the game? I don't know. They use an abbreviation. Anyone know what MJ is for a game? The response is thank you so much. Hey, you know what? I mean, to be fair, that's nowhere near the weirdest thing I've heard this week. Alright. So that should be good, because these now have the scheduled blocks. So that would just go out there anyways, so now I don't need to worry about that. The next one will end up being Martin. Right. Is there any stuff I need to go through and force out? Nope. Truck day tomorrow. Are YouTube people so weird? I have no idea. TikTok is 10 has worked. I don't disagree. TikTok just got wild. Like, I haven't been streaming on TikTok in a hot minute because they make me use their studio thing, and you open that thing up and you just kind of hear your CPU fan kick on. You're like, but I'm not doing anything. And it's just like, you know, I'd rather do that. Alright. So, with that, we go and pop the doors. No reason not to. I don't need to do anything on the other side of the building. So, let's double check. What I'm going to need to do is... Now you can stay on there. Alright. Let's go start picking up all these boxes. We'll start on that side. But yeah, no, TikTok is so much worse. What game? What game? Yeah, I mean, I get that in YouTube all the time. It's like, what game are you playing? It's like, I mean, the category's right there, but okay. To be fair, I get that on Twitch as well, as I'll definitely have at least once or twice a stream is like, what's this game? It's like, other than it being mentioned in the title and the category, and that, you know, like, a game like this, you'll have, like, in big letters, like, the art on the wall, and you're like, I don't know, what game is this? Okay, so I think we're on the regular belt. Okay, this is probably the loader. Yep. Loader again. Loader again. Loader again. So then we're gonna go over here. Oh, and now we're on the unloader. Or the... What are you? Oh, you're just like a regular pause block. Ugh, regular pause block. We're far too wealthy for that drivel anymore. Imagine pausing manually. Yeah, no, it's definitely a thing when you're looking at a lot of stuff like Blue Sky, Twitter, TikTok. Oh man, what was the one before TikTok? I'm blanking on its name. Like, it went away, and then TikTok immediately came out and was just wildly successful, and you're like, yep. Vine, that's the one. Yeah, and, like, Vine, they're 100% the algorithm's just all about being like, hey, would you like addiction? We can help you with that. Not get you over it, help you, but, like, you know, help you acquire it. Okay. So just in case I actually hook this up, turn everything off but Sunday. And that'd be Monday and Thursday. It won't stay that way, but I'm still going to set it because, I don't know. You know, touched social media in that long? Yeah, unfortunately when you're in a content creation kind of situation, that is just one of those things you kind of got to do. Alright, so you got the bridges, and there's the curves. Alright. There's also, not even that, like, there's lots of jobs that, unfortunately, you just have to social media. You're gonna be in marketing? You're gonna be doing social media. You're gonna be doing content creation? You're gonna be doing social media. You're gonna be in any type of public relations thing? You're probably gonna be doing social media. Hell, sales, you're probably doing social media these days too, depending on what you're selling. Not all jobs need it. There's definitely a lot of jobs you can just blissfully be like, you know what? You're an engineer. Do you need social media? Nope. Okay, so it's actually 30. I could have been doing 30 this whole time. That's fine. So you enjoy a lot of Vines. If you actually watch a TikTok, it's obnoxiously loud. Yeah. It's, there's definitely the whole meme that people like to do, where it'll be like, and he said, it'll just, like, suddenly, like, blow out the mic sounds. Like, just max distortion by just overplaying volume. I definitely hate that with a passion. Like, by all means, have some, like, shock value or whatever, but that specific thing where it's just, you have, like, the max distortion just because you're overblowing the mic. Hate it. Hate it so much. Absolutely despise. Alright. And grab straight ones again. It is my old man shakes stick at sky situation where it's like, you young kids, you'll just never figure it out. And so you've had enough YouTube shorts existing. When you misclick on one of them and the thing defaults to 100% volume, I've definitely run, like, honestly, there's a lot of software that needs to get its volume control sorted out. I actually was complaining about the beginning of stream. So we're listening to Stellaris OST on Steam. Steam's music player, every single time you go and you load something new, 100% volume. Does not remember. And it's like, come on, man. It's not that hard. And it's every time it happens, I'm like, you know what? I need you to sit down, you know, go download, like, Winamp, you know, grab all these OST MP3 files and just put them in a folder and then point Winamp at them or something like that. And I just need to do that because this just annoys me that this thing forgets my volume every single time. And then I promptly go to sleep after stream, completely forgot it was ever a thing, until the next time I go to open music because, you know, either the game's music, you know, the playlist is a little bit short, or the music volume, like the music options are not DMCA safe or whatever. And then promptly run right back into the exact same problem, knowing I need a little bit of time to set that all up before stream. But yeah, I hear it really kicks the llama's ass. I don't know what the llama deserved to have that done to it, but that's apparently what Winamp does. Poor llama. I mean, I guess it probably just spat on someone. That is very llama-coded behavior. For some reason, 50% of Twitch streams are really quiet. So, that's kind of one of those things. One thing I would love Twitch to do, and it's something I brought up with them before, is I would love Twitch to have a thing that when you have your stream coming in... Oh, I have one of these backwards. Where you have your stream coming in, that it actually genuinely would go and give you like a little warning being like, hey, your volume is a little high, or hey, your volume's a little low. And then normalize the volumes based on that and require like the advertisers to use the same normalization. And that if they don't follow it, your ad doesn't run. Because I feel like that would be great for everyone involved. And they do have a thing that you can go to a stuff and like test your stream, and when you're testing your stream, it will like give you an idea if your volume's good or bad. But like one, trying to even figure out where the heck that's hidden in the platform is always a whole thing. Okay, so this is the one that we would want to wire over there. That to me sounds like agony. I don't really have a good solution that doesn't make it even more spaghetti. But believe me, I'm down for more spaghetti. Do I have a free pallet? Yes, I do. So let's go find the line that needs to be cleared. I did a goof and forgot to close things that should have been closed. Eat all those fines. Alright, so you were set to implant, you were set to them. Okay, so this is the line that needs to be cleared. Alright. And actually, pop these ones back up. Pop you back up. Pop you back up. Alright. And we'll continue to make more and more cursed spaghetti. And then eventually I will need to be putting a lot of effort into fixing this nonsense. Alright, so you go this way, there'll be a turn there. Like, the point this will start getting properly better is once we start getting enough of these rows gone, we'll just be rerouting all of it, and it'll just be able to hook up to whichever route I need to hook up to. So I need 2 curb blocks and some straights. The straights I happen to have laying right here on the ground, which is perfect. Alright. And And then tomorrow's plan on the stream is I did get a key for Water Park Tycoon. And so we're probably going to be checking that out. That is, that's very Roller Coaster Tycoon-esque. Or like Planet Coaster 2, except, you know, not roller, like, not roller coasters, more water park. So I'll be checking that. I believe that's an early access release, if I'm not mistaken. So I'll check it out, see how it is. If we're really liking it, we'll do we'll do the whole stream of it. If it's kind of, you know, okay, we like the idea, but, you know, it needs more time to cook, then we'll do like half stream of it, and then, you know, maybe go to RimWorld, maybe more of this. We'll see how we'll see where the night takes us. But I am looking forward to it, because it does look good. I know they had a demo, and I did not check out the demo. So this will be my first time playing it. Alright. So with that, that should be all wired up. And we can go... Is there anything I need to toggle today? Yeah, all those were wrong, and it's because I forgot to reconfigure this at the end of the day. So I need to remember on the change of the day not to go in and open the door immediately. And that's because all of my schedulers for the countries are going to be wrong. Alright, Cat, where are you hiding? There we go. It's important. The cat requires pets. Also, probably don't actually have a cat in a postage processing factory. I do not imagine you would have a cat very long living among heavy machinery. That would not be good cat ownership. Alright, so what we need to do is go up to these machines. So this is Congoria or whatever. There's my $500 bill. So country, do this. So Congoria is Tuesday, is the only valid day for it, which happens to be the exact same schedule we had last week. So carry on, I guess. Alright, we've got Lig Ball, and then Lig Ball is Monday, Wednesday. So we're going to go over here and say Monday's okay. Wednesday's okay. But those two aren't. So there's an important lesson for us. Where I said I don't need to worry about these. It will be a thing that what we need to do is, at the end of Sunday, I need to turn off all the Mondays. Oh, hey, that's a problem. We are missing a curve up here. Like, you initially thought you meant because it would climb into the boxes and actually get posted there one. I mean, that is a concern. I wasn't trying to be bleak. It's just heavy machinery and pets are not friends. Also, that cat would sit there and any box that was light enough is going off the side of that conveyor belt. Cat plus flat surface plus anything that is on flat surface is not going to stand. Alright. So that should be all wired up. And then the next one we're dealing with is Moland. Get this gross normal pause block out of here. Ugh, I touched it. Alright, so cargo type, we don't need to deal with anything. That'll all turn itself on today. Actually, should probably be making money automatically as it's doing it. Yeah, so I think... Oh, no, wait, we're not done. We're not ready. I gotta go over here and configure these up. So we got... The only two on here is Lig Ball and whatever that one is. So this one is this far route over here. Boom, boom. Have a good day. Don't know if Lig Ball's even still down. Like, I know we routed up there, but some of the ones I routed up here, I still have packages down here. Yeah, so it looks like Lig Ball's already been... Oh, no, wait. Yeah, Lig Ball's already been removed from down here. Cool, cool. So you have only the one to clear out today. So that we can pop the door. And so begins another day. Let's see, we have pallets over here, so let's clean up the junk I left on the floor. Because it usually gives me most of what I need to set up the next row up there. Oh, you know what I need to check? I have not been paying attention. How close are we to unlocking this one? Because I like these ones in here, because they're not just about money. These ones are about progression. Okay, so we're at 1,800 out of 2,500 to unlock that. I toss... Okay. Let's say toss it to the ground, I'll never see it again. If I can get a shout out for Treacle, by the way, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play, so has been doing like RimWorld, all that kind of good stuff. So definitely good times over there. So I recommend. Always good time. Does tend to play kind of not quite the opposite schedule of what I play, but usually is on while I'm asleep. Which means if you're looking for content and I'm not on, you can probably find it there. Alright, so you are a normal, like, conveyor belt. This is going to be interesting. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. So grab this. And little by little, this gets to be a bit more automated. So I got all the curb blocks. For those that didn't catch, there are 12 countries. So we are wiring up our fourth one. But it's one of those things that each one I get done, it's one I have to put less effort into. Okay, so you're gonna go like this. Actually, I'll need that down below. So I need a bunch of straight blocks. So I can do this once again. Chop, straight, add 30. Okay. Yeah, and so we're definitely not, like, really increasing the rate of what we're putting through here right now. Right now, I'm basically just configuring all this stuff to work smoother. Did I get the ones on the floor? Yeah, I did. Okay. I leave those behind a lot. But it's kind of one by one we're getting this all sorted. Yeah, my anticipation is the last door that we haven't, or the last section of the warehouse we haven't opened. I'm assuming it's the last section, which is not a safe assumption. But I'm assuming we'll get 2 more of the country doors going out so that every country is there. And then it'll be a matter of taking our existing system and then just, you know, getting all those input doors I'm currently ignoring hooked up, which will massively increase the amount of throughput I need. Alright. So now I need the elevator. Last section, just 15 input doors. Honestly, if it was something like it gave us the last 2 doors for the output, and then just a really, like, just stupid large number of doors, basically more than you could reasonably accommodate, I would be okay with that, because then it would be the thing of going, okay, you can kind of sky's the limit. What can you make happen here? Alright, so I believe that one is the pink one. Let's go run up there and check. Yep, so it's the pink one. Alright, so the pink one is where on this whole setup? So right now, the pink one is over here. Going way on down this way. Obviously that's going to need to change, because I really don't have a... Well, no, I take that back. Maybe that doesn't need to change. I'm just going to upset chat again. But it's okay. Because what I can do here is I can loop it back around this way. Get a lot more of these conveyor belts. And all this stuff will need to be upgraded and all that. I honestly am liking the pacing at this. I know it's kind of just go, go, go. But it's kind of nice to just, like, let the thing run and make me money at this stage and be like, okay, well, how can I build this out to do more? How can I build this out to do more? You kind of scramble around and do that. Because you can also, like, if you just wanted to make more, you know, get more packages delivered, you could just sit here and, like, wait and let it happen. Or you can continue to, like, optimize and all that. Okay. So you're gonna go here. And then run right back here. And the big problem with this right now is when I go to put these inputs in, it's in the way. But as I've said kind of like a dozen times, what's going to end up happening here is I'm going to be just dealing with all that. We're probably going to drop 1 or 2 boxes on here before we get through it all. It's fine. So, do I have that rerouted? Yep, so this track goes away. Okay. We grab the pallet, that'll be mostly straight blocks, so we'll be able to get that connected. And I believe that might be the last one upstairs to deal with. Okay, so that's all just regular old straight conveyor belts. Alright. So that's another one sorted out, where it's fully automated now. Meanwhile, since these are all curves, we'll pick those up onto the curve pallet. Okay, grab this to clean up the mess on the floor over there. Okay. Cool. Yeah, because I believe... Oh, no, there was 6 doors up here. That's right. For some reason in my head I was like, there's 4 doors up here. Oh, that's not right. Okay. Yeah, so getting our last 2 doors hooked up over here. And then once I've got those hooked up, that takes care of 6 of our stuff, auto-filtered. I just go at the beginning of the week and be like, okay, this day, this day, this day. Get it out of here. So let's check on our cargo types. Is there anything I gotta worry about? Okay, nothing on the other building. But I gotta go over here and deliver out each and every one of these and disable the spot there. Okay. So which one did I just clean off? Kristen, we did not... Pretty sure we have not done that one yet. But you can check with us running back here, and if you're still hooked up, then yeah, we haven't done that one yet. That's fine. Alright. Where's the cat? There you go. Cool. So that's another one going. And yeah, there is a thing with this where I think it's if you do 2,000 parcels in a day is an achievement. So we're ranging around like 700-800 parcels. Which, like I said, we haven't done anything to scale up this place at all. We're just kind of doing efficiency. Let me see where we're at. We're probably not very close to getting this last area open. I'm gonna guess we're at like 2,000-ish. 1,903 out of 2,500. So, needless to say, we're going up about 100-ish parcels on this express side we're doing a day. But, with that said, I do think it is getting to be about that time. You can easily just store up stuff for a few days and let it run once for the achievement. Yeah, no, that's... And I've done that in a lot of games, too. It's like Satisfactory. There's definitely been times in Satisfactory it's like, okay, I could spend 3 or 4 hours rebuilding this thing to improve the efficiency so it's a little bit faster, but I finish the same achievement in the same amount of time if I just don't touch it. And I leave it running for 3-4 hours and all that kind of stuff. Like there's no meaningful time difference. Or like we had a number of times where it's like I could take the time to build out all the nuclear power to be able to expand on my production to get the end game items faster. But that whole build out will take me longer than just waiting it out. But yeah. So with that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That we can find your way back here in the future. Like I said, most likely what we'll be probably doing tomorrow is I suspect tomorrow we'll be doing the Water Park Tycoon. And then we'll most likely start getting back into our RimWorld run that we've got ongoing, where we're running from the mechs from a Naked Brutality start. And all that kind of good stuff. And yeah, so that's the whole thing. Also, there will be a big announcement on the channel tomorrow of something. It's not going to be a thing that direly changes anything on the channel, but it's a thing that will likely mean more opportunities in the future and all that. But you'll have to wait until tomorrow to get it, because that announcement isn't available until tomorrow. But yeah, so we'll be doing some Water Park Tycoon tomorrow, probably some RimWorld after that. We'll see how much of the stream goes to Water Park Tycoon, depending on how the experience is. If it's good, we do the whole stream. If it's like, early access, little dry, but tish, we will then, switch over to whatever sounds good, probably RimWorld. I could see doing more Parcel Simulator. I do feel like at the most, maybe one more stream, maybe a half stream, just because it would be building out those last things. And you can kind of see the pattern that's happening here, that it would just repeat this pattern. And then once that's repeated, I'm just kind of duplicating my filters. And then this middle segment here becomes this nest of spaghetti as we're trying to get everything where it needs to be. That's honestly going to be the most cursed part of the whole thing. And it might not be that bad if the approved boxes line isn't saturated. Instead of having to duplicate my filter like 4 or 5 times from the countryside, I might only have to do it twice. We'll figure it out. With that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not following, don't forget to drop the follow. And if you're over on the YouTube side, the stream will be going down abruptly because I do not have a host ready on the stream. But thanks so much for tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe over there on the YouTube side. But for those over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen. But don't go anywhere, because we're going to definitely go find someone who's going to be excellent to raid, because I should have plenty of options